Me, right? What
Stop.
danger?
Stop.
The deregulation of the industry is obviously going to cause more of that industry.
And to lubricate the trust connection between people until they have enough.
Yet we could still look at biological reality in determining who's a female, even if there are.
Why don't you denounce feminism the same way you're denouncing capitalism? If you don't...
For something to be objective, it needs to be verifiable. And you can't verify...
If I make a claim as a political pundit, it is true that I definitely could be wrong.
Yeah,
you're promoting, right?
Ideologies that make that politics, right? This is my ideology.
Yeah, but...
So, 2015, anyone go back and watch the footage? The first GOP debate...
Cool, Robert. Oh, they're dead? With a crowbar, you said?
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. I am Sarah, the Raging Tomato, bringing to you live another debate. This evening's question in line is a Trump, or not even a question, a statement, pardon me. A Trump deportations do more harm than good. RTP talks and Stephen Kent from from Geeky Stoics. Sorry, I had it in my head and then it went gone by. Are here to debate the topic. RTP, would you like to begin with your opening statement, please?
Thank you for keeping that private. I appreciate that.
Thank you, RTP, and Stephen,
Hmm.
to you.
Okay. Over to me then. All right, Trump deportations do more harm than good. The first question here that must be answered about the motion regarding harm or good is who or what is potentially being harmed by deportations. If this motion were about individuals and illegal immigrants who entered the United States without permission or process, there is no doubt in my mind that deportations do them more harm than good. People come here from all around the world because America has something special that they want a piece of. The American dream may be a punchline to many people in our audience and to natural born citizens under the age of 40 who can't afford a mortgage or get out from their college debts. But it is not a joke to the millions of people who risk life and limb every year to come here or patiently wait for the process to play out for the promise of prosperity greater than that of their parents, keeping more of what they earn or relative safety in their communities, plus rule of law compared to places like Honduras, Haiti, or Mexico, where they might have come from. As such, we have problems that the rest of the world does not have when it comes to immigration, namely scale. Because our legal immigration system is a catastrophe, which we would agree on, totally broken by a cowardly Congress, the U.S. gets flooded from all sides and both coasts by people who want to be here. Every developed nation in the world has this problem, but not at the scale that we do. Every developed nation, Japan, Australia, France, as just a couple examples, detains, houses, and deports individuals in their country illegally who lack a visa, a work status, or a refugee status that has been deemed appropriate. It is only in the United States where our mythology around 19th and 20th century immigration through Ellis Island has outstripped its usefulness to modern day. We have chosen to embrace lawlessness and non-enforcement, the very things that many people come here to this country to escape. Yes, individual people are harmed by deportation, but I don't believe that we are debating that motion tonight. I believe we are debating and can only debate whether or not deportations do more harm than good for the United States, a sovereign nation state and collective of people. The definition of nation state is important here to me. It is not a concept. It is a country with well-defined borders and a shared sense of culture and history. Racially homogeneous countries like Finland and Iceland and Japan, they function like a woven blanket. They are unified, and the sameness of every inch of the blanket is a feature of being in that country. It's what you expect. The United States is not like that. It's a quilt of a dozen patches all stitched together. We have Chinese communities, Venezuelan communities, and Cuban and Latvian within the collective, but it is only made possible by the fact that they do legally belong here and are perceived by other people on the quilt to be contributing to the business of the country and not just the business of their own self-interest. See, this is where immigration anarchists to the left embrace the radical individualism and selfishness that is usually found on the libertarian right, where no one person or family has duties to the people around them or an obligation to the collective. That's why the ladies on The View, they're clowns, on ABC were so appalled by Arnold Schwarzenegger, an Austrian immigrant who argued that immigrants of all stripes of the United States owe the country something in return for their being here, that it's a privilege, not a right, that they should be volunteering, doing community service, learning English, and speaking it at home. There is more to this than just payroll taxes and their labor for our cheap farm goods. In 2024, Gallup showed that 55% of Americans want immigration levels reduced, which is the highest level since 2001. For context, That was 28% in 2020. So that's a lot of numbers. It doubled in 4 years. And we think we all know why during the Biden years. Also, cause for concern to me, fewer than half of Americans, 44%, now say that they trust all or most of the people in their neighborhood, down from 52% a decade ago, and it is worse from 20 years ago. The reasons for this are many, and one of them is uncontrolled, unaccountable, and undemocratic immigration that goes beyond what Americans are comfortable with or what they ever voted for. This decline in support for immigration and the return of nativist politics is bad for the United States. I believe JRTP and I agree on this. We have a century ahead of us that is going to be defined by struggle and great power conflict with much more populous and organized opponents, China. And to win this, to maintain our dominance in the world, we actually need more people. I am a proponent, a weird right-wing proponent of the 1 billion Americans strategy that was put out by Matt Iglesias that says we need to triple the size of our population over time to meet these challenges. But we can't force Americans to have more babies, and immigration is actually really important. And as such, so is support for immigration, which we've destroyed. If we lose the majority's support for national growth and expansion, we will lose on these global challenges. And just to bring us over the finish line, so to return to my original point here, deportations do more good than harm for the country because they reflect the will of the people who have voted for it and a lawful process and the enforcement of immigration law. Getting this right is very important. And in a perfect world, Congress would pass a generous pathway to citizenship that brings everybody out of the shadows, but they haven't done it. And in the meantime, we have to do the correct thing, which is enforce the law of the land. And it might be the case that aggressive deportations actually boost public support for an immigration bill because there are many people out there who don't like what they're seeing on TV with ICE operations. Americans, go figure, they do tend to want one thing, but they never want the consequences or the bad feelings of the things that come along with that. Joe Rogan's shock at deportations is a very good example of this. The alternative is to do nothing and continue letting the lawless approach of immigration go on and continue watching public support for immigration collapse when we need it the most and watch more nativist political figures rise to meet the demand. The alternative is to sit back as watch as American political institutions crumble under a citizenry that doesn't believe the country exists to serve their interests anymore. Jay will have this audience believe by the end of tonight that what we need to do is be more nice. And if Americans don't wake up tomorrow feeling more nice about illegal immigration, then they should be ignored or forced to stomach the status quo of being surrounded by 11 to 18 million strangers, unaccounted for individuals in this country. A bone is going to have to be thrown to keep this country together and get us back on the path of majority support for controlled immigration that strengthens the United States. That bone is enhanced funding and capacity for mass deportations, which is within the right of any nation state to do and within the right of a self-governing people to demand.
Thank you, Stephen. And thank you to both of you, gentlemen, not only for being here, but for making such nice opening statements. That was the most, I don't even know how to describe it, but it was very good for both of you. Just a kind reminder to the audience. We, of course, will get through our debate and then we will go into closing statements and we will read and respond to your kind super chats along with following up with open panel dumpster fire. I do have one small additional note to make this evening. As most of you know of my dog, Nix. Nix blew her knee out over the weekend. She's almost 11 years old and will be requiring surgery to fix it. So just know all of the funding here, that's where we're going with it. Support the dog fund. We'll make that work. All right, gentlemen, I leave the floor open to you.
Yeah, just before we start, there's still a bell going off in my ear. Is that able to go off?
I think that's you. I don't hear a bell.
I don't have a bell. It's your buzzer bell. You just turned it off. Okay. Where shall we begin?
I could respond to what you say. You want to go in that order?
Yeah, I spoke second, so you can dive in.
Sure. I think it seems to me that the crux of your argument is that Americans do not like how immigration has been going, and they need a change. So we either do this or we do nothing. Is that fair?
Yeah, I am saying that we actually need to respond to the desires of the American public to roll back what has happened with immigration, at least in the past 4 years. What happened under the Biden administration was particularly unpopular and offensive to most people. The scale at which it was happening and so rapidly flooding people's communities coast to coast in this country is something that needs to be rolled back. You're never going to roll back, the decades of illegal immigration that we've had in this country that have not been addressed by the legal system or by Congress. But you can absolutely roll back what happened in the last 4 years and track down a great amount of people who got in here while the gate was wide open. And if the voters want that, they should be given it.
Yeah, my concern is that I think the voters don't know what the fuck they're looking at. Almost everybody who came here in the last 4 years came here legally. These were asylum seekers. That is a legal process. And Republicans sat on their hands and refused to vote on a bill from James Langford so that Trump could win the presidency. It's really hard for me to accept this idea that Republicans actually want to fix immigration when they sat on their hands and refused to pass a bill that would have effectively shut down the border, closed the border for months at a time. At the time, we had 8,000 people coming across the border, and James Langford bill would have shut down the border because the 7-day rolling average would have been over 5,000. We would have shut that down. But almost everybody, if you look at illegal immigration during the Biden administration, that number actually was down. It was legal immigration, and it's fair to say that a lot of these people had asylum claims that will not be approved and that they didn't have a legitimate asylum claim.
That is such a stretch.
I'm saying probably
90%,
probably 90% of them. But that's what's crazy about this. None of those people that came during the Biden administration are eligible for deportation under Trump's new strategy. Those people are here under an asylum process. If they haven't had their asylum claim heard, they're not being deported.
That is such a bizarre claim. I don't even know where to begin. The asylum process is a real thing that exists. When you go through the border, you go through these checkpoints, and then you get paired up with a case, a judge who's managing all these different cases. These catch and release cases, which were, they were 6,500 a day when we were looking at 2022 coming into this country. We are upwards of 4 million or something just in the past couple of years. These are not all legal. That's a really, really weird rhetorical trick to try to play.
How's that not legal? If they come claiming asylum, isn't that legal?
Oh my God, claiming asylum. So just because
that's the process though, right?
No, just because that you can say the word asylum does not mean that you just walk across the border and shout it.
Actually,
and it becomes, and it does not. It does not become true.
It does.
So
no, it
my
does
question,
mean that. It means you can claim asylum.
Hold on. My question for you is, what is the limiting principle on this? Because I'll give you one where I will throw a bone. I said that earlier, like Venezuela. That's a good example of a country, political unrest. It's falling apart. If you oppose the regime, you'll be killed or detained or locked up. There's a pretty good case for a lot of people fleeing Venezuela and trying to get up to the United States as quick as possible to avoid that kind of persecution. But if you just sort of take that and go, wow, South America is a mess, the entire continent is overrun by political turmoil and drug cartels, then you're basically just saying that, oh, shit has gone south down below the border. They can all come up here. That is not how this has ever worked. It's not how it's intended, or I don't even think that's how you want it to work.
Stephen, if you come to this country and you walk across the border and you claim asylum, what are you entitled to?
Oh, you want me to respond on the spot? You are entitled to a case manager to actually look at your claim and determine whether or not there is a threat of meaningful violence to you upon your return home.
Right. And if that claim cannot be heard immediately, what happens? You can remain in the country until your claim is heard, right?
Yes.
Okay, so almost everybody that came here during the Biden administration came here under the asylum process, which means that none of these people that you're talking about from the Biden administration, they're not being deported right now. You're going into workplaces, you're going into courts, you're going into communities. None of the people right now that are being deported are asylum seekers that came during the Biden administration. My biggest contention, and I'm going to be honest, like, it's a little bit sad to hear this. My biggest contention is that Americans support Donald Trump's deportation. Well, you said about 60% that we want to deport people because they don't know what the fuck they're looking at. They have no clue. It's the same people that believed that in Springfield they were eating the cats and eating the dogs, and that wasn't true. Nobody knows what they're looking at because one party has decided to show up every single day and lie about what's going on at our southern border. They lied about it the entire time. There was nothing Joe Biden could have done. Joe Biden could not unilaterally change the amnesty laws. The amnesty laws were written in a bipartisan manner in Langford's bill, so they would change it, and that would have stopped all the traffic at the border on that day. It would have stopped all the traffic at the border, but Republicans said, we want Donald Trump to run on how broken our border is, so they allowed this just to continue to fester through Biden's entire presidency so they could run on fixing amnesty, and they still haven't done it. We're still not fixing amnesty.
Would you have liked to see the traffic at the border stopped?
Sure.
Why?
Because it was too many people.
Oh, really?
It was overrun.
It was too many people? You said there was no situation at the border. You just said it was a lie that there was a humanitarian crisis at the border.
No. I
what do you mean it's overrun?
No, I said they lied about what was happening at the border. They said that these were illegal immigrants pouring across our border. And that's not the case. These were almost exclusively legal immigrants pouring across our border.
And you said it was too much.
Yes, which is why we needed to which is why we have to change our amnesty laws, which can only be done through Congress. But Republicans sat on their hands to make sure Donald Trump won the election. They refused to do anything for 2 straight years so that Donald Trump could win an election and then still do nothing about amnesty. We still haven't fixed the problem.
No, I just find this to be puzzling as a line of attack that you sort of want the Langford approach to have actually passed.
Correct.
To stop the flow at the border. You say it's too many people, but you also sort of hand wave it away as if there is no problem.
No, I'm not doing that. No, there's a massive problem. I don't understand why you guys lie about it. I don't understand why you don't tell the American people the truth. The truth is...
You're not talking to a Republican member of Congress. You're talking to a guy who lives here. So there is no
you don't seem to know this, Stephen. You don't seem to know that these people were amnesty seekers. So I'm curious where you got your information.
I do know that people come across and shout the word amnesty.
That's the law.
Look, you can manipulate the law 100 different ways.
So how do you change the law then?
Coming across the border and shouting amnesty because your countries have been run into the ground and poorly run is not something that you can just walk across the border, board a train, hide in someone's trunk, go below the floorboards of an 18-wheeler, come into the country, and then disappear.
Yeah, most of those things are things that weren't happening. These people you could literally watch the lines at Eagle Pass. There were lines, like hour-long lines. I have a friend who was down there golfing, taking video of the people on the other side of the wall waving at him, waiting in line. I just don't understand, Stephen, how you recognize that our amnesty laws are broken, and this is what Republicans seem to want to do right now. They say the amnesty laws are broken. Those that know, or at least learn that the amnesty laws are why we had all this immigration, and then they say we should do something about it, and that thing we should do about it is not to fix the law. We should just start deporting people. Why not fix the law?
Why not deport people who aren't supposed to be here?
They are, but that's not these people who came. Most of these people, again, Stephen, none of the people that you're talking about that came in during the Biden administration, almost none, are the people being deported now because those people still have protected status because of amnesty.
Wait in Mexico. Like you don't have to do things the way that the Biden administration was doing it.
Mexico said no, they didn't want to do it anymore.
Maybe they don't get to say no. They're a weaker and lesser country than we are. We can tell them what they're going to do if you actually twist people's wrists.
Do you notice how already you have resorted to forcing other countries to do it your way because you don't want to admit that, like, you guys just don't know what's going on?
I mean, geopolitics is a real thing. You can make other countries do things. That
Yeah,
you want them to do.
so is legislation, and we could do that. But Republicans
I
didn't
think-
want to
I
do
mean,
that
no, I
because
think
I think the
if we're
reality
gonna
is
keep going back
Republicans
to, like,
know
immigration
that they don't have
reform,
real things to run on, so they're going to run on fear. That's why you can't see a Republican go on a microphone without saying the words Lake and Riley. That's why they do. That's why they lied to you about eating the cats and eating the dogs. That's why the constant fear mongering. That's why Trump's sending the National Guard to California to fear monger and said the whole city's on fire. These are riots. It was like a handful of incidents. That's why. It's because instead of doing the right thing, instead of doing things the right way, this party, for whatever reason, has said, we're not doing legislation anymore. We're not fixing laws anymore. We are going to hand over all the power to Donald Trump, and we are blindly going to follow what he does. And that has led to U.S. citizens being detained, U.S. citizens being arrested. That has caused 75% of the people in CCOT who are serving life sentences in El Salvador, their only crime was a misdemeanor of overstaying a visa or crossing the border. We've chosen cruelty rather than just use the laws and fix it.
Well, I mean, if you're going to kind of keep going back to immigration reform and doing some sort of bill, I mean, I think you know that I'm in favor of that. Legislation is absolutely what this country needs, and then in the absence of legislation that addresses immigration, sets up a pathway. And when people say get in line for immigration, there is no line. You will wait 20 years to go through a legal process in this country, and it is a huge, huge problem, and it is a national embarrassment. But we are talking about deportations and whether or not they do more harm than good. And so I want to redirect the conversation back to the spirit of this country and what I think people are so angry about and what they are clearly reflecting their anger in their voting habits. I am deeply concerned, and someone in the chat was mocking the idea of the crumbling American institutions, but like this is true, and you talked about it as well, Jay. The crumbling trust in American institutions, public trust is eroding, and a huge part of this has to do not only with immigration, but just a feeling that people are not being heard by their government. The immigration issue, people want addressed. People also want to know their neighbors. They want to know the people who live in their neighborhood. They want to feel connected to other Americans. I think this is a huge, huge problem. I'm actually legitimately terrified.
What does knowing your neighbors have to do with immigration?
It has
Are
a
you
lot
saying
to
that you
do
can't
with it.
know them if they're from another culture?
What I'm saying is that when you have neighbors living next door, crowded into a house, maybe 5, 6 contractor trucks who all live in the single family home next door, and what? You
I mean,
laugh
that's a
you laugh,
bizarre.
you
I live
no,
next.
you laugh.
There's
You,
illegal immigrants
you
all
laugh
around
as
me.
if that does. You laugh as if that doesn't happen.
You're acting like that's the norm. That's not the norm.
No.
I live in Arizona. That's not the norm.
It is absolutely the norm.
Where do you
To
live?
have a couple. I live in the DC area.
Okay,
So I live
well,
in.
I can tell you in a border state, I can tell you unequivocally
I'm sure
that is
I'm
not
sure
that
it's
is not the
everywhere,
norm.
which is I find it puzzling to laugh at it. In Manassas, Virginia, it is absolutely the norm. Most of the single family homes in this borough that I live in, you can just kind of see which ones are occupied by 5, 6 contractor trucks. People who are not
So why is
tied
that a
into the
problem?
community. Let me finish my sentence. People who are not tied into the community, people who are living together, going to work, coming home. They're never contributing anything to the place that they live. They have simply bought up real estate that was intended for families who are going to do events together in their neighborhoods, families that are going to know each other, have cookouts, have kids who play together. But a lot of our real estate across this area is just being gobbled up by people who don't actually have any legal status in the country and don't contribute to the community.
Brother, if I played,
And
if I
that
played those
is
exact words,
a real problem.
if I played those exact words, or if I just wrote down those words and I put them on a piece of paper and I said, this guy's talking about segregation in the civil rights era, they'd be like, oh yeah, that's the exact same argument. I don't like these people because
the guy who was talking about the cheap crops and the cheap labor.
Your argument,
you're going to lecture me on
your
segregationism?
argument is legitimately your argument.
Oh,
legitimately,
who's going to grow the
Stephen?
corn?
If you're going to be Stephen, now who's interrupting? Your argument legitimately is there's a house that has 4 or 5 trucks in front of it, and they don't hang out with us, and Americans don't want that, so let's get rid of them. How am I supposed to take that any other way than racist? How's a different way I can take that?
a violation of zoning laws for one.
Zoning.
No,
That's
it's
what
like,
we're worried about
that's-
is fucking
no,
zoning
no,
laws.
it is what we're fucking worried about.
Why are we
I
worried
mean,
about zoning laws?
because the zoning laws, particularly like in this area in Northern Virginia, and you'll probably find this in different places in Arizona and Texas, depending on whether or not the city council there is Democratic or Republican, will opt to not enforce the zoning laws for things like overcrowding and then the purchasing of residential family units and single family homes to be used as hybrid workspaces for, again, contractors. And a lot of the city council people in cities that do this, that basically throw their zoning codes out the window, they are doing it because these are Latino voters who they are counting on them to reelect them in the next cycle. No, it's not.
This is embarrassing.
Look, no,
see, imagine.
no,
I'm just imagining.
Jay,
like today's the 5th of July. Imagine
you
telling
wanna
our
have
founding
these, like,
fathers.
tired MSNBC
Imagine telling our
conversations.
founding fathers that 250 years from now, what we'd be arguing about is overcrowding in a house and fucking zoning laws, and that we were choosing to get rid of people out of this country.
Adult
they have
things,
5 work trucks, so all 5 of those people are working. Imagine telling our founding fathers that this working family needs to be removed because there's too many of them in one house, and that makes me feel icky.
Mm-hmm.
This is honestly like it's pathetic. We want to run people out of this country because we don't like there's too many cars on the side of our neighborhoods and that too many people live in one house.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, that's the most elitist shit I've ever heard.
Yeah, absolutely.
If that's your viewpoint, that's your viewpoint. But for everybody out there that doesn't live in a nice neighborhood, for everybody out there, no matter what you look like, that has to rent a room because you can't afford a place of your own, for everybody out there that's had to move back in with their parents, for everybody out there who's had to move their parents back in with them, for everybody out there who's ever housed a friend who didn't have a place to live, or 3 or 4
the streamer has awakened.
Just know that if Steven was in your neighborhood, Steven would be going directly to the HOA and being like, these guys are making my street look bad, and I don't like that. It's fucking Karen over here.
And it has a lot to do with social trust and cohesion. People move to certain communities in this country expecting a certain thing. They do actually join. They do join things like HOAs.
Why don't you trust these people?
Because there is a social compact in their neighborhoods, and it is actually corrosive to the heart and soul of a country.
People? What about having 5 work trucks?
Why can't you follow the rules of the Raging Tomato and shut up for 5 seconds?
Steven, you've done the same thing. With all due respect, I'm asking you. It's an open discussion. I just want to know why you don't trust these people.
Jay,
now,
I know you have
both of you were having a lot of fun bantering backstage, and I think we all had a good time. But let's get to the crux of it. Steven, finish your thought, and then back to you, Jay.
Yeah, these things matter. You can kind of laugh and hand wave again, things like zoning, things like overcrowding in American communities. I think you're sort of painting this very strange picture of me living in some fancy DC suburb. I actually live in a really shitty townhome community in Manassas where you're going to step on either a condom or a broken bottle on any time you walk your dog. But like, that's life here. And one of the things that's most striking to me is that on my right side, we have a Guatemalan family. On my left side, it's Venezuelans, and then one down, Mexicans, and then after that, Chinese, and then a Black family. And every single one of these families, the Venezuelans in particular, immigrated here recently. They are new to the country. They all have, like legal status. They all bought their homes. And they are all Trump voters. And it's like, it's one of these weird things where they're like, we got here and these people who are coming into this neighborhood are insane. They're overcrowding into homes. We don't know these like 20 guys who lived in the townhome next door to our daughters. I remember the Venezuelan woman next door to me. She came over.
Steven, with all due respect,
I don't need to finish
the stories of all your neighbors.
You're going to fucking listen to the story. You're going to fucking listen to the story.
Let me add in, it is fairly anecdotal, right?
No, this is important.
It is fairly anecdotal.
2 hours to do this shit.
But land the plane.
I'm going to land the plane. I just remember this Venezuelan woman coming over with her daughter and using her to translate and just going like, we didn't come here to have 20 guys from Guatemala packed into the house next door who we don't know and we don't trust. Like, these things actually matter to people who come here and immigrate to this country as well. And you just want to keep having these MSNBC conversations about immigration bills in Congress. And I'm trying to talk about like brass tacks.
This is a brass tax. Brass tax is the legislation. You want to tell me more stories about your neighbor that we can't even verify, and how for some reason these Venezuelan immigrants are upset about these Guatemalan immigrants. They have too many people in the house. We're supposed to talk about is this helping or hurting? This is silly. Like I gave you so many numbers in there. Economically, it's a net positive that we have illegal immigration here. It keeps Medicaid afloat. It keeps Medicare afloat. It keeps Social Security afloat. And getting rid of all these people will be a net loss to our economy. And you want to tell me more about your neighbor's feelings? The problem with America is we're too driven by feelings. That's what allows somebody from Venezuela to be like, I'm a Trump supporter. That's insane. The reason that people are here from Venezuela is because Donald Trump staged a coup in Venezuela to try and overthrow their president. And when that didn't work out, he decided, like, we're not going to buy your oil anymore. And that was 80% of their economy. 80% of their economy is oil, and we buy 50% of that. We crashed their economy overnight, and it was so bad that on Trump's way out the door, he wrote a special executive order saying, due to our actions in Venezuela, these Venezuelan citizens
We're going to land the plane about a
here.
Venezuelan coup
of the time that
Give me
you
a
spoke.
break.
And by the way, it's real policy. So to tell me, like, these Venezuelan immigrants who are only here because Donald Trump fucked up their country is a good argument. I think that everybody that's here that is here illegally, that's working, should be granted amnesty. And I gave you numbers and figures to back that up. And you're telling me stories that nobody can verify. And you're telling me I'm MSNBC. You sound like you're on a CNN panel. I'm talking about real legislation. Don't MSNBC me. I'm begging you to talk numbers, and you want to tell me more about what your neighbors think.
So I guess there's no hug after this one.
I'll still hug him.
I mean, this guy just said that Donald Trump wrecked Venezuela. I just would like everybody in the audience to remember this moment. So.
Why do you write the executive order then on his way out the door?
What?
Oh, you don't know about the executive order you wrote on the way out the door that gave TPS to Venezuelans because of our actions in Venezuela?
Oh yeah, no, you're talking about temporary.
Yeah, why do you do that?
Mostly because a lot of Venezuelans who come here are going to be anti-socialist, and he wants to put them into the Republican voting base.
Why were they coming here?
Because Venezuela has been a socialist hellhole for a long time.
Has nothing to do with us not buying their oil anymore?
I mean, we don't have to buy anybody's oil.
I know we don't, but when we stop buying their oil and it tanks their economy, guess what? They don't have anywhere to go. So they show up here.
I do want to try to get off of Venezuela here.
I don't. I would like you to answer that question.
This is a bizarre side.
Every time we get close to an answer, you run from. I want to know why they're here. Why did so many Venezuelans show up at our border? What happened in their country? If it wasn't what I said, that we staged a coup, by the way, you can look that up. It was legitimately a United States military contractor. They got caught trying to stage the coup. And then the response to that was, we're going to stop buying your oil. And we stopped buying their oil, and it tanked their economy. Go look it up.
Maybe they shouldn't nationalize their oil.
Why shouldn't they nationalize their oil? We should force capitalism on them. They can't even make their own decisions
a registered
now.
Republican or something.
They can't make their own decisions. We have to tell them, you can't nationalize your oil. And if you do, and you don't let BP come down there and sell your oil, then we're going to cut off oil purchases from you, and we're going to destroy your economy.
I have a question for you about the GDP issue from your opening statement.
Sure.
Do you actually care about American GDP? Because I watch some of your streams. I do enjoy some of your tangents and rants. And I find it odd to me sometimes when folks come out of the left sort of just charging towards the economic argument about sort of America's capitalistic economy and, oh, whoa, the GDP. And I just kind of don't believe you actually care about that, because you don't view the system as legitimate anyways, but yet you want these
I don't view the system as legitimate. What do you mean by that?
You strike me as someone who does not view the capitalist economy of the United States as legitimate.
We don't have a capitalist. We have a mixed economy. It's a fucking stupid thing that everybody in this world does, including socialists. The socialists do it and the capitalists do it. You guys always argue about what's better. There's not a single country on earth that has a capitalist economy or a socialist one. They're all fucking mixed. I advocate for the best solutions, and you're now just casting aspersions on what you think I believe, rather than addressing any of these arguments, Stephen. I just don't know why you're not engaging in any of the arguments. You keep going back to my feelings now.
It's a new argument. Do you care about GDP taking a hit?
Yes.
Why?
Because GDP taking a hit in this case would mean that farmers lose their farms. And that farmland inevitably is going to be bought up by corporations who are going to do factory farming. Where's the capital going to come from when we can't export their goods, when they lose all their money? We're either going to have to bail them out, or we're going to have to take capital from corporations who are going to do corporate farming, which is going to give us less nutritious food that is nutrient lacking, and meat filled with hormones. Isn't this the Maha movement?
I thought this was already happening. One of the things
and I would like to undo that. And so I thought you guys were on board with that.
One of the things that I think my politics have evolved in the past couple of years, and really being a little bit more skeptical about this, is just like how much of a house of cards our economy is, all the way down to things like farming and how we get food onto our shelves. And, I was kind of throwing a stone at you earlier about like, oh, who's going to pick the crops? Because this kind of comes up a lot in the issue of immigration. And it alludes to basically a two-tiered society where we have all these kind of legal, documented workers and citizens who all have things like, well, hopefully some kind of health insurance, and they have some sort of affordability in their lives. And then we have these people who I think Bernie Sanders used to recognize a little bit more clearly, which is the folks coming in, being paid just incredibly substandard wages, and also allowing agriculture and farmers and producers to produce goods that are artificially cheap for the American economy, and making Americans think that this thing that they have, this system, that they actually are getting prices that are reflective of the goods that they buy. I've grown to really have sort of a spiritual problem with this. I think it is a real rot in the heart of America. And so when you talk to me about GDP taking a hit, and you talk about family farms and even big farms like taking this big hit because they lose their workers, I'm kind of at a point where I think that might be for the higher good of the United States.
I know corporations doing all our farming. That's better.
No. So I would like to try to do.
But look, if those farms
Jay,
crash,
I'd like
Steven,
to try to do a. I'd like to try to do
Steven,
a good faith conversation
Steven,
here for.
I know. I'm going to ask you a question. If these farms go under, and you say it's for the greater good, who's going to buy those? Who's going to buy up those farms? Who's going to manufacture farm produce? Who's going to do that?
No, like you said, probably corporations.
Okay.
Yeah. No.
And you think that's better for us?
Well, that's a separate argument. I think
it's not a separate argument. It's another path. It's the problem with the path that we always take. We hurt farmers and we hand it off to the capitalists, the free market capitalists, the vulture capitalists, and then they don't pay anybody a decent wage. Nobody is able to make any sort of generational wealth, and we all become employees to a handful of oligarchs.
You are a master of like the shotgun scatter shot. There's so many arguments that you could pick up on.
It'd be nice if you would address any of them. Just pick one.
Well, a little thing for you. If you actually shot, one shot at a time, it could be responded to. But
I'm sorry. I'll slow it down.
Well, you should try to not do that. I do want to stick on this though, because the issue of like the actual value of our goods that are created in this economy, I think it is actually bad for us to continue to go down this path where things are artificially cheap and created on substandard labor in conditions that are just not reflective of, I think, anything that Americans actually want or expect out of their economy. It's not good. It is a rot in the heart of this country. So
we should deport everybody?
Well, what we need to do is we need to respond to the will of the voters and deport people
come on.
Who don't
Link
have...
your fucking argument, please. Link it. You can't just I'm not asking you your beliefs on other shit. We're talking about
finish.
We're talking about immigration.
Thought, though.
No, continue. Debate yourself. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. All right.
I'm asking you, Link, can you link? That's what I'm asking. So we should deport them? That's the solution?
Yes.
How does that accomplish your goal?
Well, my goal is to actually try to heal some of the political fabric in this country where people believe that this is a representative democracy.
About cheap goods, Stephen. You were talking about cheap goods. You said we want to fix this production of cheap goods. We're talking about immigration. That's what this debate is. I'm wondering how mass deportation would fix the problem that you're just addressing of cheap goods.
Oh, things will get more expensive. In case you're not following, things will get more. Well, it's going to be really freaking painful for this country to understand just how subsidized their goods are by cheap, illegal labor, and I would say unethical labor. And again, this is not an argument that I enjoy. This is
Once
not an
everything gets more
argument that I enjoy
expensive, then
making.
what?
Once everything gets more expensive, then what? What?
What you're saying? We're going to deport the labor. Everything will get more expensive. People will realize that things were too cheap. Then what?
Yeah. So then I think actually once you go through a period of people understanding how things get made in this country, I think you can actually get public opinion in this country back to a point where there is more support for immigration. You sort of actually have to do a little bit of knocking one leg out of the stool for people to understand how this country works. Immigration and support for it is declining year over year over year. We actually, like I said, need to get it back to a point where it goes up. There is no better way to do that in a healthy way and to encourage immigration reform and a legal process than enforcing the law on illegal immigrants, actually reducing the amount of all these different sectors to subsidize their goods with cheap labor, make things more expensive, and bring Americans a little bit back to the reality, which is that immigrant labor is very valuable in this country. We would just like them to have paperwork.
So
that's all.
So why not give them amnesty?
I mean, we mentioned that in the beginning of this conversation. I'm generally in favor of a pathway to citizenship. It's common sense to me, but
so
that
why
is
deport
not
people and not do amnesty?
And that's just not what's happening. This motion.
I know.
Is about
I'm asking
whether or
you
not
why you don't
deportations-
support amnesty rather than this way.
So I support, in a perfect world where I can wave a magic wand, I would probably do amnesty, and then I would do, some sort of aggressive process of going over everybody's criminal records and any trouble that they've gotten into in the United States once they're in the system, and then they are thus removed. But again, that's not the world that we live in. We're talking about deportations that are happening in the Trump administration, whether or not they're a net good or a net bad. And the deportations, I believe, are a net good because this country is actually in a democracy crisis. On the level of people actually believing that their vote in this country counts and believing that this system responds to their desires. It's also a hugely corrosive thing to have illegal immigrants being counted in states like California, for example, where they would probably lose at least 2 seats of their 52 seats in Congress if they
And
were
how many
not
would
able.
they lose in Texas?
I don't know.
2. How many would they lose in Florida?
I don't know.
1.5.
Yeah.
Why do you only? It's weird how you only bring up California, but I would like to go back to this again.
No, it's
what you're saying right now.
435 seats,
what you're saying right now is
based
that
on where people live.
we're doing mass deportation. That you don't agree with it. You'd prefer amnesty, but there's a problem.
No, I do agree with it.
Americans think that there's an immigration problem. So in order to regain Americans' trust, we need to do mass deportations. I have an alternate solution. How about Republicans stop fucking lying about everything? Everything. How about they stop lying about who was coming to the border? That those weren't illegal immigrants, that those were asylum seekers. How about we stop lying about the fact that we're only going to go after violent criminals when 75% of the arrests that happened in LA, non-violent criminals. 70% of the people that were thrown in prison in El Salvador have no criminal history outside of being here illegally, and they are getting life sentences in El Salvador. How about that? Why don't you guys just stop fucking lying so that the people in America aren't so goddamn confused? The problem that we have is Donald Trump's a liar, and every Republican is a cuck sitting in the chair with their dick in their hand saying, Donald Trump, fuck this country harder, please. Keep lying, and we'll just lie for you. We'll just repeat all your dumbass lies. We'll repeat the lie that they're eating people's pets. We'll repeat the lie that they're only sending their worst. We'll repeat the lie that there were migrant caravans of military-aged men coming to our border to invade us. We'll repeat the lie of the replacement theory. We'll just scare you guys into allowing us to deport people rather than tell the truth. When are you guys, you're talking about morality, when are you guys going to start being honest?
That's not important at all, morality.
I think honesty is important. I think that the biggest problem we have in this country is currently that Republicans lie about everything. They lied about the big, beautiful bill. They lie about deportation. In fact, I can't think of a thing Republicans aren't lying about. They lie about everything. Why don't you guys start there? Stop electing a guy that literally cannot tell the truth. He can't do it. He still can't say he lost it in 2020. And Republicans aren't allowed to say it. If they go before Congress and they say, did Trump win in 2020? They're like, oh, I'm not going to answer that. Because everybody's so cucked to Donald Trump. That's the problem that we have in this country, is we can't have real conversations until one party stops lying about everything.
You hear that, chat? Everybody's cucked and everybody's lying. Everything that you feel, and you look around your communities and you look around the country and feel like it is not the same, that you don't know your neighbors, that people aren't speaking English in places where it would be obvious and common sense. The quality of your public schools is absolutely the same as it was in the 1990s and 80s when you
Worse.
grew up. Nothing has changed. Nothing has changed, and it has nothing at all to do with an unprecedented influx
Agreed.
of migrants from around the world, and particularly south of the border.
Agreed. So link why. So let's talk about public education. I live in Arizona. We are ranked 50th in public education. And you can look at the decline of Arizona education, where we've had immigrants for as long as Arizona's been around. When did the decline happen in Arizona? When did we start falling? School choice, Stephen. It bankrupted our schools. It bankrupted public schools. It underfunded public schools. And now we're ranked 50th. And who's number 49? Oklahoma, who is also doing school choice. But the easy thing to do, Stephen, is to blame immigrants and be like, look at those people who aren't speaking our same language. They're the problem. It couldn't possibly be that Republicans turn everything into profit, so they don't want public education
you're
to
doing
be
the
good.
scatter shot again.
They have
Like,
to have a profit motive for public.
Many things.
You named 20 things, Stephen,
now we're
and I
talking about
picked
school
one of them.
choice in Arizona.
You
Oh my
talked about
God.
20 things and I chose one, public education. And now I'm
my
explaining how red states suck at education because of this, but you blame it on immigrants because you just let your politicians lie. The immigrants didn't cause the problems in your schools, Stephen. It was Republicans who won't fund the schools, who keep giving tax breaks to billionaires.
You keep having a debate with somebody who's not actually here in the room with us. I would like to know, is Rick Santorum in the room? Like,
I'm sorry, did you bring up schools or not, Stephen?
I brought up schools, and
did you blame immigrants for that?
I know that you're very used to this sort of like Twitch, bare knuckle brawling kind of thing. I'm not really interested. I would actually like to try to
answer that question.
I'd like to try
Did you
to finish
blame
the sentence.
immigrants for it or not?
So what I was saying was
talk
that
about something else.
I'm just going to sit back. I've lost interest.
Let's reset the panel. Chat, don't forget we have a good cause going, and I will be grifting hard for the next couple weeks. Our lovely Nix, my dog, 11 years old, blew her knee out this weekend and will need surgery. So please feel free to continue sending those super chats. And don't forget to hit the like button. There's 400 of you watching and only 112 likes. I'm very disappointed. Gentlemen, I'd like to kind of like stir it back to maybe the initial opening statements. If there's something in there you want to dig back into specifically. I know we talked about the farming. I know that was a big piece of it. I would be interested in learning more about that in terms of the like how much we're losing versus how much we're gaining. We kind of tapped into it, but then we lost that piece. If maybe you want to start there, or if there's something else better you'd want to kick off with.
Jay always has something to talk about.
I do.
You guys
I do.
were getting along so well backstage. What happened?
Well, I think what we're seeing here is that Stephen doesn't want to answer questions. That's what we're seeing right now. Doesn't want to have a conversation. But I'll cover that. If you want to look at
you hear that, chat? I don't want to have a conversation. Yes,
Stephen,
so
you got mad that I asked you a question and you wouldn't answer it.
Let's kick off with maybe like one piece at a time, and let's keep it like Q&A style. We can go yes and no, or yes and no and and maybe we could bring it back together there. Let's try that.
Well, I would say this. The cost of illegal immigration seems to be, by most estimates, around $50 billion a year. Illegal immigrants bring in $100 billion a year in revenue. They are a net positive economically. So in order for me to want to get rid of illegal immigrants, I'm gonna have to see some harm. And it seems to me that most of the harm that Republicans are telling us about are their feelings. Their feelings are harmed. And so we have to make economic sacrifices to cater to the feelings of some Republicans who don't like that their communities look different.
Yeah, my argument is not about the money that they bring in and how much we can extract value from these individuals who come into this country and work substandard and cheap labor. My argument is actually about rules. It is about process. It's about what people think is right. And the immigration system in this country has outstripped what people think and expect from people coming in here and joining their communities, working in their workplaces, working their farms. This is not what people voted for, and it is undemocratic the way that this is played out. I don't really care about the dollars and cents of this, and I hope that you find that as like a token of respect that I'm saying that to you, because what I find frustrating in debates about this stuff is when people gaslight their way through debates and they pretend to care about every single element of an issue when they don't. Again, like, I still don't believe that you care about GDP. I could be wrong. I don't care about this. I don't care about that. I actually just care about the process, the fact that people are here illegally. They're not supposed to be, and that it is wrong, and that they have to go, and that the United States has a right to deport people who are in their country without their consent.
Look, it falls on deaf ears when you're like, it's about rules, and you elected a felon. And it's about rules, but they lied to you right to your face. Pam Bondi and Donald Trump lied right to your face and said, Abrego Garcia, he got due process. He got it. And he clearly didn't. And they lie. They lie to you all the time about the law. They're breaking the law. The Supreme Court ruled 9-0 that they're breaking the law. They lied to you when they tell you that these people did break the law that came in under Biden, and they didn't. They're amnesty seekers. Again, this, when you say like, oh, I don't believe you care about GDP, I don't fucking care. Like, I'm a numbers person. I'm looking at the numbers. I don't care if you think I care about it or not. But for you to have the audacity to say, I care about the process, and I care about the law. Get the fuck out of here. You can't be a Trump person and care about the law. You can't be a Trump person after he pardons all these J6ers and then be like, look at these riots in LA. Can you believe it? These people are crazy. I just don't believe you. I think, Stephen, that you came underprepared for this debate, and you're trying to go back on your feelings. And you don't want to debate the numbers because it's pretty evident that you don't have any numbers to back up what you're saying. So you're doing what I would probably do too. I'd say, I don't want to talk about the numbers. I'd like to talk about the law and what's right and what's wrong. But you guys, you tend to not care so much when the law is right or wrong, when it's your people breaking the law.
I mean, I don't know anything about Trump voters and Trump supporters and voting for lawless Republicans. You again are like miscasting me and straw manning me for fun. But I actually
bring up the election that all these people voted for this. Those are Trump voters, right?
I do actually think that a lot of people who are in our audience today and watching, when I was running for city council last year and just meeting people in my area, there are people who pretend that they care about certain economic questions, the dollars and cents, but most people actually just care about a moral principle or a principle of what they bring to every single policy. And there is a right or wrong thing that actually matters here. When people come into your country uninvited, overstay their welcome, won't leave, and then when you try to make them leave, they burn down a couple of blocks of Los Angeles.
What they burn down? What blocks did they burn down in Los Angeles, Stephen?
Torch the Waymos.
Which blocks,
that
Stephen?
actually...
This is what I'm talking about. You're
lying. There's a good, because I see what's going on. We bring up a thought and then we kind of like stray into the weeds. Stephen, you mentioned the moral portion of things. I'd like to break that down between the two of you and break down the morality between either coming into a country uninvited or even more so booting somebody out who is not legally here. There's a moral foundation built into that. Can the two of you find that foundation and break it down on why it's moral or immoral in either direction?
Yeah, I think Jay could find some, but I'm not sure RTP Talks can. So I'm curious which version of yourself.
Man. This is who I am.
I'm not sure which version of yourself will actually answer that question.
Keep casting those aspersions, Stephen. Well done.
I will.
Yeah, I think that it is immoral to come into this country illegally. I think that it is immoral to come here and overstay your visa, which 90% of the people that are here came here legally and overstayed their visas. I think that in itself is immoral. That's fine. I also find it immoral and more immoral to rip families apart when there are better solutions. The thing about the Republicans is they love to talk about the morality of like, oh, we've got to keep our laws. Well, we could also change our laws. We don't have to use these laws. We could change them. We could do what Ronald Reagan did. Ronald Reagan gave amnesty to 3 million people. And guess what? Those people committed crimes at lower rate. It increased the tax revenue that was coming in. It increased workers. It bolstered local economies. We've done this before. We could do it again. But the problem that I have is the people claiming the moral high ground are literally being inhumane. They are deporting people. They're putting them at Alligator Alcatraz, which is a dumb name, but it's already leaking. If a hurricane comes through there, they won't be treated well. What the lack of humanity while claiming morals blows my fucking mind. I can agree that it's immoral to break the law, but that's a misdemeanor. It's as immoral as any other misdemeanor.
Yeah, no, I think we agree again that it would be better if this country would do comprehensive immigration reform. I wish that would happen. But the fact of the matter is, it has not been able to work its way through Congress.
Why?
It doesn't look like it's going to happen again. Why? Because usually Republicans want everything, and then Democrats want everything, and nobody's actually willing to meet on anything in the middle and burn some sacred cows. Like
it was a bipartisan bill.
We know why this doesn't happen.
James Lankford's a Republican. The Democrats signed on to it in the Senate.
The Lankford bill again.
They sent it to the House. The House said, "Hey, look, we'll sign the Ukraine funding. We'll pay for Ukraine if you include a border bill." So the Senate included a border bill, and when it went to the House, Mike Johnson took the border bill, sat on it. They ran it back through as a standalone bill for the Ukraine funding. They approved the Ukraine funding, and they didn't approve the border bill.
Did you discover that politicians grandstand on issues? We know this.
And they didn't.
We know.
And they didn't pass it because Donald Trump wanted to campaign on it. So how do you explain that to somebody? That Donald Trump let the border crisis keep going on until he was in power, but he also cares about the border. How do you have both of those positions?
I think it's a little bit ridiculous to claim that Donald Trump was like shadow governing while he was not in office and working his way through courtrooms.
Johnson said it.
I mean he has a lot of influence in the Republican caucus, but he was not the president of the United States, and it is actually the job of the current the then sitting president of the United States, Joe Biden, to try and govern and work with the rowdy people in Congress to bring people together. He was just not capable of doing that. We haven't had a president really since George W. Bush that got people or got a deal as far as it got during that time period.
Joe Biden had multiple bills that were passed with bipartisan support. Trump has never had one.
But again, if the American public is at a point where they are so frustrated with the scale and the scope of illegal immigration that there is increased support for deportations and people who are in this country illegally, you give it to them. Like that is a democratic response to how people are feeling in this country. And if there are consequences, I think that there should be consequences. And I hope then that policy comes of that is good. Again, I would like to go back to my original motion that I would like to see the United States population triple in size over the next 20 years. I actually think it is a matter of the national interest and important for our competitiveness in the future.
So deport 11 million people. That'll help us.
Yeah.
So actually, backwards.
Yeah, I know these are dollars. These are dollars and cents, but I do think that it would get us there in the long run. You have to have people actually believe in the immigration system if you're going to triple the size of the country in the long run. If people don't support immigration and you can't even get above the 50% mark, you're never going to get that growth. And part of actually getting us there is going to be cracking down on illegal migrants, getting people out of the country, and trying to re-normalize immigration systems in this country and immigration politics, which has gone completely off the rails in our lifetime. It's important to stabilize that. I'm thinking long-term here. If we can actually go through a period of pretty rigorous deportations with high costs, I think we can get back to a point where immigration and support for it in this country is positive.
Why would that triple the growth? Why would getting rid of immigrants triple the growth? People are going to be so happy to get rid of immigrants, they just start fucking constantly. Like everybody just gets hard because the immigrants are gone and they all just start fucking each other, and then we triple the population. Who the fuck's going to want to come to America when they see the way?
Who the fuck is going
to want to come to America when we watch the way that we treat immigrants? Who is going to want to come here? People, we have a problem in Arizona. We have a problem in Arizona right now. One of the big problems we have in Arizona, if you go down into like the southern parts of Arizona, is that legal migrant labor won't come here anymore. So people who have been coming here for 20 years, who come here seasonally for legal migrant labor that have the same protections as American citizens when it comes to being paid a living wage, they won't come here anymore. The farmers can't find anybody to work because nobody trusts our government. Because like I said, Donald Trump, you could say that people voted for this. Nobody voted for this. You're full of shit. Donald Trump said, I'm going to go after violent criminals. And 70% of who they're going after aren't violent criminals. You can't pretend. One of two things is true. Either Donald Trump lied and you guys didn't know it, or Donald Trump lied and you knew he lied. And now we're back to this situation where you guys seem to be all very upset about a problem. And I'd like to ask you a real question, Stephen. Outside of how outside of how immigrants make Republicans for some reason feel icky, what damage are immigrants as a whole, illegal immigrants as a whole, doing to this country?
What damage are illegal
outside of your feelings?
Outside of my feelings.
And as a whole, right? So you can't use individual examples of like this person robbed a store. As a whole, what is illegal immigration doing that hurts you outside of your feelings?
Yeah, so I would actually go back to distorting the way that representation is counted when we talk about the House of Representatives. 435 House seats that are dispersed based on the U.S. Census and the census of each state and reapportioned accordingly. I think there's actually a huge problem in this country being able to determine where we actually have the most people and who our constituents are. There was who's the congressman, the senator from Maryland who was dealing with Kilmar Abrego Garcia?
Holland? Is it Holland?
I can't remember. It was the Democratic senator who was dealing with Garcia when he was sent to El Salvador. Anyways, when he spoke to the press about going and sitting down and having that breakfast meeting with Garcia, he referred to him as his constituent. And that was really interesting to me. I was going, he's your constituent. He is not actually like a Maryland man. He is, in fact, an illegal immigrant. He's not a citizen.
Wait, no, he wasn't. He was here legally. He had TPS.
Let me please finish my thought, okay? Yeah. He's not a citizen. He's not voting in elections. He's not your constituent.
Yes, he is.
And a lot of the politics, particularly in blue states, has gotten to be so warped where the public school systems, the city councils, the state legislatures are very much responding to the politics of illegal immigrants and people who are not actually supposed to be in this country. And that does actually pose a huge problem for the social fabric, trust in this country, credibility of our institutions, apportionment of seats in Congress. I know these things are boring to you, but I actually think that these things are really, really important.
Just don't count them on the census. You don't have to deport them.
It's a real problem.
Just don't count them on the census then.
I would love that. But
I mean, we have the same problem. Like Arizona.
Because this is about power. Like a huge thing about immigration. It's about power. It's about how many people you command in your state. It's about how many voters you have. It is a huge factor that doesn't get discussed enough in the immigration fight.
So, Stephen, I just real quick for clarification, are you then going to oppose the representation that Republicans are going to garner for these detention facilities? Because I actually live next to Pinal County in Arizona, and like something like a third of that of like Florence, like a third of Florence, which is in Pinal County, their representation are people in prison. Those are people that cannot vote. Those are people that, by the same measure, that people who are here illegally, but that's what happens. Republicans put prisoners in their districts so that they count, and that's why you see all of these detention facilities. Where are they being built? In Republican areas. I just want to make sure you're going to oppose that too. When they count that for the census, you're going to oppose that, right?
Sure. Yeah. If what you're describing is, I don't know if what you're saying is true. But that sounds like something that scumbag people would do. I believe that politicians do scummy things all the time.
So then why don't we just not count them on the census? Why do then we have to deport them? Because not counting them on the census would fix this problem.
Because Americans aren't crying out for census reform; they're crying out for deportation.
Yeah, I think we have a racism problem. Let's be honest. And the reason that I say that, go to DHS right now. Go to dhs.gov and go to their library. They have go to their media releases. And go to their library, and you will see propaganda videos of them detaining immigrants. And I can give you as many hours as you want. I dare you to find me a white person who is being detained and videotaped and used as propaganda. Why are there no white people being detained? There's no white people on visa overstays?
I'm sure they're out there.
Well, where's the videos?
I don't know.
Why
You
do
seem
you
to
think
know.
why do you think that DHS seems to only put up Hispanic people with tattoos?
I think it's because that's a pretty good descriptor of the individuals who are packed into the townhouse next door to me, like 20 of them, who nobody recognizes, trusts, or knows how to talk to. I think actually it is, in fact, what people are most worried about.
That's
which is
racism.
people
You're
co-
describing
well,
racism right now.
No,
You're
so I mean, I
describing
think
looking at somebody with tattoos and saying that they are the problem. You're literally describing what you look at, being scared of it, and then wanting to get rid of it.
I really find like when the Democrats fell over themselves to defend the face tattoo guys in the El Salvador
Oh,
prison.
no, I
to
don't
be
give
like
a shit about people with face
a
tattoos.
new low.
Post Malone has face tattoos. Should we get rid of him too?
No, but
No, not Post.
you know,
Oh, he's white. My bad. Yeah, that's right. Not Post Malone.
I would be in
Is he
favor of getting rid of him. We could
Yeah,
deport
he's
him.
white. He's whatever the color his tattoos are mostly. But yeah, he's a white guy.
Oh, I would have thought he was mixed with something.
He might be. He might be like part sheep. I'm not sure.
No, but I mean, like,
You're just
look,
describing that you're looking at things that you're scared of, Stephen, and you want them to go away. That's what you just described. I don't like this. It makes me nervous. It must go away.
The
And
real
then-
you was
and
there
I
for
think
like
you're right.
10 seconds.
By the way,
and now
I think
we're
you're right.
We're back to this.
I think you're
Okay, all right.
correctly identifying that there are a lot of people in
All right.
America that look at something that looks different than them, and they're fine overlooking everything else and being cruel
Yeah.
because these people look differently. But if it was your dad who had been sent
Mm-hmm.
to CCOT, you would react a little bit differently. If your dad had just
Yeah,
was guilty of a misdemeanor and was now in a life prison sentence in El Salvador, I think you would think differently.
That's my dad. He died 2 months ago.
Well,
Good
fuck,
guy.
that sucks. I'm sorry.
Okay,
I wish I wouldn't use that example.
You're a fucking asshole.
Just fuck off.
no,
Steve.
so-
How am I supposed to know that your dad was
Only
alive?
if
I
he
used an
knew that.
example.
Oh,
but we
Jesus.
won't.
I was
Jesus.
just having fun
Okay,
with you.
my bad, my bad.
Calm down.
What was the first time you swore? It threw me off guard.
So yes, I
Oh my God, you guys are killing me.
so let me go back to the racism point, because that's the real fun thing that everybody wants to talk about. I think people are smart and people make pretty clear differentiations between the kind of people who move into their neighborhood, what they look like, what they do, how they talk, and who they are with. And so it is pretty clear to most people in my neighborhood. And again, there's like this kind of one strip that's a bunch of black guys and black families. And they have like this high level. I know you don't like personal anecdotes from my life, but I'm going to give them to you anyways. There's like this high level of distrust again with like the overcrowded townhomes full of single males. That's sketchy. There's women going in and out of the house at weird hours of the night, mattresses being tossed out. It's sketchy as fuck.
What's
But then
sketchy
there's,
about
like,
that?
There's the units that are the families.
Wait, what's
Nobody
sketchy
ca-
about
nobody-
that?
I want to finish.
Okay.
Then there are the units that are the families. Nobody gives a shit. There are kids playing out in the front yard. They're playing water games in the back. They're grilling. And sure, there's like 15 of them, but it's like parents, lots of children, some cousins. And if you live in a neighborhood, and you and I are both girl dads, you're raising a family, you care a lot about that. You care a lot about whether or not the people next door are family, or if it's 20, 25-year-old males who are just smoking, cussing, tattooed as hell and just creepy. Like,
But
people care. No, people care about these things. And
Yeah.
you can cast it immediately as racism, or you can say that people are actually quite discerning and they go, I'm against a house of 20 Latino males with tattoos who all are packing into this truck in the morning and coming back at night, but I'm completely for the Latino family. So explain to me like how that works, if it's just pure racism or if it's just kind of common sense about how we relate to people.
Yeah, because of statistics, Stephen. Statistically speaking, the person most likely to hurt my daughter and your daughter is someone that we know and someone that looks like us. A white man statistically is most dangerous to your daughter. So when you are looking at white men who are living like you are living, and you're like, oh, they don't scare me, but you're looking at a group of I think you said Latino men who, by the way, you also said have work trucks, so it seems like they have jobs. who just stay up
Yeah.
all night, and they seem to be single, so they're fucking, and maybe it might get a little rambunctious because they keep having to throw out the mattresses, so maybe they got to put down a towel or something. I don't know, but statistically speaking, the people most dangerous to your daughter, you're not afraid of. That's how I know it's racism, Stephen, because you're talking about common sense, and you're talking about feelings, and you are projecting something onto these people that statistically speaking, your priest, your family members, your friends are more likely to hurt your daughter. That's why I say it's racism, because you're not looking at the data to make your decision. You're looking at your feelings and what scares you. And so far, what you've told me is that there's a bunch of people that stay up late, that seem to have jobs, and they have tattoos. And what you haven't done is told me any of the harm that these people have caused in your neighborhood outside of people's thinking that they are harmful. You haven't given me one example of the harm that they're creating. It sounds racist.
The harm that they're creating?
Yeah.
I mean, for one, I mean, you're talking about people who don't know anything about the way that the community works. I mean, they litter and they throw out trash. They don't even know like what fucking trash day is around here. I mean, it's crazy. People who come into these neighborhoods and yeah, no, seriously, they do.
That's
They
what you're
come into
afraid
these
of?
neighborhoods. They don't know the way that the neighborhood works. They don't even know that, like, for example, if you do live in an HOA, like what HOA rules even are. And then communities actually decay.
can't
Housing
read,
values. Housing value. No, people don't bother to
Did you
read
know
when
that?
they're
So
just
can your
like
neighbors
moving in
not
with their
read?
buddy.
Can your neighbors not read?
I know that this is fun for you.
It's not
but
fun for me.
I
You
actually,
just-
I
you-
actually want to try to like finish a
You
point.
can't generally
Let
say
it-
these people
hold
can't
on.
read.
Hold on.
That's
I
racist.
mean, I think we need to be mindful that, I mean, anecdotally, it sits a certain way for you, Stephen, right? But I think, somebody could easily clap back to that and say, well, pick a different neighborhood, right? Or pick one with an HOA, or I would even fire back and say, we have privacy laws. So, like if everybody was leaning in to see what somebody's doing in their backyard or in their home,
Sure.
things of that nature, I would say like that actually, because you were pretty stringent about the process and the legalities of America. It's almost like a constitutionalist, right? And that would be that your very thought here would actually go against what you were kind of preaching to earlier, right? Because we have these privacy laws built in place, and what happens you could have 100 people living in your home if it's your home, right? So I don't know if it's
Not
necessarily
really.
helpful to the cause in terms of your argument. And because it's anecdotal, I don't know if I want to continue down that path necessarily. I would
That's fair.
utilize
It's
I
fine
would
if you don't want
utilize
to continue down
something.
the path. I feel quite confident that people who are watching this know that this is a shared experience. And RTP can try to make this sound like it's gonzo and harebrained all he wants, but this is something that people are actually going through all across this country.
Yeah,
And that's why they're
racists.
voting. That's why they're
Racists.
voting the way that they are.
Yeah, they're
And I would
racist and
I
they're
would like
poorly
to see.
informed. And
I
they're
would like
and they're
to
being
see
lied to by
nativism
their
decline.
politicians. And you guys lie to them, you scare them. Republicans just wake up every day in fear because that's all you guys know. You are just preaching fear, and you're putting that fear onto immigrants, and then you're treating immigrants inhumanely, and you're justifying it. Your only justification so far, Stephen, is littering.
Oh, that was my only justification in
I
this
asked you what they do
hour
to
and
hurt.
22 minutes.
For your neighbors, I asked what harm have they caused, and you said littering and apparently having too many trucks.
Yeah, it's actually a pretty concrete harm when you live in a neighborhood with people. It can actually really impact your quality of life.
I don't know how you'll recover from littering.
You know, I know that you think this is a joke, but when you're talking about people's real lives and their communities and homes that they invest in, communities where they have sort of a stake in actually how things are going, it does play a really big role. The quality of the neighbors that we'll have in the future, the fact of like whether or not my daughter, and again, like my Venezuelan neighbors' daughters feel safe going outside. These things are important. And they don't go outside, by the way, because they don't feel safe here.
But
so they go
there's no
elsewhere.
evidence that they're unsafe, Stephen.
But
Other
you know
than
what?
and then these people have tattoos.
I'm gonna go back here because I know it's like the facts don't care about your feelings thing. But a lot of times in politics, feelings don't care about facts, and the feelings issue here is important, and it is how our politics has gotten to the point where it is. overly polarized. I would also agree that nativism is rising in this country in a way that you and I both dislike. I don't like the tone of our politics. I don't like where Republican politics on immigration has gone. This is not what I got into politics for. But the only way that I think that we can roll this back and to make things better is we have to go through a period of stringent law enforcement to make people believe that this is a real system of rules and laws and accountability. And then if we actually accomplish that, and it's going to be painful, and it's going to be painful for individuals. I talked about that in my opening statement as well. It's not a pleasant process to be deported for a lot of these people, but it is in the best interests of the country.
Based on what, Stephen? Your feelings? This whole thing is that you and a bunch of other Republicans feel like this is the right thing to do. Statistically, economically, you don't have an argument economically. You don't have an argument even when it comes to the rule of law, because your party consistently ignores the rule of law. It is fascinating to watch a party led by Donald Trump lecture people about whether or not misdemeanors are a reason why somebody could get in trouble. You guys, like, your party won't even admit that Donald Trump was held liable for sexually assaulting somebody because it's a civil case. These are civil matters. These are not criminal matters that people are being deported for. They're civil matters, and we're an hour in now, and you're still just telling me that there are other people like you who see people with face tattoos and go, ah! And so they don't feel safe in their neighborhood. This is why people, like, if you look at Democrats have never been more ashamed of their country than they are right now. And it's because we are treating people horrifically based strictly, it appears, on their appearance. That's what I think the problem is. I mean, what's different about what's different about when we rounded Japanese people and put them in internment camps? Was that the right thing to do? Is
that a serious question?
That's a very serious question.
Well,
that seemed to pose a much bigger threat than what we're seeing now. We were actually at war then, and it was still wrong. Or do you agree that we should have done internment camps?
I can't believe you're asking me this. No, I don't support internment camps of the Japanese.
Well, we're doing internment camps for these folks. What's the difference?
Australia had an island off the east coast for housing their illegal immigrants up until just a couple of years ago.
I don't live in Australia, bud. You want to answer this question?
No, it's just like these are Western, like, liberal democracies, and you act like we're the only people.
No.
Detain and deport
this is just
people.
The only country I get to vote in. So you're running against, even every time I ask you a question that you don't want to answer, you do some like little whataboutism, or you're like, what about Australia? I want to know, what's the difference between the internment camps that we put Japanese people in and these internment camps now? What's the difference?
The internment camps of the Japanese, we all know, were instituted because there was generally a belief that if you were Japanese, you were funneling information back to the homeland that you were spying for or cooperating with a foreign power during war.
And was that true?
Well, of course not. And these are detainment facilities for illegal migrants who are going to be waiting for flights, I hope, back to their home countries or third-party countries. If we get, again, and I want to say this very clearly, like, if we get down a year, 2 years down the road, and these people are still sitting in these facilities, I'll come here and just say, like, yeah, I was fucking wrong. This is atrocious. We're just holding these people. There's talk about sending people to Guantanamo Bay, which, if you know anything about Guantanamo Bay, that's just where you go and you just sit and languish for the rest of your life until the next time we close it. If that happens, I'm against it. That's bad. Nobody wants that.
Well,
but if these people are being staged for flights back to their countries of origin, I'm for it. But until that doesn't happen, I think you're just dealing in pretty harebrained theories comparing this to Japanese internment camps. Everybody knows that's not
You're
true.
aware that, of course, there are people that have been held in ICE detention camps for years already, right? You're aware of that?
I am.
Okay, and you're aware that U.S. citizens have been held in ICE detention for up to 50 days.
There were about 75 American citizens in 2022 who were picked up in different ICE raids, and then they were detained for a long period of time. I hope they win their lawsuits.
Yeah, me too. But you just said that
Yeah.
if people wound up being held for years, then you would come on this stream and you would denounce it. Well, it's been years, so I think it's time to denounce it, Stephen.
I mean, I denounce that. I think it's bad, but that doesn't give us carte blanche.
But we should just keep doing it?
That doesn't give us carte blanche to not have an illegal immigration enforcement system where we capture, detain, and deport people, which we both know is a thing that's happening.
Look,
when
deport
people
criminals.
when people languish in the system, I'm against it. One of the things that I think is pretty undeniable about, we don't need to talk about the big beautiful bill, but the amount of money that is being pumped into DHS and ICE. I mean, ICE is now going to be, and I think this is a little bit weird, but they're now going to be like the most well-funded immigrant or law enforcement agency in the country.
Shout out big government.
They're going to be getting more than 100 billion through 2029. DHS is going to be getting even more for enforcement on these issues. But I would like to point us back to the kids in cages stuff again from 2021, 2022, and this continued to occur. In the Biden administration, there was a lot of these images of people in like the foil blankets and stuff, and just the really horrible conditions on the border. I think you might know the pictures I'm talking about, where everybody in those really packed cages wearing tinfoil blankets. This is also like a funding issue. We're going to actually have to put money into this operation if Americans want it to happen. Otherwise, it's a humanitarian tragedy.
Stephen, those people weren't ripped. Those people weren't ripped from their job sites, from their homes, from courts. Those were people that were detained at the border. There's a massive difference between ripping people from their families who are here working, who have committed no crime. Some of them have been here for decades, have never committed a crime. Mm-hmm. They're paying into our system, and we literally, in some cases, ripping them out of the arms of their family to detain them. I appreciate that you want to whataboutism your way out of this one too. But you know what Obama didn't do? You know what Trump didn't do the first time? You know what Biden didn't do? They didn't flood these neighborhoods, break into people's houses. They didn't smash windows, throw in flashbangs for people.
I was just
with
trying to have a level-headed exchange about
history.
the necessity
and I think
of funding
that's a
these
silly.
things.
It's a silly way for you to once again. It's a silly way for you to once again avoid answering any of this. This is new.
You hear that,
this
everybody?
I've
never answered any question. He just keeps doing this routine. No, you actually have to put funding into these different programs and immigration enforcement, because it has become this divisive third rail issue in Congress where nobody ever wants to do anything. One of the probably more positive things that did happen in this budget bill, which again was a monstrosity of an omnibus bill, was to put money where the party's mouth is on this issue. They're actually going to have to be able to fund detainment, housing, and deportation. It's going to require a huge commitment. We've never really done that.
For no benefit.
We've never really done that before. And I think that lack of funding has led to a lot of the things that you're talking about. And again, anybody who's detained who's not supposed to be, I hope they win their lawsuit. That's it.
Yeah, look, I appreciate that. It doesn't change any of this. Is that the reason that we're detaining and rounding up people with no criminal history is because, frankly, I'm like Stephen Miller's running this. Somebody's gonna tell me Stephen Miller's not like just an avowed racist, that he's not a white nationalist. He was best friends with Richard Spencer. He's been since college. He's been spouting white nationalist ideas publicly on the radio. It's who he is, and he's pushing this. And you're going to tell me this isn't about white nationalism. The problem that I think we have more than anything is that Americans, specifically Americans that look like you and I, who don't really have real problems, but we pretend that we do, we've somehow become afraid of immigrants. And so now folks like you are willing to shut your eyes and watch people be treated like second-class citizens and be thrown in prison, some of them thrown in life sentences in countries that they've never even been before, all because you think they're a little bit icky. They look a little bit different to you. And you think that this is going to fix you're going to fix the country? Name me one country who has done mass
lives on the fringes of society,
one country.
Has their payroll taxes
what are you doing, man?
From every check that they're doing on a
You're
farm.
spiraling. Let me ask the question.
They do cheap labor.
Stephen, let me ask the question,
please. They're contributing to our GDP.
Stephen, let me ask the question, please.
And they're funding our Social Security, but
you're falling apart.
We don't want to have them. We don't want to have them documented. Those are second-class citizens.
You ready for the question now, Stephen?
A person who doesn't actually belong in the country, who is an illegal immigrant, who's sitting in a detainment facility to go home, it's not a second-class citizen.
Dope.
They're nothing at all. They're a citizen of someone else's country, and they're going home.
They are nothing at all. I think that
nothing at all.
encapsulates. Steve, just give me an example in history when mass deportation was a good thing.
I don't know, man.
Yeah. Weird,
I
huh?
don't know.
Seems like all the ones we know about turned out to be really
doing like
fucking horrific,
you doing
huh?
some like little Google research to like arm yourself while we're chatting. I don't know. I don't have a good example off the top of my head of like a mass deportation campaign that was positive.
Could you think of some that were bad?
I think here that we are dealing again in
Could you think of some that,
political
Stephen, if we're
rot
going
in
to have a
this
discussion,
country.
at some point you've got to respond to the things I'm saying
At
instead of
some
just whatever the
point.
fuck you want.
At some
All
point.
right.
At some point.
Here's
This
what we're
is-
gonna do, because I feel like this is not going anywhere positive, right? I don't think we're making any headway in the conversation. And so what I'd like to do, if gentlemen, if you'll oblige me, if you're agreeable, I'd like to move into closing statements and do read and respond to super chats. And I think that if we open the panel up, I think we might get somewhere a little further with the conversation, to allow a little more room for other thought processes, because Stephen is, you're kind of going in one direction, RTP is going in another, but we're not really getting any clarification or conclusion per se between the two directions that you're going in, right? We're not coming together on those. So maybe if we can bring in some other folks, we can actually get through different points, or maybe somebody can translate and bring that together. Would that be okay with the both of you?
Sure.
Yeah, have at it.
Okay. All right. So Stephen, if you'd like to kick off with your closing statement, please.
Yeah, closing statement. I am concerned about the heart and direction of this country. I feel like it is getting embittered. It is getting ugly. I think something that Jay and I both agree on is that there is a rise in nativist sentiment that is capturing politics in this country. There is distrust amongst people and their neighbors. There's distrust against people and their political institutions. I worry that it's all going to fall apart. I really do. I think that immigration as an issue is going to be the next issue that breaks apart this country into some kind of meaningful conflict. I think that it's something that is not in the realm of fiction. I think immigration is the thing that will do that. It might be in the realm of brass tacks, where it's just really, combat between states over, again, representation in Congress and who has the most power when they go to Washington, D.C., and who is lining their populations with illegal immigrants to increase their political power. And then I just also believe that it's going to break down because of a lack of good faith and goodwill in our communities at home. I think we actually have to address it. Deportation is something that we just don't do enough of. We don't fund it well enough, and we don't take it seriously. I think that this is the best thing for the country to get back on the right track. And I think that if we actually go through a period of pretty stringent law enforcement and look, I think just like really in some cases, just going hard on this issue of deportations and immigration, we will get back to a point where the American public feels comfortable again and supportive of immigration, which we need. We have talked a little bit about the Social Security bomb that's going to be a big problem for this country, retirement, different entitlements programs. The money does not come from nowhere. And again, like white folks aren't having enough kids to actually keep the whole thing afloat. It's going to be a big problem. So immigrants are a huge part of our future. And we actually have to get the political will in this country back in a place where we can do that. And that's going to require a little bit of dad action in Washington, Trump coming and being law and order. And then we can get back to being nice and namby-pamby about it again. That's my closer.
Thank you, Stephen, and RTP to you.
We've done this for an hour and a half, and I thought I was pretty careful about cultivating an opening statement where I thought we were going to be able to talk about statistics and data. And I think that Republicans in general, and Stephen in this discussion, they don't want to talk about those numbers. They want to talk a lot about their feelings. It was, I feel. He said, I worry that this will all fall apart. And I believe that that's what Republicans think. And they think that because they are fed a steady diet of lies by white nationalists parading as patriots, trying to convince them that what is the problem in this country is immigrants and not vulture capitalists, not wealth inequality, not a lack of access to healthcare, not a lack of access to good paying jobs, not a lack of access to quality food, not a lack of access to a quality education. It is indeed the brown people. It's always the brown people. Every great democracy or every great country who has falls this exact same way. They scapegoat people. In Germany, it was the Jews. In the United States, it's going to be brown immigrants. If you want to look at the numbers, though, a comprehensive analysis by the American Immigration Council estimates that deporting 13.3 million undocumented immigrants in a single large-scale operation would cost at least $315 billion, but better estimates are probably around $800 billion. And on top of that $800 billion, we are going to lose a net positive of $50 billion that comes into our economy. And all of this could be avoided if we just granted amnesty to those who are here, who are working hard, who are raising families, who have no criminal history, and they could keep working where they're at, and they could contribute to society. Most studies, almost every studies, found that illegal immigration has almost no effect on the average wages of American, native-born American workers. Some research even shows that there is a positive effect. There is almost no danger posed to you by immigrants as a collective, although sometimes an immigrant can cause you a problem. The result of all of this, if Donald Trump is successful, is that we will have the least effective, most expensive, and most hate-filled deportation in the history of this country. Obama deported far more people than Trump, and he did it without riots in the streets. Biden deported more people than Trump, and he did it without riots in the street. Trump 1.0 was able to deport more people without riots in the street. It's the cruelty. And the result will be that a bunch of white nationalists will be happy that they were able to convince generic Republicans that the great replacement theory is real, and they will be happier, but our country will be poorer, and it will be more white, and we will destroy our credibility amongst any Latino country, forcing us to go find labor somewhere else that we desperately need, and then try and convince those people, hey, this time though, in America, we're going to be cool this time. This time we're going to be cool. Don't look at the past. That's it.
Fair enough. Thank you, RTP. And I am dropping the open panel link in chat for anyone who, especially all you crap talkers out in the chat there. I see you. The panel is officially open backstage. Please feel free to hop back there while we go through the super chats. For the chats, I'm going to go ahead and only read 10 and up for now, just for purposes of time, but I will get through the $5 super chats a little later throughout open panel. So bear with me. I will read them. We will have some fun with them. Gentlemen, if you want to respond to the super chat, you're more than welcome to. I like it short and sweet, concise, and to the point. For anyone who would like to, if either of you would like to respond to them. Otherwise, if nobody talks, I will just move on. A Tard Wrangler with the Big 20 says, why should we not strongly encourage motherhood? Importing people from nations that are also declining in population is only delaying the inevitable. We need to strengthen the family unit, even if it seems oh, say it for me. I can never say these words.
Even if it seems tyrannical. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, I agree in spirit. And, I love the idea. It speaks to me, but there's just no way to do this. You can't make people procreate, have more babies. I don't even believe in this whole idea about, tax credits for people having more kids. I just don't believe that family planning decisions happen on the basis of the tax code. I think that family planning might occur much more on the basis of livability. I think student debt is a huge driver, actually, of why people delay having families, because there's just sort of this myth out there in family formation that you have to be financially well off before you start a family. I think that is actually completely untrue, but you're not going to be able to fix that at the governmental level. That's going to happen down at the bottom of society. And I think that's just not something that's going to work, but I'm with you in spirit.
Yep. Anything from you, RTP?
Yeah, look, I think we should maybe we should stop attacking women's bodily autonomy. Maybe we shouldn't have questions like it happened in Florida last week, where we have a sitting member of Congress who couldn't get an abortion, almost lost her life because of confusion with abortion policy. Maybe we should do something about wealth inequality. Maybe we should do something about maternity leave. Maybe we should do something about paid leave. Maybe we should do something about wages. Maybe we should do something about universal health care. There's a million things we could do to encourage mothers to have more children, but deporting brown people doesn't do a goddamn thing to facilitate that.
And Tard Wrangler follows up with a correction to say, excuse me, declining birth rates, not populations. Thank you for the clarification. Midnight in Exile with the Big 10 says, this Mo just wants as many in as it takes for him to get social approval. He don't give a fuck about my, not his, working class of this country. F him, and Sarah is a Vulcan.
Am I the Mo?
Either-
Is that me? Am I Mo? The Mo?
I'm not sure what's going on here.
Yeah, I'm not. I kind of had a hard time understanding which way that was going as well. No thoughts. That's okay too.
Send
but
me $10, and then we'll figure it out.
I think he's talking about me, and I think it's the same claim Steven leveled at me. And it's when you attack what I care about, it means that you don't have an answer for the fact that, statistically speaking, there wasn't a single argument I laid out tonight that was even attempted to be argued, and we'll see that in the chat continue. You guys want to talk about my personal feelings? You can attack the data. I don't have personal feelings about this. I want the right thing for this country, and I want to do the right thing according to the numbers, and I don't think we're doing that.
Yeah. May I respond to that just real quick?
Absolutely.
Yeah, just one of the things that I think is really important to concede here is that, you wanted to have a conversation about data and the numbers and a lot of the concrete consequences of stuff like this. I don't entirely disagree with a lot of that. I think there are going to be really concrete consequences to a lot of the things that you're talking about. There are actual dollars and cents put into the economy, into our country, into our entitlement programs by illegal immigrants. I just don't think that we should be in this situation. I think we actually have to find a way to rip this Band-Aid off and figure out what our country is actually made of without a two-tiered society of people living in the shadows and people who live legally. I just don't think it's good for us. So I've kind of gotten to a point where I'm going, we might need to damn the torpedoes here and figure out what's really going on. And there might be some real hurt from that. So.
But again, you haven't even been able to show me what the problem is outside of that people think this is.
I just try to talk to you like a normal person over and over and over again, and you don't want to do that. But that's fine. Keep doing you.
No, I'm saying,
right,
I'm just saying that you haven't shown me a problem. It's just that you say that people don't like it, and that seems to be the problem. I don't think people not liking something.
I think that's a big problem in a free country of free people who are supposed to govern themselves, and where you call it a democracy. I think that actually does matter a whole lot.
I wonder if maybe the likability, Stephen, might come down to other factors, and maybe you can peel through that throughout because I feel like that's probably going to be a big piece of the commentary coming from the panel.
The likability,
why the likability factor is important, because I'm sure you could derive from that all of these other issues of why people would actually not like that, right? Aside from tattoos and 25-year-old dudes in a house next door, yeah. I think there are, something you could say, maybe if there's 20 people living in one house, and maybe only one of them is actually a legal citizen paying taxes and they're accounted for, and so on and so forth. I would go down the route of, what about the other 20 people not paying taxes towards that school system? And because the school system failing was brought up as in context, maybe you could derive or maybe deep dive a little further into why that likability is a bigger issue based on root-based factors. Maybe that's something we can get into on the panel. I think you can find it. I think it's there. I think we just should root base it. Thunderstorm with the Big 10 says, why don't we pay these people to live in their own homelands? The trillions spent on giving them us, say it for me.
Homogeneity.
Thank you. Creating safety and prosperity. Any thoughts?
No.
Yeah,
Hey.
statistically speaking, people who immigrate here are less
No.
likely to commit crimes, specifically violent crimes. So if we want more safety and prosperity, my recommendation is that we bring in more immigrants because they commit crimes at lower rates. Again, this is just like, it feels a lot like brown people bad. There's no data to support this.
Yeah, I mean, again, and I don't dispute that data point at all. It's factual. And I think when you can just go through the illegal versus legal immigration process in this country and rebuild trust that the legal process is credible and that the people who are going through the process have been vetted, that they belong here, I think you'll get to a point where people do understand this. I believe that in my own personal experience. People who come to this country, again, risking life and limb to be here, going through the process, they're hardworking, entrepreneurial. They try to stay as clean as possible. They don't have that American privilege that just taints so many people who have been here for the longest time that think they can just do whatever they want and never put anything back into the system. I think those people do contribute a lot, but the problem is that we don't have any sense of trust across our society that the person next door is actually one of those vetted individuals. We need to restore that somehow.
All right. Tard Wrangler, again with a big 20, says illegals are a net drain. They receive many, many benefits and they don't pay into the system because they are on government work programs. And they send a lot of this money back to their homes to pay off cartels' debts.
Yeah,
I mean, they certainly send a lot of money back home. I don't know about cartel debts, but
I think this is a good example of people just following their feelings and repeating dumb shit that dumb shit Republicans say all the time. I've given these numbers like 15 times on this. So Wrangler, one more time, they are a net positive, $50 billion net positive. When you take the expenses that we spend on illegal immigrants and we take the money that they put into our economy, it is a net benefit. This is just what people say to dumb people to get them to vote for Republicans. Be scared of immigrants, please. And then they just lie to you about this shit, and you show up and you say this shit. But I appreciate you being here.
Fair enough, Jess.
We appreciate it too.
Jester all with a big 10 says, when I was working in Germany illegally after 2 years, they caught me and deported me back to the U.S. Were they wrong to do that? I think it's a hypothetical.
I don't care, but you got to shut the fuck up forever about illegal immigration because that was you. You're out there. You don't get an opinion on this. You're a lawbreaker. You shut the fuck up. I don't know what Germany's laws are. I don't have a problem with deporting people here. I just want to do the thing that seems the smartest. Maybe they didn't feel like you were a net benefit to their society, and they sent you back here.
No, yeah, obviously. Kick them out.
Gavin Freenon with a big 10, granting his argument about illegals bringing in money, companies actively pay them lower wages while legal Americans are suffering unemployment. This is actively an issue in Chicago where I work.
I think Americans are both suffering unemployment, but they are also rolling through unemployment voluntarily and living off the entitlement system just as much as some of the people that folks in this chat would accuse of using it as well. Folks in this country are dealing with a whole wealth of issues, including drug addiction and just over dependence on things like different parts of welfare. So yes, there is an unemployment issue. There are some jobs in which people get priced out of the market by imported labor working for pennies on the dollar. But, I just kind of believe that if you're missing a job, you haven't looked hard enough and you need to get out there and make yourself useful.
I'd give you a hug for that one, Steven. This would be a hug moment.
Aww.
He doesn't even want. Look at him. He doesn't even want it. Look, I covered this before, but you can go look at Brookings Institute. You can look at 11/6/727 House document ppic.org. The research shows that generally speaking, when it comes to wages, illegal immigration has positive wealth gains for American citizens, anywhere from 0.1 to 0.6%. percent. It mostly has no effect, though. I mean, it's very, very marginal. But again, this is a thing that Republicans lie to you about to get you to be afraid of immigrants so they can deport immigrants because, and it's crazy that this will get a bad response, but like all of you guys, a lot of people in this chat are listening to open white nationalists who have been warning us repeatedly about a replacement and that people were coming to replace you. People like Charlie Kirk, people like Nick Fuentes, people like Tim Pool, who repeat this day in and day out. They are trying to scare you. They want just white people here. They want Christian white people here in this country. So they lie to you over and over again. And all it really takes, like everybody that's here, you can all do this. If you're watching this, I know that you have the internet. Google it. Use ChatGPT. Use Grok. Use Perplexity. I don't care what it is. Just ask, do illegal immigrants, are they a net positive or a net negative economically? And you'll all get the same answer. And unfortunately, where that leaves a lot of you is you'll say, nah, I don't trust the internet. I trust my feelings instead.
Fair enough. Well, I've got 4 more, and then we'll bring on the panel and have some more fun. Tard Wrangler again with the Big Ten. Where was the due process when they came into my country and overstayed their visa? Fuck these people. Get them out of my country. A family deported together stays together. Jesus Lord.
I agree. No family separation. Keep them together. Goodbye.
Yeah, due process happens once you're accused of a crime, not before you're accused of a crime, which is why Wrangler, when you ran into a stop sign with your car because you couldn't figure out the brakes and the gas, you weren't charged with that before you did it. So it's a remarkably dumb question to say, like, why did they do due process before we charged them? The due process comes when you're charged with the crime. That's where the due process was.
Okay. Gavin with the Big Ten says, do people really think only white people are concerned or experiencing this in their neighborhoods? Your party thinks dudes can give birth, but the right lies all the time.
Yeah, one of the biggest developments in the polling on support for immigration and deportations, of course, comes from shifts in the Black community over the past 15 to 20 years. This is something that Democrats really struggle to talk about. Is how the people in their coalition of the ascendant and different minority groups, they don't all like have a common cause like they thought they were. And there is actually a lot of infighting. There's a lot of resentment, particularly in big cities and blue states about who is living on the system and who's getting the most attention from Democratic politicians. If you're a Black voter in Chicago, you're probably more accustomed to the city catering to some of your interests than you are to them catering to illegals who were just shipped in over the past 4 years. And this is actually like a real issue. This also breaks down into not being able to understand little things like that Guatemalans might hate Mexicans or El Salvadorians don't like the Venezuelans. There's just a lot of infighting between these groups, and there are major concerns between all of them about illegals packing into their neighborhood when they're from countries that they don't like. And again, this never gets talked about in the mainstream media at all when it regards immigration, but it's very real.
Yeah, Stephen just, during that answer, Stephen did the same thing he did from the beginning. I don't know how many more times we have to correct this, and this is the problem with the right, is you guys just always fucking lie. There were not a bunch of illegals shipped in over the last 4 years. Stephen, once again, look in the camera. Asylum is a legal process, Stephen. Those are legal immigrants, Stephen.
Nobody believes what you're saying. You can just keep saying it over and over again. They were asylum seekers.
Stephen, it was my turn. I didn't interrupt you.
They weren't illegal.
I didn't interrupt you, Stephen.
It is RTP's
You have to
turn.
use these lies and this inflammatory language. And to answer your question, do I really think only white people are concerned or experiencing this in their neighborhoods? No. I'm wondering what the fuck you're experiencing, though. Because what Stephen told me is somebody littered and they had too many cars. And what they told me in Springfield is they were eating the pets. And every time I ask you, what are you experiencing? It seems to be that there's more brown people. And secondly, about dudes giving birth, I don't know why you guys are obsessed with trans people. It's sick. It's weird. Like nobody in my party ever gets together and talks about trans people. But you guys we're having an immigration debate and you're like, oh, trans people. Just come already. It's fine. Let it out. We won't look at your search history. Just come already. But let us get back to immigration, please, where we can lie about why you guys are afraid of brown people.
Oh my Dear Lord. Thunderstorm with Big Ten just to ask the question, why don't you have a doorknob, RTP?
This is
I think he's
actually
referring
these are sliding
closet.
doors, so they just have
Yeah.
like the hole. They're sliding doors.
Couldn't afford a doorknob.
And a last one, and
It's a joke. Just laugh. God
It's
damn
all
it.
right.
he spent more money on the mustache.
That's right.
One more, and then we'll open up the panel and hopefully have some fun. Thunderstorm with the Big Ten. I'm sorry. Worst Viking ever says RTP. Where was this passion and outrage when 300,000 brown children went missing under Biden Harris? Hope your pup gets well soon. Thank you.
The outrage when 300,000 brown people went missing under Biden and Harris, who also were missing under Trump, who also were missing under Obama. This is, again, a fundamental misunderstanding. Now, you don't give a fuck about these children at all because you want to deport them anyways. But if we want to clear this up, the 3,000 missing people, they were handed off. Right? They were handed off to a caretaker. And what this 300,000 number is just people not checking in. They're just supposed to check in. And when they don't check in, they say that they're lost. There's no evidence that these people are missing. There's no evidence that these people are being harmed. It's really hard to keep track of people, and that's what that number was. So the outrage was we should fix our system, but where was your outrage during the Trump administration when almost that exact number occurred? Oh, you didn't know about it because they don't ever tell you the truth. They lie to you so that you can justify why you want to deport brown people. I said it at the beginning. I'll say it again. Everything you guys believe about immigration is a fucking lie. Everything. I can't even get Steven to figure out the difference between legal and illegal immigration. After 2 hours, we're still calling legal immigrants illegal immigrants. Why? Because that
They're
scares
all
people.
asylum
And
seekers,
that's better.
everybody. Remember.
They are asylum seekers. That doesn't mean they were
shouted
granted
asylum.
asylum. Yeah, that's
Okay.
what they did,
Moving
Steven.
on.
It's a legal process.
Okay. All right. Well, let's go ahead. I've got a full panel sitting backstage, and I think I've got one for each of you back there. Actually, probably 5 for each of you to take
dear.
on.
Orgy. About that,
It's
Steven?
going to be fun. Steven, can you stick around a little longer?
Yeah, I can do a little.
You got this. I believe in you. I think it'll be more fun for you. Now that I understand your style of banter, I think it's going to be a blast. All right, let's go.
I think Rob Norris is going to show up.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I'll just say gentlemen because there's all boys on here, gentlemen. Okay, most of you know the rules of this house. Open panel means I am in charge, and when I tell you to shut up, you zip it. And if you don't, the chat can and will boot you. The only 2 people that cannot be booted from this stream this evening at all, with any sort of donos, I don't care how much you send, unless it's $1 million, then we'll talk, is Steven and RTP, of course. They are the guest panelists of the evening. The rest of you are just volunteer minions who are here because you want to be. All right, so chat, you can choose to boot anyone off the screen. You know the drill. $5 starting. Gets them definitely 5 minutes in the back. And I've got 2 more people sitting backstage ready to come up as well, so they can be replaced. And I'm sure the panel will be shaken up some more throughout the evening. Also, the gauntlet is now open. I will be dropping the link in the chat. We will be shutting down Tomato here within the next 15 minutes. Ryan, you already got a boot.
Can I say one thing before?
Damn,
One
Ryan,
thing
sorry,
before.
buddy.
Go ahead. It happens.
Okay, so I mean, like Steven, I think admitted multiple times throughout the debate, and especially towards the end, that this is going to harm the country. As like a net that will be a net harm. He seems to just kind of have been justifying it. saying over and over that that people just want it, which is frankly debatable. I don't think most Americans do support deporting undocumented people who aren't committing crimes, who are showing up to court, and who are working and contributing to society. Even Trump originally claimed he was only targeting violent criminals, but that's not what's happening. We're deporting peaceful people, some to foreign prisons and even war zones. So I'll see you all in 5 minutes.
So may I go first, Sarah?
Yes.
Thank
Who's got the echo? Somebody's got the echo.
Not me.
Oh, all right. And then also, Wick, you got a boot as well.
No, I didn't. Keep looking at the super
Oh,
chats.
my apologies. It just
You're
came through on
okay.
my end. You're okay. Wick stays, and you've got a $15 credit. All right. If anybody wanted
Wickers
to
come through.
respond
Okay, that's all I'm saying. Anyway.
to what Ryan said, you were more than welcome to go.
Yeah, I want to respond to that. First off, when did you this new narrative that Trump would only wanted to go after people who were here that were committing crimes? That was never the case. When he said mass deportations, that meant if you're here legally, you could get deported. I don't know why. When did that change? That you guys say, "Oh, he's not doing what he said he was going to do." He said if you were here legally, you were going to get deported.
He said
So if I may come in real quickly, I'm sorry, but I guess as the only Latin American ex-migrant who returned home and somebody who works with migration for the past 25 years, first, thank you, Sarah, for having me. Second, what a
Wait,
subpar.
hold on? Can you respond to what I just said first?
Yeah, we don't want to
before
keep opening up new doors.
Thanks.
So it is appalling to see that
No. You're still doing it. He didn't respond to what I said. Let him respond first, and then you can go.
All right, please respond, and I'll go afterwards.
I mean,
Michael, who are you directing that to, by the way?
To RTP.
What's up, Tex? How are you, my friend? I'm here because of Michael. Michael's the one that reached out to you, right, Sarah?
Yeah.
There you go.
Was it my?
Yeah, that was me. Yeah.
Look, Trump was very specific on the campaign trail that they were going to go after, that they were going to target the criminals and those who were here doing violent crime. And
Did he hold on? Did he say he's going to stop?
Real quick.
Okay, go ahead.
70%.
Let him
like if we
finish.
look at LA and you look at the numbers, like over 70% are not criminals at all. So the allegation is that this thing that he said they were going to do whereas what the focus was going to be, I don't think that's true. You don't find violent criminals at work. You don't find violent criminals at their work or at court. I think the problem that we have is ICE is full of bitches and they don't want to get in any real trouble. So they don't go to dangerous neighborhoods and do dangerous things. They show up and go after people who aren't going to fight back, and they do it with masks because they're all a bunch of bitches.
Well, there's an actual reason for this is because Stephen Miller directed them to find easier targets. They specifically stopped by design going after violent criminals because that took too many man hours. It put them at too much risk. They weren't hitting their numbers, and so it was just easier to go after the people where they knew where they were going to be. They knew the people who would show up to court dates.
Well, that's the thing. Who cares?
I may finish, please. And they knew this, right? And so by design, they have deprioritized, and this is Stephen Miller has said this. This is their policy, stated policy, is by design. They're going to not go after the violent criminals, and they're going to instead focus and prioritize the nonviolent.
Can we accept that
Hold on, Wick, your mic is fishbowling.
What do you mean fishbowl?
Can we accept?
It sounds like you're in a fishbowl.
Oh, let me see if I can fix that. But
It,
do
like, went
you
out
hear
for a
my
second.
point at least? Right?
Yeah.
Does that answer your
Yeah.
question?
Yeah.
Can we agree that the rhetoric about criminals and illegality is just a gaslighting that is senseless in every sense of the word? Because let me put this forward out here. The debate was completely subpar in many ways. RTP, you were better-ish. You still have a lot to learn in regards to the subject, but Stephen, I'm going to go here with 3 simple questions.
Okay.
Straightforward, shoot 'em up. 1, in the last 25 years, can you concisely say what are the major factors that have contributed to displacement of people, therefore the irregular undocumented migration towards the United States? Second, you talked about Venezuelan. I am Tico, I am Venezuelan.
Cool.
Can you tell me in the last 25 years how many people have exodus out of Venezuela and how many have chosen the United States and where the majority of Venezuelans actually migrate to. And third, in the last 4 administrations, that's George
You're
Bush.
assuming that I have a good memory.
Well, I mean, don't get me wrong.
It's all right.
Hold on. I haven't finished.
Here.
Okay, don't get me wrong. These are rhetorical questions. I'm testing your knowledge. If you're talking about this subject, you should be able to answer those questions like this.
No, you shouldn't.
Oh yeah, because that's what goes on.
I can answer them like this.
Yes.
I can answer them like this.
I think it's great.
The last question. Hold on. The last question.
Before you interrupted, I responded to 2.
Yeah, but you interrupted me before I finished. So let me finish with this.
And you interrupted me, so I guess you're even.
Let's run through one line at a time. Stephen, if you want to go ahead and
yeah,
I have one more.
I know you got one more. I'm just trying
okay,
to I'm trying to discourse with you in a calm and respectful manner. So the first 2 questions, I don't come on here pretending that I know everything. I just got invited to come on here and chat, and here I am sharing my opinions. The first question was about what's driving immigration and migration from the Southern Hemisphere. I think depending on who you talk to, you get one of 2 answers. There would be political instability, unrest, and then you've got people who would attribute that to climate issues. So a bunch of different factors creating unrest south of the border, driving people up. And then some people will say that it has a lot to do with U.S. meddling south of the border in Latin America and South America, and that it's a self-imposed thing that we've done to ourselves and blah, blah, blah. We're just getting what we deserve. I'm sure that you have a concrete answer, and I'm open to hearing it. The second one, how many people have left Venezuela? I don't know. You have the number?
Yes. So first question, which was rhetorical. First, the driving force towards irregular, undocumented migration is related directly and caused by the war on drugs.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's directly done by that.
Huge factor. Yeah.
The second and third factors have to do and are related to the social, political, and economic instabilities, not only through climate change, but through the issues that are happening, for example, in the regime of Ortega, regime of Maduro, Chavez, etc.
Yep.
And to answer the second question, 6 to 8 million Venezuelans, so my people, have exodus out of Venezuela in the last 25 years, more concentrated within the last 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
Out of that, 85% have chosen countries near Latin America. That means Colombia, Ecuador, Panama, Costa Rica, Mexico, so on. Out of that, the remaining 15% have about 5% have chosen the United States, and the remaining have chosen between Europe, mainly Spain, UK, Germany, etc., Africa, and Asia.
Okay.
So in the matters of the Venezuelans, the majority have not chosen the United States because they consider that the United States is not a country for them.
Okay.
Okay.
So, Jay, can I hold on 1 second? I just want to ask Jay one question. Let's just hypothetically say that immigration, Trump's deportations were a net positive for the country. I know you said it's a net negative economically, but let's just hypothetically say it was a net positive. Every average American would have an extra $1,000 in their bank account by the end of the year. Would you be okay with deportations then?
I think you'd have a stronger. Make sure I'm not on mute. I think you'd have a stronger argument. I don't think I would be still supportive of the way that it's being done and the lack of humanity. But like, I'm not against deportations in general. I know that my policy of what I would want the immigration system to be wouldn't be that popular. I would have a hard time getting people to want the same thing that I want. But I would certainly be more okay with it if it made sense on any level. The problem is with this is I don't think it makes sense on any level except for people feel a certain way. And I think that's a silly way to
RTP,
determine things.
Real quick question.
Sure.
What is the difference? What is the material difference between the so-called legal and illegal migration?
If they're doing it legally or not?
No. The material difference between illegal and legal is an economic one. Why? What? Because if you migrate legally, you are willingly moving to another country because you have a job opportunity, because you have family members over there, so many other factors.
Seeking asylum.
The illegality, seeking asylum, etc. The so-called illegality has to do with the factors that we already spoke. So the question is, in the last 4 administrations, Bush, Obama, Trump, and Biden, why haven't either Republicans or Democrats attended the issues that have fueled and aggravated the displacement of people, then creating the conditions of undocumented irregular migrants towards the United States? Hell, we had Kamala Harris here. Do not come. I was there in Guatemala, for crying out loud. When she said that, I almost puked.
Always
Because
with
it was
the anecdotals, did so. Always with the anecdotals.
Well,
Yeah, look,
I think the thing is, Jay doesn't.
I think
Let
people
me
are.
just sum this up real quick.
Wait, don't speak for me. Don't speak for me.
No. I'm not speaking for you.
Oh, okay.
But like, all right. For instance, because I've had this argument with you before. I've said Obama has deported more people than Trump on average per day. Biden has deported more people on average per day. And what you say is, well, it's because they do a cruelty. The way they're doing it is cruel. That, you know, the White House, they have make these mute little videos and clips. It's propaganda, basically. All right. But obviously they're doing that for a reason, because that's what they think that people want to see. They want to see people getting deported, right?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
so,
And I have
so
a
what's
problem
the
with, I have a
difference?
problem with that.
But this was still happening regardless of whether they were filming it or not during Obama and Biden. Do you think they? Hold on. I'm not done. Do you think they were only going after criminals then?
Well, let me ask you a question. Tex, that's your wife there in that picture?
Yeah.
You like having sex with your wife?
Yeah, we have a
Would you
baby
like
on the
me
way.
to,
Yeah.
Would you like me to put that up on the internet? Would you feel differently about that sex with your wife if I put it up on the internet?
Lord,
how do you know we haven't?
That's a fair point. I'm asking you the question. Would you feel differently?
Would I feel?
It's
I don't know.
the cruelty that's the point. Like, the cruelty of all of this is the point. That's the thing that gets Republicans dick hard. Like, that's why we're calling it alligator whatever. That's why they have like, nobody's getting away from these detention centers. We don't need a fucking moat. Why do we have a moat? Why are we calling it alligator Alcatraz? Why are we just selling merch? Because it's the cruelty. That's what gets Republicans
so you would be
excited.
you would be fine if they hold on. You would be fine with it if they weren't glorifying it, is what you're saying.
I mean, I would not be okay with them go. I don't think that it makes any sense to go into workplaces, and I certainly don't think the one that makes me the most mad is the people that are going to court. They're clearly people who are trying to get their immigration status in order, and they're going to their court dates, and then they are being picked up at court. Why? Once again, I'll say it again. These ICE agents are a bunch of bitches, and they have a quota, and so they have to act like bitches and go to court for low-hanging fruit, and they are not going after the people that are causing any harm at all. They're just deporting people who are desperate to stay here and who are clearly law-abiding citizens who I would like to keep here.
All right. Well, do you think that might change? Do you think that might change?
Allow me.
This is a bipartisan problem. I'm sorry.
Just for logistic purposes only, I'm shutting the tomato side down. So if you're watching over on the tomato side, I did set up a raid. It should automatically raid you into the gauntlet. If not, I am going to drop the link in the live chat now. But start moving over. Tomato is shutting down.
So do you think? I know you're not a big.
Hold on, Michael.
Hold on. I'm going to leave soon, and then you can talk all. I'm going to leave soon, and you can talk all you want.
Go ahead, please.
All right. So I know you're not a fan of the big beautiful bill, but as far as immigration goes, I think they're getting $180 billion for ICE and whatever. So do you think that might change? Do you think they might? If that does, are you going to be okay with it if they just start going after more criminals? I mean, or you're just not cool with with the deportations at all? What makes you cool with deportations?
Yeah,
like, what would be okay? What would be okay with you?
Yeah, I have no problem with them going after violent criminals and deporting them. That wouldn't bother me at all.
And as long as they get due process, right?
Well, yeah, everybody should have due process. Yeah.
I do have a question for Stephen, if I may, and I don't know how long Stephen's going to be here, so I'd like to ask. You said a couple things during the debate that I was curious about. Right?
Okay,
you mentioned you had a problem because of the lack of trust with each other. You went off on a bunch about how Americans don't trust each other anymore. They don't know their neighbors, etc. Can you connect for me immigration to that? Because from my perspective, the biggest causal factor in that are these things.
Yeah.
Right? and social media in general. Like it's like trying to fight a fire or try to fight a flood. Like if your home is flooding, by breaking out the fire extinguisher, right?
Mhm.
Tackling the immigration. So I'm just really curious if you can connect those things for me, please.
Yeah, I'll do my best. And I know we have been poo-pooing personal anecdote, but I think it's important about how people actually come to understand the world and to talk about it. Just for example, going to city council meetings around here and listening to people talk to try to have their voices heard about matters going on in the city. And people are talking in English up on stage. Your city and local officials think that they're communicating with people in the audience based on English. But then you have this huge group of people in the audience who actually are there and only speaking Spanish. And they've got their own translator there talking to them and explaining what's going on to the issues. And everybody in that room is having like two unique experiences of local government and actually participating in their community. They're not talking to one another. They don't have any understanding of each other's issues. I think one of the main driving issues with not knowing your neighbors when it comes to the immigration side of the issue has a lot to do with the language barrier, has a lot to do with participation in the community because of the language barrier. I just think when you get a slower process through immigration, when you go through the system, again, it's a really clunky and long system, you're going to get people who come out on the other end and participate more in the communities that they go to. That's how I feel about it. I think that for me, that's the connection. Phones are a huge part of it, distraction culture, social media and all that. But look, I mean, immigration has absolutely played a huge role in making people feel like their communities are not stitched together and united in the issues that they have to tackle.
So, if just to follow up just real quick on that, I obviously disagree, right?
Okay.
Fair enough. But I think that because immigration has always been with us, and I've lived all over the country,
Yeah.
right? Jersey, California, Florida, currently Pennsylvania, right?
Plays
And
out differently in different areas.
yeah, absolutely, right.
Mhm.
And different towns will have different experiences with these things, right? I just something that RTP said, I think I just want to echo, is that the reason that this feels worse now isn't because anything about immigration has fundamentally changed, but the way we talk about immigration has fundamentally changed in this country. It has fundamentally undergone a metamorphosis. And I would say, and I would posit to you, that if you are looking to stitch back the community or stitch back the unity in our country, the blame isn't on immigration. The blame is on MAGA specifically for how they discuss immigration and how they have used that as a scapegoat to cover up the fact that simply they haven't been able to govern, right? And even if you look at the deportations that they are doing during Trump 2.0, which is remarkably different than Trump 1.0,
Sure.
you can see that they are falling behind. The reason they had to implement harsh quotas was because they were falling behind.
And if I could
they
just kind of interject one point on that, because I appreciate the way you're talking about this issue. You should maybe like take a dose of PCP or whatever to be the mainstream for this conversation. But I appreciate the way you're talking about this.
I don't understand the PCP thing, but fair enough.
Do some drugs.
Just take the PCP. Just take it.
I think it goes
you.
without saying. I think it goes without saying the nature of immigration over the past 100 years has changed. I think you can like pick your chart when it comes to this issue, but most of the immigration that's happening up until 1970 is going to be coming again from Ireland, Germany,
I'm talking about
Canada.
my lifetime, the last 50 years.
Yeah. And then the huge surge in Mexican immigration starts in 1970 onward to characterize the majority of immigration that goes on. So, of course, immigration and the integration of communities has always been with us, but the nature of it has changed. And I think we all know that and understand that. But a lot of that has just become an integration issue. So I know that for RTP, he's going to like look at that and say like, that's like the evidence of the racism. The nature of the immigration has changed. We're not talking about Ireland and Canada anymore. We're talking about Mexico.
I know.
There's also just like a
keep
very
saying
basic
that,
language issue there.
Can you be more specific, right? You keep saying it's changed, but at least in my lifetime, I'm telling you, from my experience, right? Since we are talking anecdotes here, fair enough. It has not. It has not really changed fundamentally from the Clinton era to today. It just hasn't.
Okay. Evan, did you want to go ahead and ask your question to Stephen?
Stephen, You say that going and having the deportations is going to be a net negative thing, but I will go and ask you.
Not a net negative. It will be negative.
So you're saying like short-term pain, long-term gain sort of situation?
That's what I'm saying.
All right. All right, that's fair enough. But I guess like that changes the nature of the question. Do you think that it is an issue that the United States is losing like the core white population that kind of held it together now that we kind of, under secularism, decide to go and move away from a religion uniting the country? Do you think that not having a dominant group inside the democracy where different entities go and pull for political influence and capital, do you think that the diminishment of the original sort of power block, like
no, I don't foresee an issue with that. I mean, one of the issues that I remember was being talked about a bunch during the Obama years was, again, sort of the new coalition that was going to lead the majority of politics in this country, and there was a lot of talk about interracial families. I remember just a couple of years ago, there was just like, I don't know, there's like a study that I saw. It's like interracial families and biracial children will be the norm, just like 50 years from now. So like the idea of sort of the white main voter block is just not going to be as big of a thing. I think it's just going to have to do with whether or not you are involved in the business of the country and whether or not you're documented, whether or not you're going through the process, going through the schools, learning English. English is a huge driver of whether or not people perform well across their education, across their job life, whether or not they earn more money. I think those things matter a lot more than protecting the white voter block. I don't think that that's going to be a huge driving issue of decline.
And allow me to interject. I'm going to get through some of the $5 super chats. If we could, I'd like to try to keep the responses to RTP and Steven if they choose to respond. But let's keep them
orange juice by the jug. Criminal.
I got to keep up. Look, I got to keep up my
what the hell?
These mind viruses going on in here. These mind virus going on in here. This is how.
Mind virus. You need a mask.
My immune system needs to be strong to keep it from being invaded by those immigrant mind viruses.
I hear you. Wow.
And I do just want to make a note that Raging Tomato officially hit 11,000 at the start of this debate. So I think we went from 10 to 11 in less than 2 weeks. So super proud of that. Shout out to all you maters out in Mater Nation. Evan Lord with the big 5. RTP is silly. The government pays farmers to destroy a portion of their crop. Also, why can't we harm the nation to improve the nation in long term? And did that kind of do a follow up to what you just said, Evan? Ish.
Yeah, I'd say that was the question I was going to ask, Stephen. But like this question came in the beginning of the opening statement of, sorry,
RTP.
Yep, RTP.
Yeah, I am silly. I think that's it's probably the only part of that sentence that was correct. The government pays farmers to destroy a portion of their crop is legitimately like a 485 trillion times debunked Facebook meme that was meant as a joke that you guys must have missed out. The government does subsidize farmers. They subsidize them, and there used to be a great deal of subsidization that happened when the farmers, they would overproduce, and then we would send that to other countries through USAID, but somehow the Republicans have convinced us that sending that produce to countries that need it is an evil thing. So now we don't even do that anymore, which has cost farmers money, it's cost them crops, and it's hurting farmers as well. The Republican Party is no friend to farmers. They've been gutting farms forever, and they hide behind religion, and they hide behind conservative values while they bend the farmers over and hand over everything that they do to factory farms. They are no friends to farmers, and I wish they would stop lying to farmers as farmers vote for their own demise over and over and over again.
All right. Mike RFF Lifestyle with the big 5. Economic pursuit post terrible COVID policy is not asylum. Plus, if America is such a bad place, claim asylum in your neighboring country. RTP and Steven, any thoughts from you?
The policy never changed. It's not a policy, it's the law. Asylum laws are asylum laws. and they were the laws before COVID, and they were the laws during COVID, and they're currently the laws right now. We still haven't changed them. This is another example of Republicans just never telling you the fucking truth and blaming Joe Biden for something that they could have passed if Mike Johnson didn't take that bill and shove it directly in his anus and then sit on it for 6 months so that they could make sure Donald Trump scared you guys into voting for him while we could have actually had legitimate change. But this is just another example of how easy it is to lie to conservatives and get them to repeat absolute garbage. Just
So
Google
Jay,
something.
Jay, real quick, what's the difference between an illegal immigrant and an asylum seeker then?
An asylum seeker is here under a legal process. If you come here to the United States and you seeking asylum, you claim asylum, you are entitled to have your asylum claim heard. If you come here
But
illegally and don't claim asylum,
can't
you are
every
not.
person that comes here just say that then?
No,
And there's
like
no such thing as
That
an
is
illegal
part of the
immigration.
problem.
It has
There
to be.
is. I
You
thought
can't come
there
from
was
Mexico. It has to be certain
specific
places.
criteria.
Yeah. But that is part of the problem, that obviously like 90% of the people that came here or more are going to have their asylum claims denied, and they will be sent back home to wherever they came from. So it's just it's a broken system. It's a broken law. We have to change it through Congress. But Republicans cared more about Donald Trump winning than they did about any of you. They did not care about a single one of you.
This actually brings up a point I had on one of your arguments, RTP, during the debate that I kind of think that you hand waved away, and I don't think it deserves to be hand waved away.
Sure.
When we talk about numbers and benefits to the economy, as I understand, you're mostly using, and correct me if I'm wrong because I don't have the stats and figures picked up, but you're mostly using national figures, national numbers. That's usually what I hear when people talk about this. They're like, well, immigration and immigrants are a net benefit to the national economy. And while true, would you acknowledge that there are negatives to the specific local economies sometimes when you have, or communities sometimes, when you have an influx, a large influx of migrants or immigrants, illegal or legal, actually?
Yeah, I actually brought that up in my opening statement that on a state level, you will see net negatives. And that's but that's mostly like most of that negative number comes because people come here and we wind up educating their children. And because they're children of illegal immigrants, they weren't born here. A lot of that money is tied up in education. So it is true that on local levels, sometimes there is a net negative. But yeah, federally, it's a net positive.
What do you think we should do as Democrats, right? I'm not sure if you're a Democrat. I'm just going to assume, right? What do you think that the Democrats should do to address these real issues, this real pain that communities might feel? Because, yeah, locally and on a local state level or even a smaller community level, there is problems going on, and they are a result of immigration.
I mean, I think that I don't think they're a result of immigration. I think they're a result of an economy that doesn't work for everybody. I think that almost all of our problems can be traced back to economic insecurity. And as Democrats,
looks bad, I'm going to be very angry.
I think what Democrats could do is revert back to a tax policy in this country that makes any goddamn sense at all and restore the middle class. And tax those who have benefited greatly from trickle-down economics, tax them at an appropriate rate, and make sure that everybody has the same economic opportunity, whether you were born with billions of dollars or not. I think that fixing wealth inequality fixes almost all of these problems. And the only reason we blame immigrants is because Republicans don't want to stop giving handouts and billions and billions of dollars in subsidies to their billionaire donors.
Or immigration.
And can I interrupt for just a
sorry.
moment, gentlemen? Stephen is going to make his exit. Stephen, thank you so much for coming on tonight. I hope we can get some more out of you. I feel like there's a lot of other rabbit holes we can dive down.
No, for sure.
into.
Yeah, no, I apologize to anybody who wanted, like some sort of harebrained conservative, Stephen Miller acolyte to come on here and discuss this issue.
Don't worry, I'll do that.
That's not who I am. Someone else hold that down. But I appreciate the conversation and keep at it.
Good to see you, Stephen.
Thank you,
Have a good night, bud.
Stephen. Have a wonderful night.
Bye.
Good luck to you.
I want to follow up on what
if I may just finish my question here, and I'll be quick. I apologize. I don't mean to time leech everyone here, but I understand wealth inequality is an issue, but I don't know if we can fix wealth inequality as easily as we could fix maybe immigration issues in local communities. I don't know if our efforts would bear as much fruit when we try to tackle wealth inequality as a whole versus trying to handle a immigration policy. I don't know.
If we don't tackle wealth inequality, we'll always have this problem.
I mean,
what? How did you relate those two things?
Wealth inequality?
Yeah, with the taxation problem that you said before. Because this is the thing. Do you trust politicians?
Some of them.
The ones that agree with you, policy-wise,
No, not necessarily. I think there's some Republicans that I trust.
Such as?
Thomas Massey.
Okay, good choice, actually. So
Thank
do
you.
I. The idea
Justin
that you
Amash. I
can
like Justin
somehow
Amash.
solve... Well, I'm pretty much anyone that's not in favor of giving money to a foreign power. That just seems insane to me. How exactly do you think taxing rich people is going to solve wealth inequality? Because my problem is you need to get more hands into the actual working class. I do not want any politicians to be the intermediary between that because they'll just take it for themselves. And anyone who thinks otherwise is just living a fantasy.
No, politicians never take that money for themselves. It's impossible for them to do. You could not give me an example of a politician taking taxpayer money and putting it in their pockets. That's bullshit.
Yeah. I don't mean in their pockets. I mean just spending it on frivolous bullshit.
Like what?
I don't trust the taxing. I don't trust the spending habits. Well, look at the size of the federal government, for God's sakes.
Yeah, it got a lot bigger once we stopped taxing the top 1%. It's 70%.
No, please,
if you look
stop
at
this.
if
This
you want to
is
look at the
fucking
explosion of the size of our government and the explosion of the size of our debt, go look at 1982 when we started doing trickle down economics, and you will see an absolute correlation between wealth inequality and the national debt. It exploded wealth inequality. Crime follows poverty. And the more, the bigger the gap between the rich and the middle class, the bigger the gap between the rich and the poor, the more crime goes up. And we can blame it on immigrants all we want, but it actually is a function of wealth inequality.
Just
I would like to go back to the point of migration. RTP.
Yeah.
Would you agree that in the last 30, 40 years, the United States has been told about the problems that today is facing of all the factors, and that this is a bipartisan problem? Both Republicans and Democrats have not attended accordingly because of ideological, political, partisan positions.
Are you talking about specifically immigration?
Yeah.
Certainly. Yeah, certainly.
Okay. So following up that question, wouldn't it be better if we start paying attention to people like me who work on this type of issues and start attending and resolving the factors that are creating and aggravating the irregular migration towards the United States in order to then start attending and leave us be and us attend our own issues while you guys attend the political and democracy crisis that you guys created for your own selves?
I don't know specifically what you're talking about, like what you do, so I don't know if I can answer that.
So, first, would you agree that one of the first steps that we need to do is end the war on drugs?
So yeah.
No.
For sure.
Okay. So by ending the war on drugs and criticizing the 3 international accords that guide this through the United Nations, the globalism of the United States, the Donald Trump globalism has continued this failure over the 60 years. Would you not agree that also we need to sit down and start saying, okay, look, United States has benefited greatly because of migration. In the last 60 years, you more than doubled your population, and one of the factors that went in the 60s having a population of 150 million to today 350 million, almost double that amount of people. Mm-hmm. One of those factors that contributed to that growth of that population was migration towards the United States.
Sure.
So wouldn't you say that it's about damn time that we start seeing the things as they are? Because it's not like United States citizens do not migrate outside to live to another country. There's about 8 to 10 million people, U.S. citizens, who live in other countries. Did you see what just happened in Mexico yesterday? The protest against...
I don't know. Actually, I'm curious as to what you're trying to say.
Ditto, I love you, buddy. I love you, buddy. But yes, we should do good things and not do bad things. Honestly, I think draining the brains of other countries for America is good, and we should do it more. I like that we take smart people from other countries such as Russia, such as China, such as South America, and I like that they come here and benefit us. I think that's a good thing, and I think we should do it more. So should we end the war on drugs? Maybe for unrelated reasons, but I think that when it comes to immigration reform, there are plenty of things we can do, but we can't do any of it right now because MAGA and Trump specifically are making the problem worse. Like the whole subject of debate is, will these deportations make things worse? And I would unequivocally yes. If Stephen's argument seemed to be that it was destroying the fabric of our society, what do you think happens when you have masked goons who don't have to have IDs, don't have to show warrants, don't have to wear badges, can just mask up, go grab people off the streets, put them in a van, and no one can say boo because it might be
I don't know. I'll be honest, like I'm not cool with that either. But RTP, let me ask you, what are your thoughts on just recently he came out and said something he's going to make it easier for farmers or something like that. I think that was one of the caveats that he had to do in order to get this bill passed.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on that?
I think it's another example of Republicans choosing not to legislate through legislation and choosing to legislate through Donald Trump. They could have put that in the bill. They all know that this is going to hurt them. And every one of those bitches that voted for this bill, the reason that they voted for this bill, the no's, is because they went into Trump and Trump's like, hey, look, I know what the bill says, but I'm going to use executive orders and I'm going to parts of these bills I'm not going to enforce. And he's like, remember, you guys are cucky little bitches that do what I say. And they're like, oh yeah, I forgot. That's right.
Wait, so you don't think he's going to make it? You don't think he's going to make it easier for the farmers?
He's absolutely going to make it easier for the farmers, which should prove to you how fucking stupid all of this is. That he's going to carve out a niche for these specific farmers, and it's going to be red state farmers. It's not going to be blue state farmers. He's going to pick and choose who gets this opportunity because, again, the Republican Party has decided they don't have a voice. They just do whatever Donald Trump says. And so instead of writing it into the legislation...
You say that, but there's a lot of divide,
why
including
is it not in the
myself.
bill, then?
I regret my vote for Donald.
I'm talking
you
about
say
the
that we
politicians,
just go
not you.
along with everything he does.
Hold on, I'm talking about the politicians, not you.
I'm glad you regret your vote.
Love that for you.
Yeah,
I thought you were just talking about the party as a whole.
No.
Allow me to interrupt and get through some super chats. Alexander says with the Big Ten, what exactly happened to the party of facts over feelings? Now it's all just feeling-based policy. Does the term snowflake need to mean the right now?
It always did.
It always did.
I am
Right.
agreeable.
Right.
I do think Stephen was
Whatever.
running more down an anecdotal hill, like the likability factor that he was talking about. And I was hoping we would kind of deep dive into the heart of why there's the likability or not likability built into that. Jess Gerald says, so it's okay to be here illegally as long as you're net positive. I think that was shot to you, RTP.
Is it okay? Yeah, it's okay in the same way that any other like civil penalty is okay. It's really about like what's in front of us. Do I want people to come here illegally? No. Do I want the process to be easier? Certainly. But the reality is we have millions of people here. It's going to cost hundreds of billions of dollars, close to maybe even $1 trillion to remove these people. When if we just gave them amnesty, those that are working and haven't committed crimes, they immediately start paying into taxes. They immediately start benefiting the society or the economy around them. It's more about like, I think this is where we get lost. Like I could give a fuck about principles. I don't even have principles. I don't have an ideology. I just want to do what's best. And the thing that makes the most sense here is to take law-abiding citizens who are working and have them pay taxes. That seems like the easiest thing in the world to do.
That seems like a lot of cope because you know that all the people that be granted amnesty would vote for you, and you have purposely decided to go and omit your own positions this entire freaking
amnesty. People seeking amnesty aren't here illegally. Try again.
The problem with saying
Can we zone in on the illegally?
They will be deported, just like birthright citizens that got removed.
People that don't have their asylum claims approved will be deported and won't be, and nobody's going to oppose that. If their asylum claim is not approved, these are not illegal immigrants being deported. These are legal immigrants having their asylum claims unapproved. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that if the party's like, well, you're just being nice to people so they vote for you. Okay, cool. I'm sorry. We're going to be nice and it's going to be better for America. Oh, fuck me. Fuck me that I didn't choose that I'm just going to deport people cruelly and throw them in prison. I'm sorry that you guys have dipshit racists running your party and it's not fair that we're being nice. Elect better people.
Okay. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I have to address this racism argument. Can you give me a functional reason why I need to share my land resources and people with those who don't share my values, gods, or bloodline?
Let's kick
Same
MAGA out
reason
then.
I have to share it with you.
True.
I could describe.
No,
exactly.
Answer
Yeah.
that question.
Same,
Oh,
it's
are
the
you
same
from
reason
That is the
I have to
answer.
share it with you.
Hold on. What country are you from?
South Africa.
Okay, you don't get a say in American politics. Sorry.
Wait,
No,
what?
this-
That's
this-
hold on. That's a little
Come on,
racist.
let's
By
go
your
into
own,
the
hold on.
amnesty.
By your
That's
own
a little
metrics.
racist.
Hold on,
Hold on.
hold
That's
on.
where he's from. Does he live
By
in
your own metrics.
This is not an American
Gentlemen,
question.
By your own
Hold on a second. This is
metrics.
my
By your own
question.
metrics, you don't.
What is this?
This message is sponsored in part by.
All right,
Oh, that was
gentlemen,
nice.
we know the rules.
Sarah's got such a nice ass.
Fuck was that?
But by Spoon's own metrics here, by Spoon's own metrics, right?
Was that you, Sarah?
Everybody thinks it is. I'll let you think that. Go ahead, Wade.
Oh, Sarah's got
If we
such a
go
nice
by what
ass.
Spoon is trying to advocate for here, why should we listen to what Spoon has to say? Because he's not American.
Well, I care
No,
what you
this is
I
not-
care what
no,
you have
okay,
to say. I'm
okay, no,
fine
can you
answering
please
that.
stop? This is not an American question. This is just any territory. If you have a group of people, say like a tribe or whatever, and somebody comes and says, "Give me access to your land, your people, your bloodlines, or else I'm going to call you
Your
racist."
bloodlines.
That's
What do you mean your
threat.
bloodlines?
Because that's a
They
nation. is its people.
reproduce with each other.
Oh, you mean
so
people
it's
are going to
mixing.
choose to fuck outside of your bloodlines?
Yeah, you don't have the right to like. You don't have the right for like white women not to reproduce with people of color. Like, I'm sorry, like eat
He's
shit.
not. He's against race mixing, which is
Yeah, I would.
perfectly okay.
My advice would
No,
be
I mean,
like
you can
don't.
be against it, but like,
okay, can you all just
yeah,
shut
get
the
over
fuck
it.
up for a second?
Yeah, go ahead and
Okay?
explain it, Spoon.
Okay, let's explain this to you. French people, okay, by and large are ethnically Europeans. Okay, this isn't to do with like, say, like Europeans or non-Europeans. Like it can be like if a whole
I don't
bunch
believe
of
Europe
territories
is an
English.
ethnicity. I don't think
Can
European.
you shut the fuck up? For the love of God, right?
Jesus
Take
Christ,
take
brother.
Britain.
I'm trying to
Just
understand your
ahead,
argument. You
because
said
you're too
ethnically
stupid to understand
European.
this.
That's
Take-
not a thing.
No, just take any territory. Take England.
All right.
Right? Would England want to take a whole bunch of fucking French people? Why can't England just say we would like to keep England English?
They can.
Why is that bad?
They can.
They do say that.
But why
But
do
you
you
would
people
call
just
that
scream racist in the moment? Just say like, I don't want people who don't look like me in this
can
position.
until you
Because if the
colonize
reason
more
you
of the
don't
world.
want somebody there is because of their race,
it's
then by
problematic for you to
definition
say
you're
that.
racist.
Okay,
Don't be a bitch.
No, it's
I don't
not.
know.
You don't have
That's
the
what
right to
word
not be called
means.
racist. Like,
That's literally
sorry.
what the word means. If you don't like somebody because they're a different
Racism
race,
means you
you
think
are
people
a
are better.
racist. Toughen up. I don't know.
Okay. Okay, I don't actually care. Like, you
We're
can't
gonna be
say-
we're gonna be
what
lectured
does that
about
mean? You don't
racism by a
care.
South
You
African.
seem to care quite a bit.
Yeah, right.
You're bringing
You should-
it up, and
you
you're
should,
the one
because
who are,
the white
you're
people
the
are being
one that's
oppressed over
initiating
there.
No,
this
I actually
conversation.
just wanted to
Yeah,
bring up
target
this
the
question.
You're the
just
one
to
that
see
is
what the
bringing
answer
this
is,
up.
because your
Uh,
answer
To
is
act like you
shit.
don't care.
I'm gonna give you the doggy watching prawn video if you don't stop interrupting and talking over each other, because the audience, all they hear is so be mindful, gentlemen. Let's play nice. And while I'm here, oh my God, said with a big 10, regardless of position, I genuinely believe that both of these gentlemen want what they think is best for our country. USA, USA, USA.
I agree
And
with that.
cute
That's all I wanted to ask, by the way. You all failed
Well-
miserably, by the way.
Cute star with the Big 10. Born in East LA is a great movie. This is totally random, and I don't have a point relevant to this debate because I was playing Helldivers instead of listening. But dono for the dog. Yes, thank you so much, Q-Tard. I appreciate it. Spoon, get back to your thought process there.
He left because he
He's
got
gone. He left.
ETFO'd.
But
I
Oh,
can
he got
piggyback.
May have crashed.
He got
I
him.
can piggyback a little bit off of some of the points that were made
ahead.
before that.
I do gotta go soon. So
Oh,
I love you all.
great.
But yeah, I just
Yeah,
wanted
yeah,
to
fair
come
enough. Fair
on.
enough.
Bye.
Wick.
See you.
Take
I
care,
want
man.
to bring up a question.
Yeah, Wick.
Hang on, real quick. So there's
I've
something
been
that
waiting
came up
here.
a lot. In fact, I don't think it was. It's interesting that Stephen actually took this debate, because it doesn't seem like he actually disagreed with RTP about the prompt of the debate. And Evan kind of alluded to this earlier with his question towards Stephen, which was about like whether or not like it was about that, like why it's like whether it's harmful in the short term and then like eventually long term. But like, does anybody? I guess what I'm asking, sorry, laboriously, is I'm asking like who here actually does think that this is going to help America, even in the short term. Like, does anyone here actually believe that? Or is everyone accepting that it's going to harm in the short term, and then eventually you think it's going to be long term? You're like hoping that it's going to be long term.
There's positive benefits right now. And it's
what are those benefits?
That the illegal immigrants are scared. They're either deporting themselves or they're hiding and not being present in their jobs. So native-born people can go and get an increase of wages and better working conditions.
Everybody knows those native-borns are going to go to those jobs the immigrants were filling to get a pay raise.
Before.
To get a pay raise.
Brother, all my friends,
we have 10 million jobs unfilled right now, and we have incredibly low unemployment. You're having the same arguments as Steven was. The problem that all of you have is all of your arguments are fucking hypothetical. There is nobody going and taking the jobs the immigrants have left to get a pay raise. You have absolutely no data to back up any of that. This is just white national. This is just white. Well, where's your data points on that then?
But isn't what you're saying is who's going to go? Who's going? Isn't what you're saying though?
You did.
No, but isn't what you're saying?
Real quick, you have to back up your claim. No, because this is what Steven did for 2 hours that everybody here just witnessed. You guys are 100% feelings. You're like, there are benefits. What are they? Oh, well, these people that are leaving, their jobs are now being filled. I live in Arizona. I can tell you that the jobs, the construction jobs, the agricultural jobs from legal immigrants are not being filled. Jobs are pushed back months, years now.
But
you're going to need some evidence to back up what you're what you're saying, please.
Hold on, I want to answer to Even quickly. Even, it's also manifesting into anger against the U.S. citizen and against the U.S. as a country. Look what just happened yesterday to Mexico. The protest against tourism of U.S. I just put the news right there on the back channel. Look at it. And the anger is growing to such a degree that right now we're not even caring if your tourism comes to our countries. Slowly, it's growing because we see Donald Trump as a complete and utter example of the tyrants that are currently still governing in many places.
That's not an argument right-wingers accept. They don't care.
We don't care.
They care about an interconnected world. No, that's what I'm saying. Right-wingers don't care.
Give me a moment to finish.
They don't.
The Americans can go and destroy Mexico, any other country in Central and South America, if we wanted to. We couldn't give a...
You tried 165 years. Hold on. Even that's not...
You're sitting there behind your fine china talking about how we're going to go to Mexico. Shut the fuck up. No, you're not. We're not going to do shit to them. And by you're saying that, you're just only saying that because you don't have an actual argument to this point. I asked you for data, and now you're like, we could conquer them. You're not doing shit. None of us are doing shit.
We don't need to conquer.
Stop playing tough when you don't have an answer to the question. The question is, what benefits do we have? None. There are no benefits to any of this other than the hypothetical scenario you laid out, where somehow illegal immigrants had these high-paying jobs that now that they've left them, American citizens are going to come in and collect those high-paying jobs.
I want to answer that to Even real quickly. Even that's
gentlemen, if I have to tell you one more time how to be a gentleman, I'm going to put you in the back and call you a little bit.
Even that argument you just gave us, that point you gave us is such an infantile and childish argument, because your country or your people tried it 165 years and it did not go well. So let's just put it this way: if ever a situation like this comes where your country uses force against Mexico or Central America, we're going to become your next Vietnam. Do not underestimate us.
Oh, bullshit.
Okay.
What's the question did so?
So no, I just wanted to answer that point real quickly. So here's the thing.
Ditso. Do you know what happened in Vietnam?
You lost the war.
You know what?
Afghanistan, Iraq.
Let me interrupt the panel and get through some more super chats. I do have to run through these. If you have a response, RTP, quick and to the point. Otherwise, we'll just keep pressing through and get through a few of them. Another new account says, oh God, RTP lives in the same state as me. Let me guess, Flagstaff. And you do not have to tell them where you are.
I live in Maricopa County.
He throws it all out there. Gavin says, so many bad faith takes on Gary's end. I think he called you Gary because your hat. Like you're making arguments he's not even making. Truly a tarded debate contestant. I thought this was a fairly good one, and I think I'm looking forward to having both RTP and Steven on again. Mike says, what's more racist than buying a vote through illegal immigration? So much empathy for non-Americans over Americans that are struggling right now.
Illegal immigrants can't vote, dipshit. What the hell are we doing here?
Yeah, and
no, they can't.
Republicans don't.
No, they can't.
Republicans don't do policies that help like
California.
actual Americans anyway. So I mean,
Yeah, this is what like talking to Republicans is. It's just everything they say is wrong.
Right.
It's remarkable how many things you guys are wrong
But
about.
don't they I actually saw something. Don't they affect the census? And I think I saw one of your comments was it was actually Trump that the last census took
Yeah.
place under, right?
Yeah,
They're
and
supposed to be
it
counted in the
benefits
census.
Texas, it benefits Florida, it benefits everybody. Again, I just want to point out once
border
again,
states.
nobody has a real argument against this. It's all fear-mongering bullshit that nobody can prove. Not one person. I've been here for 3 hours. None of you have attacked the substance and the data that I brought. Steven didn't do it, and none of you are. You're all just coming with feelings and talking points that you read on Facebook. And this shit works. This shit works on your parents on Facebook, but it doesn't work for me because I'm just going to go Google at the end of this question, can illegal immigrants vote? Or how many illegal immigrants have voted? Go look it up. How many illegal immigrants votes counted in the 2024 election? You'll be shocked.
Well, I
You'll
think
be shocked at that
essentially though, if they're able to like maintain false identifications, then that would be the only way they could go through
That
with
that rarely happens.
I don't know, but that would be the only way that they would be able to do it.
Right.
But you have to also remember, like the average American doesn't really care about the statistics and is there going to be a net positive, net negative. People are going off of their feelings, like you're saying. And if they don't want to live around immigrants, they don't want to live around immigrants. That's just the country that we live in. People are racist. People are tribal. That's just how it is. So to just completely negate, like not worry about that part, when a lot of people did vote for mass deportations, you have to take that into consideration. That's all I'm saying.
Well,
And
I actually want to bring up
that's because
Amagod
xenophobia is
says,
ruling.
Amagod says illegal drug trade contributes to GDP growth. Should we ignore those laws as well?
No, it doesn't. The only way that it would be included in GDP growth is like indirectly if you took money that you made from illicit drug sales and it went back into the economy and contributed to GDP in terms of like how the money like cycles through our economy. But that's true with all crimes. That's financial crimes as well.
That's
Well,
fair.
Brookings-
Neo with the big ditso. I'm gonna tell you to shut the fuck up. Neo with the big spy for the cause and the content. Thank you, Neo. We love you. He's watching out in the clouds. Alexander says facts over feelings, Steven. And I think that's what RTP is trying to get through to everyone here. Jack says pulling money out of schools that aren't doing what they're supposed to do is a good thing. You butt muncher.
Well, I do listen, not to get too personal, but I'm open to eating ass. And what we're talking about when it comes to pulling money out of schools, like what does that mean? That means that they're not teaching Jesus. I live in Arizona. We're 50th in the country. And our decline happened when you started pulling money out of public schools and directing taxpayer money and putting it into charter schools. And that's why we're ranked 50th. And that's why Oklahoma's 49th. Those are the two test states. They're garbage.
I have to say, it's pretty impressive that you guys took 49th and 50th away from Mississippi and Louisiana.
It's devastating, yeah.
That actually, it does speak very loudly. Another new account says, RTP, don't cry about school choice in Arizona. Ducey raised the budget for public by almost $100 million, and they did worse. All went to admins. Teachers got less.
Yeah, it's interesting that you say all went to admins. Where most of that money went is to charter schools. And that money came out. What we found out is that 60% of the people in charter schools who are now taking money out of public schools in terms of a tax break were already going to charter schools. They could afford it. They didn't even need a tax break. So we ripped money out of public schools. We threw it into charter schools. The public schools got worse. And then they said, look at these public schools. We should all go to charter schools, as if it wasn't charter schools that fucked the whole thing up.
Fair. Mike says RTP talks a bad comment. White people aren't coming here because because they live in the most white Nordic countries that everybody celebrates in the U.S.
I think they mean just say use to live, or
Oh,
anyway.
because they used to live. Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you.
I think he's talking about me earlier referencing that every time they put up a video, a video for Republicans to beat off to, it's some brown immigrant in handcuffs. There are plenty of white immigrants here. Specifically, I have a friend, a very close friend, who is a white immigrant from South Africa who's been here for 30 years and for most of that time was here illegally. There are lots of white immigrants who have overstayed their visas and are here, but they never make a video about that. Because that doesn't scare
Trump
you
bring
guys.
white refugees from South Africa, and I quote
being
that.
genocide,
I mean, I'm
man.
saying you say, oh, we're going to rescue the white South African because of the evil black man in South Africa is doing.
I know
All you have to do is pay a dollar amount and you can get in.
You're Spaniard origin, but suck to suck.
Trib one with the big five says,
Afro-Indigenous.
I'm with Steven. Let's deport the litter enthusiasts and tattoo havers. Mass deportation of white people incoming. Sarcastic saying with big five, just to show support. Thank you. And follows up with another one, says, RTP, I will admit I'm a proud racist, sexist, and I have straight male privilege. I love NASCAR. I love seeing Sarah's ass, and I get no D up the rear. Fair enough.
Give it a shot. There's a little spot up there that feels really good. You may feel something you've never felt before. It's there for a reason. Don't be afraid of it.
Oh my God! Sarcastic warlock
Maybe
says
just start
the
with a
German
pinky.
method. Oh,
No, I'll leave that to you.
Start small. The German method of relocation / labor camp should have never gone out of fashion, and RTP should go in one immediately. Shots fired.
So I actually, do you mind if I say one thing to that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because there was a comment I made earlier when we were talking about the illegal the Japanese internment camps, basically. They were actually legal at the time. And Sarah, you I think commented saying that it had been overruled, but actually I wanted to clarify, actually never was. The Korematsu ruling was never overturned. This is still actually legal precedent in the U.S. It's been condemned by Supreme Court justices, even like rather conservative ones, but it's never been formally overturned. And I think this speaks to the scary precedent of like normalizing the cruelty that the Trump administration has been doing, because they can then weaponize like kind of gray legal areas like the Korematsu ruling and say, well, look, this is still technically good law, quote unquote good law, right? Like it's technically it still is a legal ruling. It has not been overturned by the Supreme Court, and so they can still argue that they have that precedent to start interning people illegal or like quote unquote illegally, right?
I think it's bold to say something went out of fashion when what really happened is those Nazi bitches are like all Nazi bitches. They're bitches, and they all just killed themselves. Oh, I'm not supposed to say that word, huh? Sorry. They just all ended their own lives, and that's what happened. They all quit. They lost a war, and then they ended their lives. And the ones that didn't ran away to Argentina and hid because they're all cowards. All racists are cowards, and it always ends with racists being cowards.
And Ryan, to your point, didn't the United States pay reparations to Japanese, U.S.-born Japanese who suffered an internment? So that came out of your tax money. So eventually, all these actions may cost you more out of your tax money than what it's actually benefiting by the logic of MAGA. I mean, eventually, somebody will sue the hell out of you, win in court when things change, and when you realize it, you and your family are going to be paying the reparations because of the harm of the Trump government.
And Evan just sent 5 to send Ditso backstage. Enjoy your 5 minutes in the hole. And let me run through a few more because we do have a lot we have to finish up getting through, and these people paid to be spoken. The Ghost says tax remittance of 75% punish employers who get caught hiring illegals. The problem will sort itself out quickly. That's actually a good point. Like, go to the root of the source, because if they can't get jobs here, right, then there's no incentivization to move here. Yeah, I think that's a good piece of it.
RTP, are there? You might know this since you did a lot more research for this, and you seem to know a lot about the topic. Don't they already have consequences for companies hiring illegal immigrants? Like, are or what's the?
Yeah, they're just not that enforced. That was the big problem with when Reagan did amnesty, is they didn't enforce the punishments on the people doing the hiring. And believe it or not, happens a lot in red states. They love that. They love that cheap labor.
And I'm about to head out, and I'm just going to throw in a quick plug here for RTP, because I'm a conservative, and yeah, I voted for Trump, but RTP is more left leaning, and he has a great show. He's on Monday through Friday, I think like 9 to 12, and yeah, I've learned a lot from him, and it opened my eyes like to actually consider voting left in the future. So I highly recommend his show.
Thanks, man. I
Thank
appreciate
you,
that.
Michael.
Thanks,
That's
Tex.
so nice.
Have a good night,
Ryan, you got 5 in the back. And then Trip One says, I'd assume illegal immigrants put in more than what they take compared to illegal immigrants. I want every to be or get legal for sure, though. I think everybody's agreeable to that, right? If somebody comes in legally and does the process, I think we're all agreeable to that. That's, the lay of the land here for many years that we all are processing through. Evan Lord on screen, of course, says, Miss Sarah, the debate between these leftists have made me cringe and grimace so hard. My jaw is so tense. I need to massage it. Best wishes for the dog.
You're not the first conservative whose jaw I made hurt a little bit there.
Oh my.
Take that how you
Shots
want.
fired. Gavin says, RTP, you claim the right lies all the time. I brought up something the left lies about. It's fair, goofus.
I don't know what he's
Shots
talking
fired.
about. People on the left
probably
lie.
to another.
You
yeah, it
did
was
lie about the farming, though. That is something that happens still.
What did I lie about?
Farmers do go and leave crops out to go and be destroyed for farm subsidies. Do
you have a source on
federal
that?
Government. You know what? If I debate this on the channel, I'll go and I'll bring my sources.
Do me a
But since I
favor.
brought this up for fun-
Google right now. Just Google that. Say, does the government pay farmers? And tell me what it says. Does the government pay farmers to destroy their crops? Watch what it says.
And Sarcastic Saint says, RTP, do you realize when Trump said he was going after criminals, he also included people who cross the border illegally? Get some help for your myth.
Is that what violent criminals mean? When he said violent criminals, he meant people who cross the border. That's what he meant. What did the Google search say there? Oh,
he's still looking. Sarcastic Saint says, has anyone noticed that every time RTP mentions Trump or Republicans, it sounds like he's rubbing one off and silently creaming in his pants? Oh,
every time I mention Republicans, I come in my pants. That's true. It's a
Sarcastic
fucking
Warlock
mess
says,
down here.
Trump's deportation is a rug that would be pulled through denaturalization of anti-Semitic citizens and putting them in alligator Alcatraz and Gitmo. My.
Yeah, I don't know.
I will say I haven't found like a .org or a site that has like some basis behind it besides some .coms that you can just pay to go to the front. But I will say subsidies can go and tell farmers not to use their full amount of farmland. And I will say that is a distinct difference between destroying crops and not using your full capacity. But I'll still look for.
So did I lie though, or no?
Give me a second.
Probably not, right?
And Naomi sends the big 5 to say Sarah is fire and deserves our money. A dog or dono train. Thank you so much. And then Amagad says, which is more important, economic benefit or social cohesion? That's a good question.
Economic benefit. You'll never have social cohesion, especially when religion is involved. Even Christian religions don't get along with each other. There will never be an end to how much we can divide ourselves. Social cohesion is bullshit. That's just whiny bitches complaining that people don't believe how they believe. Everybody should just be able to believe how they want. If you can't get along with people who don't believe like you, that's a you problem, not a social cohesion problem.
Wrong. In Finland, the Orthodox Church and the Lutheran Church work side by side in government as official in regards to tithing and stuff like that, and in terms of taxation and the like.
We're talking about America. I was talking about American religions not getting along with each other. There's been extermination orders. There's been extermination orders given on American citizens, on religious groups in America by American governors. We do this all the time. There's no end to division.
Sorry, I didn't hear that for the American part, man.
Gotcha.
And then Alexander says, what are the consequences to farmers using cheap labor? Oh, if you like illegals, you can keep them. Sounds like a plan.
Yeah, if my solution, if I guess you missed this, my solution is amnesty, which means that those laborers would have to be paid at the very least the minimum wage in that state, and they would have to pay taxes. So my solution to this would be amnesty, which gets rid of illegal cheap labor.
Fair enough. And of course, for the goal, Jess Gerald sends in the big 50, says, for the dog, have a good night, panel. Thank you, Jess. We love you. We're so excited you were able to tune in tonight and have a good time with the debate. It was good stuff. All right.
I want to bring up a conversation with RTP. It's going to be a kind of a
who's talking?
Chain of,
Sorry,
Dragon Rage.
Oh, hey.
So I want to kind of just first off by setting the basis. How much do you pay attention to individual states rather than just the federal level?
In regards to what?
In regards to economic hardships caused by this, anything in terms of immigration laws or what they do in terms of their own individual states.
As much as I can, I definitely referenced California, Texas, Florida, and New York in the specific hardships that they have faced and the money that they've had to spend specifically on illegal immigrants. In those states, sometimes they run at a deficit. It's not always a net positive. So, I mean, I do my best.
Okay, because
I have a question.
I'm running down a line here, so hold on. So in the situation, are you aware of, like, say, Minnesota?
I am aware of Minnesota.
Like the laws that have affected the illegal immigrants and what the burdens have gone on in that state.
You'd have to be more specific.
Okay, so I just wanted to kind of start off on the basis with not trying to do a gotcha or a fight in that situation. So would it be a situation, because you brought up the fact that there's no illegals that are allowed to vote in the country in that terms? No illegals are allowed to vote
in federal elections. There are places where, depending on status, you can vote in local elections.
Okay, so now in Minnesota, it is a situation where, regardless, all illegals are going to be able to get their state ID. There is a law that allows them to, once they have it, they are allowed to vote. Okay, the voter verification during voting days is you just present a actual ID. There is nothing else besides that. Your actual driver's license. That's it.
But when you register to vote, you have to prove your citizenship.
Yeah,
and so it doesn't matter. It's not just saying that you can go and show an ID and vote. You have to be registered to vote. And when you register to vote in Minnesota, you can go look at their registration page. Go do it. Go fill out a registration form in Minnesota, and you will have to prove your citizenship.
Yeah, that's correct. That's the way they wait. Dragon Rage.
In Minnesota, I live in Minnesota, so I'm gonna actually stop you right there. It is actually the law that, based on what has happened, that all people that have a driver's license are automatically registered for federal elections.
It's not true.
They're automatically registered.
It's not true.
Because they have a. Yes, it is.
It's not. You have to be Minnesota cannot override a federal law that says
mandate,
that you have to be a citizen of the United States to vote in federal elections.
So what social security number would it link to?
That's the loophole, is it doesn't have to have the social security number when it goes to that.
When you register to vote in Minnesota, I'm looking on their website right now. If I go on to register, you just said nope. I didn't even finish it. Yeah, in order to vote, you must be. And this what it says on sos.mn.gov. To vote, you must be a U.S. citizen, at least 18 years old on election day, a resident of Minnesota for 20 days, not currently incarcerated for a felony conviction, not under a court order that revokes your right to vote.
Okay.
See that first one, a U.S. citizen?
Yeah, but look up the situation of automatic registration in Minnesota.
Yes, you need a Minnesota driver's license or identification card, and it has to be linked to your social security number, which you would not have if you if you're here illegally. So you can have a Minnesota driver's license that is not connected to your social security number, and therefore you cannot vote.
Social security fraud. Social security fraud. They can steal someone else's number and use it.
No, I'm going to ask you another follow-up question. Are illegals allowed to be on Medicare or on Medicaid?
States can choose if states want to use their Medicaid money to provide support for people who are here illegally. States do have the right to do that. There's very few states where that's an option, but yes, potentially Medicaid money could be used on illegal immigrants.
Yeah, I don't think they can be directly signed up, but the state can create like a kind of like one level removed from the actual federal program. They could sign them up for that.
Unfortunately,
I think
for that one, they in Minnesota are automatically put on to you.
No, you're making that up.
Nope.
You can't be on
Unfortunately,
Medicaid. You can't be on Medicaid if you are an illegal immigrant. This is the thing. Like, I'm looking at this
No,
website.
no,
I'm
no,
looking
no,
at the
no.
Minnesota website, and they're not backing up
What does
anything
it
you say.
say?
This is a whole lot of trust me, bro.
What does it say for what type of insurance they get?
For illegal immigrants?
Yep.
Let me look. What are you?
They
And you're
can
saying it's
get,
Medicaid?
What
they can get
type of
in-state
insurance?
tuition and grants to colleges and things.
What type of
Illegal
insurance?
immigrants can get in-state tuition in a lot of
RTP.
states.
It's called
which is,
Minnesota.
Sources in the
It's
back
called
chat.
Minnesota Care. In Minnesota, undocumented immigrants can now apply for Minnesota Care, which is a state-funded health insurance program. It's funded by the states, not Medicare, not Medicaid.
Okay, and so I'm going to just say this: I work for an insurance company, and unfortunately, that is false.
Yeah, well, you don't have any data to back that up. You sound like Steven. You
I
working for an insurance? You
unfortunately
working for an
cannot
insurance
do that.
company? Look, I owned an insurance company. You working for an insurance company would not give you the expertise to know the law. That's silly. I'm looking at the law right now. It was passed in 2003. It's called the Minnesota Care Immigrant Inclusion Act. And what it does is undocumented immigrants must still meet other Minnesota Care eligibility requirements, but this is a state-funded program. This is not a federally funded program. And the states have the right, if they want to fund medical care for illegal immigrants.
Yeah, unfortunately, in this situation, for me to show evidence would actually violate my, requirements for HIPAA
You can't show the
and
law.
high-tech.
You have
Dragon-
access to something that I can't see on the internet. That's the law of Minnesota. They passed a law that they only give to people who sell insurance. Come
Dragon,
on, man.
how is it that I'm in Costa Rica and
I
I
swear
just
I have
put
a girlfriend.
source-
She's just not
Hold
here
on.
right now.
How is it that I'm in Costa Rica and I put a source that tells me that 14 states that currently provide health coverage to undocumented migrants are, and there's a list on the back chat. So how is it that you cannot provide an evidence that I in Costa Rica was able to provide in regards
He
to this
said
conversation?
Minnesota, and Minnesota is part of what you listed.
It is listed.
Yes.
But
California, New York, Illinois,
prove it.
Washington, New Jersey, Oregon, Massachusetts, Minnesota, Colorado, Connecticut, Utah. Please read even. I put it and I copy paste it.
To prove it even to the point to just saying, yep, here's the exact numbers, here's all this, would be a situation of me actually violating high tech and everything.
Yeah, sure it
Trust-
would. Sure, they're just hiding. You think they're hiding the
I'm-
law from us, and only you get to know about it? Only people in insurance get to know about it, and you're not allowed to tell us about it?
Well, I'm going to ask
See
this
how
another
silly that
follow-up
sounds?
question.
See how silly that sounds?
So the
Wouldn't
state funds it.
Wouldn't it be a violation you just talking about it then at that point?
No,
He's
it
telling
says
us
the
the
generalized,
secret.
Yeah, like that's what
generalized
did it-
basis information I'm allowed to say.
Brother, they can't hide the law from the people. Are you out of your fucking mind?
If it's generalized,
And
we
how-
should have access to it, right? That's the whole point.
And I read it. It's called the Minnesota Care Immigrant Inclusion Act from 2020. I'm staring at it right now. I think you ought to go read it over one more time.
I mean, it's too bad you can't be like anonymous on the internet and tell us this information.
And then, of course, Sarcastic Saint gave Ditso the boot. Even your mommy is calling you so she can kiss you goodnight and tuck you in your bed. Make sure to brush your teeth. Now, Ditso, study Vietnam and 5.
I wish my mom was tucking me into bed. That would be adorable. I hope you guys are getting tucked in by your moms tonight.
I'll give you the
Speaking
nice,
of-
sweet mommy voice. And then Carrie sends a big 5 to say government pays farmers not to plant X feet to any runoff ditches. I'm guessing for fertilizer pollution, which is comical, but never heard paying to destroy.
So that was called the Agricultural Adjustment Act of 1933. And what that does is when there's an overproduction of things, it pays the larger farmers to destroy crops, unlike what dude was saying over here. And what that does is keep the prices up for the smaller farmers.
Oh, interesting.
Where are you getting? Because I was reading through that earlier.
Well, the
I don't see.
Agricultural Act of 1933.
I know.
Look it up.
I'm reading that, but I don't see anything where it says that they pay farmers to destroy their crops.
Well, keep reading.
I am. Which part of the act is it in?
I'm not. I haven't opened up the actual act. I already know what's in there. I'm a farmer.
Yeah, I just know it's in there. Okay. Well, I Google.
Well,
I'm using Control.
I mean,
F,
you
it's
run
not
your
pulling up.
cocksuck a lot, but you're wrong.
Well, but prove it. God damn! Why
I
don't
just
any
did.
of you guys
You
ever
didn't read
it fully?
Read it, fool.
Tell me
I
where to
gave
read.
you the fucking act. Read it.
I'm looking at it, and it's not in there.
It is definitely in
Hold
there.
on. You said the Farmers Act of 1933.
The Agricultural Adjustment Act of 1933.
Agriculture. I'll look through it while you guys are yip yapping after I read these super chats. And for the record, chat, you got about 20 more minutes to finish the goal, so we can go into DGen Power Hour. If that continues on, you know what to do. Josh with the big
Real
five
quick,
says
just real quick.
Hornets.
That act was struck down by the Supreme Court in 1936. It hasn't been active since 1936. Any thoughts on that, sir? When the Supreme Court struck it down in 1936? No thoughts
It
on
wasn't
that?
struck out in 1936.
So
In
the
fact,
Supreme Court
right here,
ruling
land
that I'm looking
idling
at?
and livestock destruction were sometimes mandatory and introduced by compensation Benedict 1953.
I'm looking at the Supreme Court ruling from 1936, striking down the original Agricultural Adjustment Act, declaring it unconstitutional.
The new one is called the New Deal. Again,
the New Deal.
It comes with the Benedict Compensation Act, which requires mandatory destruction of animals. Even
Benedict
it's most
Compensation Act. Let me look at that.
Subsidies mostly apply toward animals. They don't apply toward land so much. It does, but it gets used very little on land. It mostly gets used for destruction of animals.
Okay, well, we're talking about crops, right? So I don't know if what you're saying is true, but that wouldn't
It
really
does-
relate to
it
what we're
does
saying
if
here,
you
right?
apply to crops also, it's probably less than 5%.
I'd like to make a point about illegals receiving Medicaid. So yes, illegal immigrants cannot receive Medicaid, but what the state programs do is Medicaid essentially bolsters the state's funds, and then they use the state citizens' taxes to provide the money to the illegals. So the Republican Big Beautiful Bill, what it did was penalize states that provide healthcare to illegal immigrants, so that essentially they can't use the federal government Medicaid to basically bolster how much they're spending on healthcare for illegals. So it's kind of a
Republicans are against states'
workaround.
rights.
Well, no. What's going on here is essentially, at the end of the day, yes, technically illegals are not receiving Medicaid money, but they kind of are in these particular states.
Yeah, we've already said
money
that.
coming from Medicaid.
We already said that.
Okay, I
Yeah.
actually. All right, that's fine as long as we're aware of that. And apparently, this amounts to over 1 million illegals receiving taxpayer money through this workaround.
That's an estimate that they have no ability to show their math on that. That's just a number that they pulled out of their ass. I've looked. They've asked for where'd you get that number? Nobody knows. But like most of the Big Beautiful Bill, because they worked backwards, what they decided first is here's how much money we're going to cut taxes for rich people, and then they worked backwards. Like, how should we pay for this? I know. Let's steal from poor people.
So wait,
Let's do that.
are rich people working in restaurants getting tips? I'm just curious. Is that
What does that have to do with this
so we're
conversation?
cutting tips on over?
What does that have to do
You
with
point
this?
to the most
cutting taxes
minuscule
on-
part of the
hold
bill.
Hold on.
Sure.
You said cutting taxes for rich people. I want to know, the bill cut taxes on people making tips. So are rich people working on tips? and working overtime?
Yeah, so what I said
your
is
argument?
what I said is they started with the tax cut and they worked backwards, which is why there was an objective to cut $800 billion from Medicaid. It's not that they went through Medicaid and said there's $800 billion worth of fraud. They worked backwards. They said, how are we going to pay for these tax cuts? And yes, there are some tax cuts for people who aren't rich, but the overwhelming majority of the tax cuts go to rich people. And they start with the tax cut and then they work backwards. And in order to work backwards, they started taking money out of programs that help poor people.
Well, you have to realize that poor people get taxed too. So people who work in restaurants and retails, they get taxed a lot. They get like 15,
and they're not
10,
getting
20% of their.
and they're
of
mostly
their
not getting a
paycheck
tax
taken out.
cut. Most of them aren't getting a tax cut.
I understand
Yeah,
that.
and
Well,
if suspending that tax added $3 trillion to the debt, we'd probably be bitching about it too.
If the bill hadn't passed, we would have gone back to the original tax rates, and their tax rates would have gone up.
Or you could have just written a bill that didn't cut taxes. You could have gone back to you could have written a bill that made sure that middle class and poor people didn't get a tax increase, but rich people did. This is how Republicans lie. They're like, oh, we're helping. No, they're not. They're helping rich people. And there's a few handouts. You could have done the bill without all the handouts to rich people. You could have cut out all the handouts to rich people and cut taxes for poor people. But instead, we had to cut it. We had to make a bill that gives all the tax breaks to rich people, and then we're cutting from things like SNAP and Medicaid.
So one quick question in philosophy: do illegals directly or indirectly contribute to the taxation of the United States? For example, if they buy something in a store, are they not contributing to tax?
Well, how much each illegal is contributing or taking away is obviously to that individual. Some are probably contributing more than they put in, but I would estimate that most are taking more out than they're putting in.
When you estimate, you should use real numbers, and if you don't need to estimate, we know the range, and it's about a $50 billion surplus. Take what we spend on illegal immigration and take what they put into our economy. It's about a $50 billion surplus. This is, again, you guys just guess with your feelings. There's real answers for this. You can Google it. If you go to Google right now and you search, right, hold on real quick. Just go search it. Just search. Do illegal immigrants pay into our system more than they take out? You don't have to guess.
Actually, I just made it easier for him. I put the link on the back chat. $37.6 billion are contributed by so-called by the illegals. $32.3 billion in federal payroll taxes, $37.3 billion in taxes, and in 40 or 50 states they pay a higher effective state local tax rate than the top 1% of households. So the data is telling us that the so-called illegal migrants directly or indirectly contribute to the taxation, not only internally in each state, but in the federal level. So the whole argument of saying it's a burden on, for example, Medicaid is not sustained by the data. It's just wishy-washy BS.
Yeah. They're getting a lot of their money from taxpayers, so they're taking it from taxpayers and spending it. So congratulations. All right, so hold on. Let me.
He just ignores all the data.
A lot of these people
just sticks with his opinion.
Here's some data. Okay. I'm going to give you some data. Here's some data. A lot of these people are coming from third world countries.
None of that's data.
Where they don't even have. They don't have water. Hold on. They don't have water systems.
Did you measure that with your lot?
They don't have.
Let's skip the xenophobic comments. No. Let's skip it.
Hold on. Let him finish. Let him finish. Lord have mercy.
I would like to answer that.
When they pass through Mexico, guess what? Mexico sends their army to escort them to the United States. Why doesn't Mexico want them?
None of that was data, sir. That was all these were all your thoughts. None of that was data.
You're interrupting me.
Well, where's your data?
They are coming. So we're supposed to believe that they're going to come from third world countries, and all of a sudden they're going to become rocket scientists and engineers and stuff. Is this what we're supposed to believe?
Is that what anyone said?
No, but you didn't give any data.
Is that what anyone said?
He's addressing my countries. So first, there's no such thing as third world countries. That's an obsolete term. The Cold War called. They want the terms back. Second, Your comments in regards of the realities of the countries you put this tag on, third world countries, clearly you don't know where the hell you're talking about. You don't know about our infrastructure, our capabilities, etc. And third, in final degree in that sense, can we skip the xenophobic mindset? If you don't know about a country, don't speak about it. Even look, man.
I have been to Central America. I'm sorry to say there is a lot.
I live
of
here.
room
I'm
for
from here.
I understand.
Is
and
this
there's
a
lot of
dick
problems.
measuring contest? Like,
No, I just wanna
like,
say
well, I know this. I've been through that. I experienced this. Fuck all of you. Get the fuck out of here. Josh says, hold on. Josh says, Hornet's misinformation is crazy. In the face of information from the state, he's saying, trust me, bro, but I can't show ya.
It's a secret.
That was Dragon Rage. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
Fair
that was
enough.
Dragon Rage.
Sarcastic
Hornet is
Saint
catching
says,
strays.
oh wait, I already did this one. Mr. Uber says with a big 20, states underfund their Medicaid to pump their state programs, which is why the BBB is cutting funding to states who do that. The state will have to repay their Medicaid payments back to the federal government. Any thoughts from the panel?
Are we talking about repayments? Is that what he's talking about? Because there's already
funding. It looks like it's funding. States underfund their Medicaid to pump their state programs. So it's like they're doing it on purpose in order to get.
Who's to say that it's underfunded? Wouldn't the state itself be the best arbiter of how to best help
Right.
its citizens?
Yeah, I'm not sure what he's saying, to be honest there. I'm not sure.
Yeah, we could pass. It's okay.
They're just bitching that they're actually using a mechanism to put a level of disconnect between the federal government and that money that the state can use how it sees fit. They hate that. And they don't want those dirty illegals to get federal money.
There's that
That's
party of
fair.
states' rights.
And speaking of money, the chat, you have 9 minutes to get in 3 more super chats so that we can go into DGen Power Hour or the tomato goes to bed. Alexander says, hey, a Dumbo. The only federal funding that illegals get is Medicare reimbursement to ERs for uninsured who don't pay. Everything else is state funded only. You are a liar, flat out.
I don't know who's Dumbo. That me?
It might have been somebody who already left.
Feels like he's agreeing with me, so I don't think he's talking about me.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, it was attack
Uh,
on me.
Did you want to respond at all?
I just wanted to say flat out, in the situation, the fact that you're trusting just what's data on Google and what you can see right there versus somebody that's on the inside, unfortunately, I can't always show it that specific information without violating certain things, including my own employment.
You're not on the inside.
throat.
You're on the outside.
Okay, deep throat.
If you worked for the government, you'd be on the inside, but you work for a private company. You're on the outside. You silly goose.
Which
Silly
is also
smoking
the contract.
And
But
Q-Tard sends 5 for the dog number 1 and 5 for the dog number 2. Yeah, I'm not looking forward to this surgery. It's gonna upheave because she could barely walk and all this fun stuff. So thank you to everybody who is sending support. It's gonna be a hefty price that I'm not looking forward to paying. Evan says in Holland, Michigan, there has been a near race war with Hispanics, and recent immigration enforcement has stopped it. Also, kick Ditso for.
That's a lie. Evan Lord is lying.
No, I'm not. Protestants, or especially Reformed Protestants and Catholics, hate each other. And I will say it's been a serious issue leading up for years and years before all this. But with some of the recent policies, it's kind of cooled things down a bit. Also, I'd say mainly the kicking kind of came from the saying that the Dutch descendant farmers over in South Africa aren't having it bad because they are suffering quite a bit. And to underplay that is a bad thing.
Wait, Evan, you're saying that it's a race war, but then
Or-
then you go to religion. Do you understand why that would be?
It's
kind of
different
all
group
over the
of
place,
people.
right?
You can't really separate it somewhat. Most
You can't.
Most people from
You can.
Hispaniola are Spanish, but I get what's fair point.
It's
most
so
of it
easy to
has
tell
been-
people who only get their information from right-wing sources. It is so easy to
How
tell.
come, Evan? Can I ask you a question? How come everything you've brought up tonight is some sort of fear mongering? How come not a single every Republican that talks to me tonight, it's you want to scare me into believing something? How come none of you can make
Exactly
an
what I
argument
just said.
without trying to scare me into it?
I
Coming
feel
from
like
the side that-
I'd
RTP
say it's
needs
kinda
to
like both.
debate. RTP, you need to debate Rob Knorr.
Can I
He
tell you
will
a story
give
about
you-
Rob? I've debated
Yeah.
him. When I first
Oh, did
started,
you?
and I don't remember the debate. I remember two things. I remember he has like a buddy that runs around named Aftershock who came into my live every day for like 10 years straight. But during my debate with Rob, at one point, he made a point, and then it was my turn, and he got up. He was on camera, and he just left while it was my turn to talk. So I went quiet, and he came back. He's like, oh, I didn't care what you had to say. And so I've never really thought he was a good faith debater after that. But I'd be happy to debate Rob. We've done it before on his channel. But he did leave in the middle
Rob
of the
does
debate
that.
and like went to the fridge, and I think he made a sandwich or something. It was bizarre.
But going into your question, I'd say like most of it just kind of has the way that my brain's wired a bit. I'm a bit off, but I don't have that much. It's an effort to go and get empathy and stuff like that. So I often care more about like myself and kind of like potentially mitigating potential threats, if that kind of makes sense.
Yeah, but do you see how if that's the way that you operate, that you are like, so I grew up in a cult, and I left the cult when I was 30, and the way that the cult keeps you in the cult is they keep you scared all the time. They just always want you to be afraid of something, and it's always like the end of the world shit. That's how they manipulate you. We've seen that on
There's a
display
moment.
tonight. Is that the Republican argument for
Climate change.
illegal immigration
Climate
is
change.
100% fear-based. They just want to keep you scared. That's why Steven goes on TV. Steven's much more well-known than I am. He gets paid to give his opinion and not one single set of facts. It was all feelings and vibes. And that's like what cults do.
You didn't really get a chance to say anything because you kept attacking them.
No, I do agree with RTP on that though. In terms of with a debate, you do want to you want to be able to really bring hard like the big nukes to the table, especially in a debate. Going on TV, that's one thing, but like in a debate, you have to be prepared to back everything up and come in with full facts, full data. And I will agree especially with the my neighbor's talking point, that was not only anecdotal, but it was all like, that's my opinion and how I feel about these people who live next to me. Now, if he came in with crime rates, if he came with stats about the schools nearby, if he came in with the downfall of neighborhoods due to a trash over like if he'd actually come in with that point instead of my neighbors, that would have been something that would have held something more. But I do agree that was a lot implanted there.
All right.
And while I have the attention, sorry, Ditso, you got 5 more in the back. All I hear is Ditso from Ditso is blah, 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 blah. Take a lesson from Wick and say, Ditso, you aren't from the USA, so we don't care. Oh my God, that is so racist. 5 minutes. And Alexander says, I have as much confidence that you're in insurance and have some sort of secret information as I have that Trump is on panel right now. Donald Trump did join this panel. It was a parody. It was a parody channel that did it, but it was good. It was really good, and we had so much fun with it. We enjoyed it. And last one for now, Trib1 with a big 5 says, what changes when all illegals are deported for the people that want it? Do we now see crime decrease? Do we see our economy surge? Any improvements? Yes. Does anybody have, if we boot everybody out that we don't want?
Yeah, I will say that, but I do want to respond to the point was made that the Republicans run on fear. This is coming from the Democrat Party, which is the largest doomsday cult on earth with their climate change propaganda and constantly calling Trump fascist and Hitler. So I think that's pretty rich.
The
But yeah,
data,
we're
the
gonna see
data, the
massive
data
improvement.
supports climate change, and the data supports that Donald Trump is a fascist. Sorry about that. Again, like you guys don't even know what fascism is. You don't know what data is. The data is over every country in the world is just
It's not even
in
theory.
on
We're suffering
lying about
effects from climate change already.
The
Also,
data's there.
wait. Also, wait. What did the VP say about Trump? I forget. What did he say? He was like someone. I forgot what he said.
Yeah, I remember.
You remember?
I remember that. JD Vance, that's what you're talking about. He called
Yeah, the VP.
something.
Like
I can't remember.
he called him something. I just don't remember what
Some
it was.
German name, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, the climate change is actually called weather. It's different every year. Sometimes it's hot, sometimes it's cold. And actually, yes, the climate does change over time, but humans driving around cars has nothing to do with it. Carbon dioxide has nothing to do
Zero
with
climate scientists agree. 100% of climate scientists agree that humans have an impact on the change of the climate. Now they disagree on how much they affect it, but 100% of climate scientists agree with that. But yeah, no, it's probably they're just in on it too. They're just in on it too.
The polar ice caps are going to melt and kill everyone. And oh yeah, vote for the Democrats. So
nobody says that. See how you have to make an absurd argument in order to make you not sound like a fucking idiot? You have to say that we're saying that the whole world will flood. See how you have to do that? You can't make a real argument. I just said 100% of climate scientists agree that we have some impact, and you didn't have a response for that, so you went, the whole world's going to flood and we're all going to die. Nobody makes that point. You have to sound absurd so that you don't sound so dumb. It's a tough life.
Anymore, now that their predictions have failed over and over again. So
which ones?
They're changing
Whose predictions
their story.
Whose predictions?
They used to call it global warming, but now it's climate change, which is ambiguous,
evidence of what? And that's evidence of what?
That they had to change their narrative because their predictions were
and that's evidence of what?
They're liars.
And that's evidence of what?
That they're liars and we shouldn't believe their lies.
Changing your name is evidence that changing the name of something is evidence that you're lying?
Yes, it is.
Okay. All right, Pat.
Excuse me.
It's not the fucking Bible, man. It can change with more information, man.
They were lying about the Gulf of Mexico too. Thank God it's the Gulf of America. We can finally find out the truth about that.
Yeah, the
body
global
of
warming
water
was
down
only
there.
one aspect of the overall problem, which is why they shifted the name. Like, come on, at least read up on it.
That's it.
Fair enough.
Evan, I'm gonna be nice to you. It sounds like you wanted to say something.
Oh yeah. I'll be heading off soon, so I just kind of wanted to say one last thing. I will say that RTP talks, I will admit, kind of with your point, I heard it kind of secondhand from my grandfather who grew up as a farmer. And so I kind of trusted some of that stuff. But when I looked it up, yeah, it seemed like, or at least in Michigan, at least, there's been a substantial bit where USA would buy up the additional overstock. And if it is not producing enough food, it's because they exclude the farmland. And I will say also, I appreciate you kind of helping me address some bias when it may come to my gathering of information. I appreciate it. I know that sometimes it's easy just to cherry pick everything because that's pretty much what you're taught in high school and college and the classes to go and make a paper. But anyway, I will say I get a bit passionate, a bit over emotional. So take my pins with a grain of salt, and I appreciate you going in, debating, and thank you all for going in, humoring me with this stuff. Have a good night.
Thanks, Evan.
Damn it, Evan, I can't hate you.
I'm the most emotional person here. That's a good thing. Emotions are good.
Also, sorry, Ditso. I may have kicked you off a few times. I like what you say sometimes, but it takes so long for you to get to the point. And sometimes you say, hey, I have a question, but you go on your own tangent, and it just gets a little annoying sometimes, especially in the heat of the moment. But just want to say, don't hold anything against you. But yeah, see ya.
Good to meet you, Evan.
I want to respond to that. I want to respond to that last.
Well, I just want to say, Evan is getting way more vocal on these panels. I'm so proud of him. I kind of forced it when he first started coming on here. He would sit here quietly until I was like, Evan, do you need to say something? Because you're becoming a panel squatter at this point. And now he's just he's going in and he's becoming more vocal, and I love to see it. We've seen so many other people come on here and grow from this panel and do great things. And I'm just so proud of you, Evan. I hope your mom's listening to me. All right, go ahead.
I just wanted
All
to
right, I
kind
want
of
to ask.
go ahead, Horn.
Before
Sorry.
I start answering that question, I want to ask how many illegals do we think are in the United States according to the libs?
Well, not according to the libs. I would the numbers that I've pulled from government numbers and immigration experts say somewhere between 10 and 15 million.
Okay, let's go with that then.
Sure.
Let's say every single one of them was deported. Can we at least agree there would be less traffic in this country?
Sure.
And that's a good thing. Okay, that's a good thing, right?
Sure.
Less traffic is good, right?
Sure.
All right.
Depot parking lots everywhere would be empty. Yes.
Well, I live in a highly congested area, and I would like there to be less traffic. I think it'd be very nice.
That's a
And
very.
I think there's a lot of illegals. I think there's a lot of illegals in my area, and getting rid of them would solve a lot of those problems.
It's a strange reason to be cruel to a group of people en masse, but sure.
That's very
Sending
on brand
people
for
to their home
Americans.
country-
Fuck those immigrants
Sending
because
people
I
to
have
their
to sit in
home countries-
traffic.
Sending people to their home countries is not cruel or inhumane. Come on now.
Well, you could also
can be.
You could also send them to another country, right? Like that's not just what we're doing, right?
Yeah, send them somewhere else. Doesn't matter.
But that is being cruel when you don't send someone even back to their home country. So it even inherently deporting them to their home country, I could agree would be probably the safe way to go about it, due process and everything. But
Well, they walk.
if
they
you're
walk in
sending
here,
them
right?
to
We should
if you're sending them to other countries where they're not even from, that doesn't seem to be helping the situation at all.
We could also advocate for working from home and public transportation, but I guess we could just say fuck the immigrants too. There's
Man, I was so happy with the working from home. Like when that 2020
That makes
thing
sense.
happened. I mean, I was already working from home to begin with, but it was like even nicer because it was just solidified. Nobody has to come in. And then now the new company I'm at, we were like 3 days in office and 2 days at home. And now they're slowly getting people back into the office and demanding it. Like they've gotten rid of all of the remote workers and like basically gave them an option, come in or leave. And it's kind of like, I don't know. I feel like everybody worked harder and better and got more shit done and had better life work balance going on with the working from home concept, and traffic was significantly less.
May I speak? Thank you for having me back. Yeah, philosophy. Who cares about an Afghan who worked with your military in the Afghan conflict? Just return them home so the Taliban can, in that sense. I mean, hell, he helped you out, but hey, that's happening. You, an Afghan who worked for the military and was taken to the United States has just recently been deported.
And
So-
he was seeking asylum. He was actually in the asylum process.
Exactly. So,
Why can't
I mean, who cares about the blood in the hands of this whole thing? At the
Why
end,
does he have to come? Why does he have to come to America? Why can't he go to Pakistan? Why can't he go to Saudi Arabia? Does he have to come halfway around the world?
So you're not
Because he
proud.
helped Americans in the Middle East.
So
And his
you're
life
not
was in
proud of-
danger because he helped us.
Yeah, you're not proud of
They
your
seem to be
military.
forgetting that he also had a bunch of criminal charges in his history. That's part of why they targeted him.
It's still
Well,
he
even
hit,
if-
those
even
charges
if-
are made by the
No,
Taliban,
no.
supposedly.
Explain
I mean-
that, Alderson. How does he have criminal charges if he just
Yeah, please
got
bring
to
the source
America?
because
Like in
We're
Afghanistan,
talking
he
about
had
the
criminal
guy,
charges.
who helped. We're talking about the veteran who helped. That guy had drug charges and something else, and it's supposedly stemmed from PTSD.
He has no there was no criminal history listed.
No, we're talking about
in
an
his
Afghan
charges.
national who was a translator for the U.S. Army. He wasn't part of the U.S. Army. He was a translator from Afghanistan who helped us while we were there.
Might be a different
And
story.
he got left behind because there were some that we brought with us and gave them that status, but he got left behind in that pullout, and he had to make his way to a U.S. border and claim asylum status that way. You would think of anybody who we could all agree that we should give asylum to. It's someone who risked their life for that many years in the sandbox with our soldiers.
Okay, fair enough. But somehow he got all the way to the United States border. How many countries did he have to go through to get here? Why couldn't he go to Pakistan,
Again,
which is the neighboring country?
do you even know his name? Sayed?
I don't.
That's his name.
It could be a
And
wonder. No, I'm talking about
look,
all Afghan migrants. We don't need any of them.
well, you
Why do they
went
have
to
to come
Afghan,
here?
you wasted $4 trillion, you failed on this war of Afghan, you had thousands of Afghan citizens working for the military, and one of those agreements was get me out of here, because if this fails, Taliban is going to kill me. And that's a fact, because Taliban said we're going to kill anybody that helped the U.S. military during the invasion that happened in the last 20 years.
You would think we could agree that the refugees we create, that we could take care of those at least, at the very least.
At the very least.
All right, I will agree that. Okay, I will accept that. If they assisted us and their lives are in danger, we can help those particular ones. But then they want to bring their families and their grandmas and their friends, and it's like, good gracious, they always.
Oh no,
they always
not
find these
grandmas and friends.
Not grandma.
What are we gonna do?
Sometimes I just wonder if conservatives can even hear themselves talk.
Also, he didn't bring his grandma and his friends, but if he did,
And
who the
it's
fuck
almost like
cares?
every word is dripping with. And did you know that they're not white?
RTP, I send you an email.
Sound like.
You act like chain migration isn't a thing.
Well, in this case, it's not a thing. So we're talking about this case.
People want to protect their families. Like, that's the easiest thing to understand in the world.
Look, RTP, if I may address you real quickly, I sent you an email. I would love to have a conversation more in depth in regards of, the realities of Latin America, these issues of migration, irregular migration, the solutions, the things that we help. The reason why Biden saw a diminishing...
Well, hang on, Ditzo. Hang on 1 second, Ditzo. Because the chat's calling me out and saying it's race baiting. No. Look at what's fucking happening when people bring up that they're illegal, right? If I said, let's go hunt down and execute every person who's run a stop sign in America, you all would say that that's not fucking justice. But when we have something that for over 100 years was a civil infraction and basically was a fucking upgraded parking ticket for people, and now we're turning it into a felony where we rip away their kids and treat them cruelly in society, come on. Like, you don't think that that's not justice? That's not justice.
Every country on earth enforces its immigration laws. This isn't something that only racist Americans do. And look at China. What do you think? You cross into China, you're going to get shot.
How we enforce that matters. That's the whole point. How we enforce it.
Philosophy. Let me address this real quickly. And to RTP, I send you an email. Hopefully, we can have a more in-depth conversation. I think you will benefit from my experience and everything. But Philosophy, let me address this real quick. One, the issues of what you call illegal migration is because of specific factors. We attend those factors, we reduce that irregular migration. Migration as a human activity is a human right recognized by the international law. That is something I can bring into evidence, and we can another day have a conversation on that. And finally, to be sincerely honest on this, part of the things you say, I am taking them not even at face value. I am taking them as hopefully a sarcastic approach that you really do not mean. Or that if you really mean this type of things, oh boy. And just to finish, no hard feelings. I know I'm not an easy person to debate. I try to be as civil as possible. But I've been doing this for a long time. If you get me started, especially on a language that is my secondary language, I'm going to go all out. I do this type of thing in Spanish, French, and other languages. Great. The point being is this conversation was
Has
subpar.
anyone ever told you you're very dramatic?
Yeah, what did I say that was so crazy?
I'm Latin American. I'm supposed. Part of my culture is dramatic.
That's right. Let it out.
If you like debate me in another language, I'm like totally gonna do
Okay.
way better.
Mija, Sara, te lo voy a decir así. Soy latinoamericano. En mi sangre corre la salsa, el merengue, la cumbia. Mija, nosotros tenemos pasión, pero hasta que nos sale por los poros. Translation.
What'd you call me?
I'm Latin American. Mija. That's a term saying.
What's going on?
my daughter or my sister or my
dear friend.
My dear friend. It can be used in many senses. So what I said is, mija. Passion. I'm Latin American. Passion is part of what I am. My blood boils with
Passion runs through your blood. Yes, we get it. Yeah.
This is Duolingo after dark. I like this.
So dramatic.
Oh yeah, we're
Ditso, what
dramatic.
did I-
I'm not gonna
Ditso,
deny it.
what
I
did
like
I-
to
Ditso,
more
What did I
dramatic.
say that was so crazy? What did I say that was so crazy that you just dismiss as hyperbole or rhetoric?
Ooh. Where to begin? You want the long list or the short list?
Please short. Please, God. Please be short. Please do the short
Why
list.
would you ask him any more questions?
Yeah, you're the one who said immigration is a human right. What?
Yeah.
That makes no sense. So you have a right to go to another country.
He said internet. Wait, just so we can get through the conversation as quickly as possible. He said international law, like he didn't say human right. Let's just. Yeah, that's it.
Who decides that?
That's not.
Who signed up for that? Who signed
well,
up for that? The international law. According to who?
But
The Chinese-run United Nations?
We agreed as a globe.
This is how this works. Our elected officials agree to agreements across
Your
the whole
country
world.
also agreed on that when you ratified the International Convention on Political and Social Rights. There, that is established that migration is considered as a fundament of the right of transition of mobilization.
Let me ask you this. All right, let me debunk this very quickly. Does every single person in Africa which Central American country do you mind revealing which country it is?
I've revealed it many times. Costa Rica.
Okay, does every single resident of Africa have a right to migrate to Costa Rica?
Yes, they have the right.
Okay, you're crazy. You're crazy. We've established that you're crazy.
Having the right does not mean that we do not, as country, have the right to apply our norms in regards of migration and the issues of how we let those people come in.
Let me ask you this:
But
if somebody
that's
from
the difference.
whatever
We
part
do
of the
it
world,
humanely.
Hold on. Go ahead, eh?
if somebody from whatever part of the world wants to move to Costa Rica, do the Costa Rican people have any say in whether that person is allowed to do that?
Yes.
Can they refuse that?
What he's saying.
Can they refuse that person?
Bro, he just said that. You got to listen better. He just said that. This
Okay,
is crazy.
well then, how can a human right be refused?
Look,
if it's a human right,
philosophy. That conversation is for another day, and unfortunately, I'm going to be very civil but blunt with you. You're completely utterly unprepared to talk to me in regards to people's rights.
I could go for a blunt.
I when even sent me for those 5 minutes, I finished my blunt. But anyhow, philosophy.
No, really quickly, the right to enter any country is not universal, but the right to leave a country, the right to return to one's own country, the right to seek asylum, and the right to be free from discrimination as one travels. Those are all the rights that are protected, not just to enter any country. The country does have its own rules, but the international rules are about the movement of peoples,
the movement
between
of peoples.
borders.
So, philosophy. Unfortunately, you're woefully unprepared to talk in regards of human rights and how we apply them. Hell, you didn't even know what the Pact of San Jose is and what it has created for those countries that ratified it. The condition of human rights, as the international law has been established for the past 74 years, runs through the standardization of constitutional ratification. Should you know that? At least you should be aware of how human rights are and become super constitutional over the civil rights of each of constitutions or republican. That's just a freebie, right? Supra constitutional.
So what I'm hearing is you want to destroy the United States Constitution. I figured you out.
Jesus Christ.
Jesus.
I don't think that's what he's saying.
Yeah, you swing and a miss there, pal. Swing and a miss.
What you want to do is
that's a foul ball.
You want to take the Constitution.
This is the Republican spiral where they don't have
second
answers,
strike.
so they just start telling you what you
think.
Your
Constitution's cool and all, but there's this international law that makes it null and void. So we're just gonna stomp all over you and
Brother,
take your
you-
yeah. This is, I
brother,
see.
you-
I
check
read
out.
you.
Yeah.
Check out, dude.
Like I said, you're woefully unprepared to talk to me in regards of the subjects.
Let me spare you, A. Even Lord with the big 20 says the Holland, Michigan problem started with the gangs and local crime and evolved into the civilian with the differences between the native Dutch Reformed Protestants and Hispanic Catholics moving into a deeply conservative area. Anybody have thoughts to that?
Yeah.
What the fuck are you talking about, Evan?
I have no idea.
He's
It was
talking about
from
South
earlier.
Africa.
I was late.
Catholics deeply conservative? I'm not sure how a deeply conservative Hispanic Catholic's going to create a problem.
Exactly. It seems to be an issue between Protestants and Catholics, and I'm just like, that seems to be a religious based issue where I'm just like, I don't even know where to approach that from.
Kind of wherever they go, they've had problems. It doesn't seem to matter
Yeah.
which spot the Protestants and Catholics are. They seem to not like each other.
Let me say this. Just like the idea of third world countries, the term Hispanics is outdated. No one, to refer to people like me in Latin America as Hispanics, is to give us a middle finger. And there's no one here or on the chat or even Latin Americans of the 60 million people who live with heritage of Latin America in the United States that could ever debate me that. So
What do you want us to call you then? What do you want us to call you then?
That's just more high grounding. Like I'm Hispanic. I'm not gonna fucking sit here and be like, you have to call me Latinx or whatever the fuck current phrase we're using.
we'll have that conversation another day, my friend.
That's just more high grounding. Like that's fucking.
But I do want you to call me Poppy if we can do that.
Hey, puppy.
Thank
Only
you.
a Mr. Bill with a big 5 effigy trying to. I mean, you had me at that you eat ass, okay? Sold. Only Mr. Bill says effigy trying to find racism where there is none is a little racist. Have a seat and think about. Oh, was this a boot? I can't tell. Is that a boot?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is.
Have a maybe back seat. All right, just take 5 effigy. And then Daniel McCoy says effigy is a moron. U.S. Century Code 1325 is a criminal offense, not an infraction. And then you know what, Evan? I'm actually Duck wasn't here to stir some shit up, but I'm actually still thankful too. And another new account says, RTP, why aren't you mad at Biden over Afghanistan? He's the one who screwed that whole thing up. All he had to do was follow the plan Trump left him.
I would ask anybody to explain the difference between Trump's plan and Biden's plan outside of Trump said he had a different plan. It was the same generals. Trump put the plan in place. By the way, I think that no matter how we got out of Afghanistan, it was going to be messy. I think that if Trump would have left that equipment behind, the same people who are criticizing it would be like, you have to do it. We've never pulled out of a war when it wasn't messy. This always happens. I'm far more concerned about the people, including Joe Biden, who got us into that fucking war. I'm not a fan of Joe Biden. I don't think Joe Biden was a great president. I think he was a very average president. I hate how he did foreign policy. I hate his soft touch with Israel. I don't think Joe Biden is somebody we should look to as an example of my views. But if you're saying that, like, if he followed Trump's plan, it would have worked, you're just lying to yourself because you don't know what Trump's plan is either. Those are all top secret. So it's just speculation.
And just a quick question to another new account. Shouldn't you be blaming Bush because he started the war? Then Obama?
Can we wait,
Trump?
I've been here a long time. We gotta cool it. That's exactly what I just said. We don't need to say the same thing twice.
Yeah, sorry.
That's good.
The panel's open. You know where the link's at. You know the drill.
Anyhow, it's late for me. I gotta enjoy my Sunday. Thank you for having me.
I'll check my email for you, brother.
Pura vida, RTP. I'm not gonna call you yet, papi, and you're not gonna call me yet, papi. Hasta que entremos en calorcito. Cuando entremos en calorcito, tú y yo nos vamos a llamar papi mutuamente. ¿Está bien?
Stop talking shit about me.
Yes.
I'm not talking shit about you, Sarah.
Where's my the thing that scrolls across the captions? The translator captions.
It's the closed captions.
Yeah.
Whatever you said, it sounded lovely, so I agree.
Dale, mijo.
All right.
Bueno, a todo mundo, pura vida, se me la cuida siempre para la izquierda o para la derecha, para donde se le vaya bien. Beshko wobla ba. Ewa.
And this is why we call it the Degen Power Hour, ladies and gentlemen, because of random shit like that. Balderson, how are we doing?
Oh, beat up. My bull beat me up yesterday. I was trying to load him in a trailer and he chucked me 2 times, and the second time I landed across the fence sideways.
I meant with the conversation, Balderson. The conversation.
You know what? The pain in my ribs is mostly what is in my mind. But I made a mistake with I thought they were talking about the veteran, that translator. That's nonsense. There's no doubt about that. They ought to be protecting that guy. I don't understand that. But the veteran that had criminal charges, I get that one.
Is it a good idea in principle to bring thousands of Afghans to our country? That's a question I think is more relevant. Like, is that a good idea to bring that culture?
What culture?
That led to the well, I'll just say it, the kind of fundamentalist Islamic culture. I mean, that oppresses women. And
Well, that was the Saudis. I don't think people who want to live under Sharia law are probably going to move to America.
Well, let me say this. I live in an area where a number of these refugees, quote unquote, have been resettled, and they are absolutely bringing Sharia law with them.
How?
And
How
it's
so?
scary.
How are they doing that?
Well, they're. I will say I never thought I would see a mosque in my life, and in the last few years,
not a mosque,
hold on.
a church. How will you
in
deal
the
with
last
that?
few years, within 10 to 15 miles of my house, 3 gigantic mosques have suddenly been built.
Churches?
Yeah, it actually is. It is. Oh no, because if you look at
Shut the fuck up. They're not bringing
you
Sharia law.
don't seem to have a problem,
you baby. Look, Sharia. The Bible has like Mosaic law. The Bible has crazy laws too, and there are crazy people who follow the Bible strictly, and they have crazy laws. And there are people that are Islamic that follow their version of Islamic law, Sharia law. There's like 5 countries in the world that still practice Sharia law. It is declining everywhere. Nobody is practicing Sharia law. It's not something you need to be afraid of. This is just your way to be afraid of a church. It's silly. You need to toughen up. You are far too bitchy right now about churches. Toughen the fuck up. They just look different. They just believe something different. They're not coming after you. Be tougher.
I guess you've never had someone you care about deleted in a terrorist attack.
Okay, but were any of those terrorist attacks from the mosque?
Yeah, a lot of them.
The mosques in your the terrorist attack launched from the mosques in your community. I've lost people that I care about because of Christian terrorists. Should we shut that shit down too? You ever heard of Lori Vallow? She killed her kids, tried to kill my business partner because of a Christian extremist belief here in Arizona. Look her up. There's a Netflix special about her. Should we shut down Christian churches too?
Creepy. Is A's philosophy a troll or just that? Please silence him for 5 minutes. My ears need a break. All right, A, you got 5 in the back. Or I'm sorry, you got 10 in the back.
I was going to jump on and say the same thing. Like, just having a mosque isn't fucking Sharia law. And what I would say to any of the pants wetters in Christianity over there who's scared of Sharia law, the thing that's going to protect us from the Sharia law is the same thing that's going to protect us from your religion taking over our country. So we don't have to worry about it.
To be fair, the Judeo-Christians freak out about any other religion. It's not just the Muslims. There's one heathen Hoff in the whole country, and that gets attacked on a regular basis.
But you see it like the through line, right? You see how certain groups of people to these people are always wrong, always bad, always more extreme than reality, always have to be taken with no grains of salt, always have to assume the worst. You always get to extrapolate their bad behavior onto their entire group every time. Like it's just over and over and over tonight.
Well, like RTP said earlier, it's just fear mongering that's been pushed from like multiple people throughout, and it's been effective over the last decade. I wouldn't say it hasn't been. Like people really do believe these ideals, I don't think that a lot of people question this to a high degree and try to look for like what actually is happening. Like, just to use an example, like the egg crisis thing was just like, okay, there's a chicken shortage. So that obviously you're gonna have less eggs, but people were like, no, it's Biden's economy. It's just like, okay.
Yeah, that was bird flu.
Well, what if let's pretend for the mosques, like and that's Muslim, right?
Yeah.
Let's just pretend all of these churches start going up, and then the Muslim immigration starts feeding in, and then they're able to repopulate faster than the average white couple, so on, like Christian white couple, right? And what if they become the majority in the voting process? And because of that, what if in that aspect they are able to overturn what we have in place because they have the majority? They could do what they want, right? Majority rules. And then you could essentially bring in Sharia law or other factors that wouldn't be a part of
No.
like the American culture or like kind of what we believe in and those things that are protected.
No, our Constitution will stop them from bringing in Sharia law the same way it's going to stop Christians from making a theocracy out of their religion.
Yeah.
Look, I think
also,
that,
look what happens to Christianity in our country. It's liberalized over years, right? So my point would be, hey, why not have these groups come over here so that we can liberalize their hyper-conservative religions? Maybe they go back and we end up softening a hard religion and making it better, right?
Yeah, the biggest enemy to organized religion or any religion is access to other information and the ability to speak freely about that information. There's a reason Christianity is dying in America. It's because people can read, and there's no such thing as a global flood, and bushes don't talk to people. Like the internet is devastating to religion, and I would want that to happen to all religions. I hate all religion equally. I think it's all terrible. I wish all religion would go away. It's a terrible net negative on this world.
You've not done enough DMT, obviously.
I've done some DMT. I did mushrooms last night.
Hey, speaking to interdimensional beings is not a religion.
He said bushes don't talk. I don't know about that.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, I have talked to some bushes, but I chalk that up to, I see what you're saying. They do sometimes talk.
Now, would you say, for instance, if we had a secular moral standing and a religious moral standing, like a Christian moral standing, and we had to, continue boosting society, creating more laws, doing whatever we need to do culturally, as whatever, would you prefer to go based off of secular ethics?
Yes, absolutely. 80 years ago, Christian ethics allowed half the country to not have rights. 180 years ago, Christian ethics allowed a large sizable portion of this country to be slaves. Yeah, it's the secular part that keeps improving people.
Yeah.
It's the liberalism that keeps improving people, not the religion.
I agree with that.
There's already been an instance where this crossover to some degree happened with the cult of Osho up in Oregon, where they imported enough people in order to outweigh the voting populace. He's banned from the U.S. currently from that whole ordeal. So they definitely took legal action to try and when that instance was happening. I don't know that the same would apply for just straight immigration, where naturally groups are starting to.
Are you talking about like that Wild Country thing? That there was that documentary called Wild Country. Is that who you're talking about? That group?
I don't know about a documentary, but Osho, the religious leader, he was up in Oregon up there, and they took over a county. They ended up bussing in all kinds of
Rajneeshis or whatever.
Yeah, that one.
There's a documentary called Wild Country on that. It's really good. Yeah.
I mean, didn't we utilize even Martin Luther King Jr. Was a preacher, I believe, correct? And he utilized the Bible. He threw the Bible at the law and said, "Here's what we should be understanding here." I feel like Christianity, even though there have been some perverted foul plays with that concept, there, I think there have also been good things that have come from that, especially ethically speaking. Sorry, I can't talk tonight.
It's my contention that people come to good ethics on their own anyways, and I think that religion gets the credit for that. There are places in this world where religion is not very popular, specifically in like Scandinavia, where people are mostly atheist, and they tend to come to better ethical conclusions, in my opinion, than a lot of like heavily religious areas. I think heavily religious areas. I grew up in Utah, so it's like as heavily religious as possible, and it leads to people looking over each other's shoulder. It leads to people comparing themselves, and to me, it's a detriment to society. I think beliefs are a problem. I think we saw that tonight with Steven, and I don't mean to bash on him when he's here, but like it trains you to trust your feelings a lot more than trust factual information. And I think that's a net negative for society because people stop looking at data. They stop looking at real solutions. It's just whatever they feel their beliefs are, then they work backwards and they justify their beliefs rather than trying to come to the right answer.
So, I mean, I'm not sure how, and I'm not a Mormon or a defender of Mormons, but I'm not sure how you came to that conclusion. I mean, Utah in and of itself, extraordinarily wealthy as a state. If you've ever been there, it's extremely clean. The people are very polite. You don't see any kind of problems. You don't see homeless sitting around. Everything is nice. I'm not sure how that's a problem.
Well, you would see if you've been to Utah recently, you would see a massive increase in the homeless population because of wealth inequality. But the parts that you don't see are the high depression, high suicide rates, high use of antidepressants, high use of different types of drugs.
Maybe if they found God, they wouldn't have those issues.
Yeah, like, I mean, even for me, like I got excommunicated for the Mormon Church. I got ostracized from my entire society because I had sex. That's a wild thing, and I had to in detail tell 12 grown men exactly what I did with my girlfriend. Utah has,
you like the ass play.
That's right. Utah
You're like, fuck it, go hard or go home.
Utah has its own problems, but I mean, you're right. There,
you sure you weren't in a Mason initiation or something?
I was not.
One of the old men in a coffin.
Listen, I don't know how much you know about Mormonism. That is a very common thing, is to have to confess your sins to some dude who asks you very detailed questions.
I'm not a
we
Mormon.
We did just do like a Mormon debate, actually 2 of them just recently, and why it's kind of silly to that regard.
Yeah.
Did you wear magic underwear?
I did, yeah. I did. I was a Mormon missionary. I did the whole 2 years, all that shit.
Wow. Q-Tard says, RTP, do you believe that man is inherently good?
I don't know. I think that, I think that people are I just think people are influenced. And if you are influenced to do good, if you live in an area full of good people, you're likely going to be influenced to do good. If you're not, then you're not.
Well, what if, let me ask you this then. What if we had all of these, the secularism grows bigger and bigger. And with that, you might see a lot of criminals or people with lower standards or values, in terms of do unto others kind of thought process. You see also a lot of materialism, consumerism, so on and so forth. And what if that number grows and grows and grows to where eventually all the good people are no longer the majority and the shitty people become, now what? If we're basing everything off of the secular opinion and what they think the good is, and if the good isn't really good, then what are we going to do?
I would argue that look at our country right now. We have 2 parties. You have the conservative party, which they wear crosses around their neck every day. Nobody's more materialistic than Republicans. Nobody cares more about money than Republicans. Nobody cares about accumulating wealth more than Republicans. The biggest thing that I get hit over the head with as a liberal all the time is, oh, what, you think we can just share wealth? Yeah. That's what Jesus taught. He said, sell everything and come and follow me. And so like this idea that like secularism is the problem, I disagree. I think secularism requires you to confront the fact that you live around people who think differently than you, who look differently than you, and you treat them the same. And I think religion allows you to divide. I mean, I think it's pretty obvious right now which party is thinking with their wallets. We just voted to cut Medicaid from poor people all over this country to give a bunch of rich people a tax break.
I thought it was
secularism allows even religions to have discussions between themselves. Like our secular framework allows religions to exist amongst each other, whereas a religiously dominated society will not be as tolerant of other religions and therefore will not be affected by other religions who have better ideas.
Yeah.
So that's why I think you see a lot of American sects of religions are unique.
Well, yeah, and
have
that
to
was
be
kind of
around
like the basis of the American Foundation, right? Is freedom of religion, right? And we truly honor that concept by allowing religions of all sorts, as long as you're not sacrificing goat's blood, to the public and doing things that harm others and that violate all of our other constitutional rights. We say, hey, whatever, you praise whatever you want. We don't care. You want to start a church about it? You want to start this? You want to do that? Fine, go for it. And then we pride ourselves on that. But at some point, somebody something or a group of somebody somethings has to take the majority, right? And the question is who do you want to have the majority in terms of your voting, what you're going for, how your schools are operating, your communities, how you interact, how you engage, the culture do you want everybody sacrificing goat's blood in public? Like that's where it comes down to that bigger question.
You're assuming that the majority forces homogeneity on the rest of the country. Like we have a majority right now, but that doesn't mean that the rest of the country homogeneously like follows their culture, right? We have like just in
Not
every city, you have
necessarily
different
to
places where
follow,
different people.
but how much it will end up in your face, right? And how much of it will affect your community, how much of it will affect your city, town, state, country as a whole, and what kind of legislation will come from that. The whole fear factor on the Sharia law that people were talking about earlier. Like that would be a fear factor if that were something that could poke through, right?
But they're only afraid of it because it's not their religion. They're trying to do the exact same thing, but their religion, though. There's all kinds of people on the right who are trying to pass laws directly, like religious laws that are specifically for them, right?
Yeah.
Like that's the exact same thing. There's no difference. There's at all.
Well, when it comes to people's rights or the safety of others and how daughters are treated and so on, things that can and can't
Right.
happen.
Daughters. That's a good point. Who do you think is trying to pass marriage laws that allow younger and younger children to get married in this country? Only one group. Evangelical Christian.
Well, that there's two, but continue on. Like you can the same thing. You can.
It's very similar. I'll give them that it's just similar. It's not the exact same. It's very similar.
Sharia law. The leftists would definitely not be cool with Sharia law, and the LGBTQ whatever groups also have a whole lot of heavy push to lower the age of consent.
Also, can we just admit that the word Sharia, I'm pretty sure means law, so we're just saying law.
I think the biggest, I think the big thing is that if you don't subscribe to a religion, like my belief, if I was in charge, everybody would be able to practice their religion. They just couldn't force it on others. And religious people say we are going to force our beliefs on others, and I think that that's the big difference. I don't think that. So I think that creates divides. I think we've seen it. We've seen it over and over. Like I'm old enough to remember when the Republicans, when I was a Republican, we were arguing that if you let gay people get married, what's next? They're going to marry animals. What's next? Like it's always this slippery slope thing, and it's always trying to keep other people from getting rights because of your religious beliefs, and then they lie about that. I think I would much rather have somebody with no belief in a sky daddy making decisions because they're going to look at the picture in front of them and not this imaginary picture that they envision above them.
And Hector, I'll kick it back over to you in just a second. Hector with the Big Ten says secularist societies decline due to no purpose to procreate. When a society is near pop collapse, they don't fix it by migrating secularists. They bring religious patriarchal people because they populate
It's a weird argument to make in America as we've become more secularist and our population keeps growing. It's a weird argument to make.
Yeah, but not because we're reproducing. We're importing in order to keep that population up.
Yeah,
we're
I also
low replacement rate. That's just a fact.
Yeah, so
seculars have I want to say you seculars have a big problem, which is that when you eliminate the concept of God, you eliminate the idea of a transcendental, moral absolute standard for all people all time. So
yeah, which is worthless. It's fucking worthless to have that. I want to eliminate that.
So you want to eliminate. So you don't believe there's any such thing as absolute moral values, but it's wrong to kick the illegals out of the country. It's wrong to not tax the wealthy and redistribute wealth.
Doesn't mean we can't have an opinion on morals.
You just watched this debate. What happened? I tried to use data and facts, and Steven used his morals, and his morals didn't explain a goddamn thing. And we went in circles all night while I used numbers and he used his morals.
Say the logical breakdown for him is I don't think he could do the logical breakdown. Having moral grounding is not a bad thing is a stance. However, you have to be able to logically break it down and root it. He was failing to do that, and that's where his problem was. Another new account wanted to jump in. Go ahead. You gotta unmute yourself.
Yeah, sorry. First time doing this. So with the whole Trump's plan, the plan was to, according to Kash Patel, right after the evacuation, the plan was to keep Bagram, to evacuate out of there instead of evacuating out of Kabul. It was the largest base, lots of space. To put people, 2 runways is the only base in the entire region that could land C-5 Galaxies. It was a command and control node region for the entire area, and it wasn't in the middle of a giant city. So as far as like that was the plan that he. Go ahead.
Can I address a number of things that were said during my timeout real fast?
Yeah, go ahead.
Real quickly. I'm not going to elaborate. There were a number of points that were made by the libs, and so Christians, quote, I heard someone say something about Christians taking over the country. Okay, America was founded by Christians. The Constitution was drawn up by Christians.
And
Islam is
pagans and atheists.
Deists. A lot of deists.
And Islam
why do you leave that out?
Christianity
Wait, why did you leave that out?
Because I was actually, well, if you look at the founders of this country, they thought that Christianity was a good thing or come from Christian backgrounds. The colonists were all Christian.
Some of them didn't.
Well,
that's a lot of deists.
Well,
are you talking about the initial?
Hold
on. Let's clarify. Are you talking about the initial settlers, or are you talking about like our founding fathers that put together?
Both.
Because I think that would be, you need to separate that, and RTP is right on that. Like you need to separate those two. Like if you're talking about like one nation under God, and when we wrote our Bill of Rights and so on and so forth, yes, like you could say there was a lot of Christian foundations to that, but this was a long time after the settlers had already come in, and the settlers were not all Christian.
Sorry, really quickly, and this is just a pet peeve. One nation under God. Under God was added to the pledge in the 1950s.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And deists believe in God, but it's not necessarily the Christian God. They just believe in a creator. They don't make bones about which one it is.
There was a point about the reason Christianity is declining is because people can read, and then a point was made about
that's correct.
There's no global flood. There's no global flood. Okay, well,
correct.
They have found sea creatures on tops of mountains all over the world.
Yeah, but they don't line up. They don't line up to the same year. So there were times when things were underwater, but a global flood, it would have to line up archaeologically across the entire world, and there's no evidence of that.
So there was water on top of the mountains at some point. Was it 4,000 years ago? Maybe not.
At different points, there was no global flood.
Yeah,
and by the way, every animal can't fit. And by the way, every animal that was alive at that point could not have fit on a boat either. Are you really arguing the historicity of Noah's Ark?
No, there's a difference between global flood and Noah's Ark. So there was a global flood. There is a lot of evidence for it. There's a lot of evidence that water was above the entire Earth. All right, that's just a fact. Himalayas,
but not at the same time.
Not even close.
Not at the same
the
time,
Alps
bud.
all have. You all want to believe that these mountains
The
are the bottom of the
continents
ocean?
move, my man. Have you never heard of Pangea, continental drift? At some point, some of these places millions of years ago were underwater.
Right, it's a joke. It's a joke. Not continental drift, but the idea that they were fossilized creatures at the bottom of these oceans, and then after hundreds of millions of years of these giant tectonic plates smashing into each other and all these seismic events, they get perfectly preserved at the very top of very high mountains.
Yeah.
And this is the mythology of the atheist secularist worldview. You
There
have
is
to lie to
no
yourself and tell
such thing as an
you-
atheist world.
It would have been
You can measure it. It's not a theology. You can measure it.
This is the problem
That's
that we
the
have.
difference.
Like there
between a
is no
theology.
atheist worldview. Our worldview is we don't believe in a God. That's it. We all have different worldviews. You always compare it like these are two different things. It's your job as a Christian to prove your claims, and you can't do it. It's silly. You can't prove almost anything that happened in the Bible. That's all we're
Humanity
saying.
has
You can believe it.
experienced
You can believe it if you want.
multiple continental movement events, right? Like the tsunami in Japan years ago was because of a massive continental movement. Like,
right.
Just someone
the
denying
idea
like the basics of science that we've set up for like over 100 years, and the understanding in geology and all that is just, it's so fucking asinine.
The thing of it is, though, is if you don't believe in God, then really I don't have to prove anything, because at that point, religion is faith-based. So in my world, if I'm Christian, I believe in God, and everything that comes from that follows. And therefore, by default, I accept everything in that Bible as it is on face value. If you don't believe in God, then you just reject all of it anyway. So like there is nothing to prove at that point. It's either you do or you don't. And it's you either have that faith or you don't. And everything that comes with it after that determines on whether that's a yes or a no.
I just
I've
the whole
met rational
pre-sub
Christians who
argument,
believe in
right?
science, though. I've met a ton of them.
Once it's brought into
I'd say
the public
most of them.
square, though, in the public discussion, then it deserves the same level of criticism that we would use for anything else, and the same level of evidence. I'm fine with people believing what they want to believe, but like I did grow up in a place where like you weren't allowed to criticize religion for some reason. For some reason, you had to play by different rules. So I'm cool with that. But just if you want to have your religion, have it. But if you bring it into the public square, then then the same levels of criticism should apply.
Right. But what I'm saying is we don't have to prove. Right. We don't have to prove that anything in the Bible, like the burning bush, the Noah's Ark, there was a big flood. Jesus arose 3 days later. I wouldn't feel the need to prove that. If we're able to scientifically prove that, great. Shut the fuck up. Whatever. Life moves on. But even if we couldn't, right? Like it is still faith-based, and by default, I accept everything that comes with it. And I don't like, if you already don't believe in God, I don't feel the need to prove it. That is your and that's how, and I'll say it this way. That's how God works, right? He says, yearn for me, seek me out. I want you to come to me and build your relationship with me. It's not my job to prove to you scientific data of why the Bible and whatever's in it is true. It's up to you to establish your relationship with God and for you to go and seek him out during that process. And through that, if you need to prove all of these different things along the way, that's for you to go find. But I don't have to prove it to prove a faith. Do you see what I mean?
This all started when we started talking about Sharia law. And the reason that people don't like Sharia law is because they don't believe in that God. And I'm just saying, like, if we're going to be in a space where we're publicly criticizing Islam and Sharia law, then it's fair at that point to then criticize Christianity and Christian law, Mosaic law. That's all I'm saying. Like, it does seem sometimes like Christians think, oh, my belief is above criticism, but everybody else's belief isn't. Like,
Especially when they're trying to do the exact same thing that they are so scared of happening to them.
But you got to understand also, if a large movement of Christians moved into one of their areas, that would be distressing for them also. That nobody likes a large group of people that have an entirely different culture, even if you took religion out of the matter. Nobody likes a large group of somebody that lives counter to the way they live, all of a sudden filling their area, and now you have a clash.
Brother, I live in the East Valley of Maricopa County, and I'm an atheist. Everybody around me is deeply religious and deeply conservative. I literally live in an area where everybody believes differently than me, and I don't fucking care. It doesn't matter. I think that people are so attached to their
culture is the same.
What do you mean?
I
my
didn't say
culture's the same? My
religion. I
culture's
said
not the
take
same.
religion out of it. Even I said that.
No, my culture's not the same as
Your
theirs.
American culture is basically the same.
No, it's not. There's no such thing as American culture. That's silly.
There definitely is.
What is it?
There's some kind of American over culture. There's some.
There's some overriding thing, but it usually comes from like relation to like freedoms. Like I think that's what we all as Americans like would all strive for, like
Most
the
countries have
individual
freedom.
freedoms that we
But
get.
we don't have a homogenous culture though.
Exactly. Yeah, I wouldn't say there's a homogenous, because like we can go from state to state and we can see like differences even in just accents alone. Like it's silly to say we have one overarching culture. I think there's ideals that do overarch to each American, but I don't think that the culture itself is homogenous.
So I'm saying, like, I'm not from here, so the only thing that's similar is that most of the people that live by me are white. That's basically it. They just look similar. No. And they have that fear. They have that fear.
Range.
Hector with the Big Ten says secular subjective morality does not work in a society with law and order. The USA generally has a Christian ethical framework which brings objective morals. Without it, it's all preferential based on my feelings.
I kind of want to challenge that.
Faith is a feeling.
I kind of want to challenge that, because like if we look at just like JFK, like as a president, right? He was highly criticized for being a Catholic from most of America. It doesn't seem to be like that. This Christian morality seems to overarch into all Christians, right? It seems like you want a very specific sect of your group being the ones in power, and that it doesn't seem to be like the overarching narrative that you guys want to use, because you want to include all Christians but then exclude whenever necessary. As Evan pointed out earlier, Catholics and Protestants have an issue with each other. I don't see why we always go to this framing of Christian morality when they can't even agree within themselves.
Hey, I've probably only got about 5 minutes left. I don't know if we need to get through any, and then
we're actually we are actually going to go ahead and shut down.
Mind if I jump in real quick?
Yeah, get your last thought in, and then we'll do final thoughts from everyone.
So, RTP, I'm also in the Valley. You said like it's a really religious or whatever kind of thing. I'm not really getting that vibe. In the east side of the Valley, like places like Tempe are not like super religious. So
yeah, so I live in just so I can tell you, I live in Mesa, and if you know anything about Mesa, it was settled by the Mormons. It's deeply, I think something like 40% of Mesa is Mormon. You can see a Mormon church on every corner. Same with Gilbert. Yeah, I would agree with you. Tempe is a little bit different than Mesa, but yeah, I'm in like East Mesa.
And Triv One with the Big Five says, believing in God is not the part. It's prescriptions based on the belief in God. No prescriptions, then no issues with me.
I like that.
And then Q-Tard says, Maricopa County Sheriff Joe Arpaio is a legend for the dog. Dog, can I touch your dog?
He's a legend for being a convicted felon. That's what. I mean, that's kind of a Republican thing. They like that.
Shots fired.
Yeah.
All right, let's go ahead and
Let's
go ahead and do closing statements around the board. Ace Philosophy, would you like to kick us off with your final thoughts, please?
Yeah, how long do I have? Just like a couple minutes, pretty much?
Short and sweet.
Short and sweet. Yeah, well, I want to touch on two things, immigration and the idea of God, morality, and culture and things like that. I'll try to make it a minute or two. Yeah, immigration, all countries have immigration laws. There's nothing cruel or unfair about sending people who've crossed in your country legally. All countries do it. It's not inhumane. I heard a comment about, sharing the wealth. Sharing the wealth isn't what socialism is actually stealing. Jesus didn't tell vote for somebody to steal the rich people's money. It was supposed to be voluntary, so that's part of that. When it comes to God and the idea of multiculturalism and the secular saying, well, everyone just believe what they want, you have to realize people are going to vote to put people in power based on their belief system. And you're going to vote for people who are representing your viewpoint. And then laws come down, which then affect everybody. So if you don't have a single culture and a single united view, then society will necessarily fall apart. And religion, the truth itself, and a universal moral code does all that. Secularism It destroys the idea of an absolute transcendent moral code. It becomes a system where everybody's opinion is what goes. And then it falls into might makes right. And we saw this with atheists, communists in the 20th century countries, things like that. So yes, secularism does lead to the disintegration of society. Religion and belief in God unites people behind an absolute truth of morality. And I'll leave it there. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, A. Effigy to you, sir.
Yeah, I'll just hit on the point I hit on earlier. No one is saying that you can't have immigration laws or anything like that, but the idea of justice is based in the premise that the crime fits the punishment. And when you guys go off the rails and go out of your way to find ways to be cruel or to inflate those punishments to the point of cruelty, it gives away the game for you. And I'll just leave with saying this, that bigotry will always try to present itself as philosophy. It'll try to present itself as concern, and it will try to present itself as science every single time. So make people check their facts. Thanks for having me, Sarah.
Thank you, Effigy, as always. A new account to you, sir. And welcome to your first round.
Thank you. Sorry, there's a whole lot of stuff I wanted to get into with the Afghan evac. Not a lot of time to cover it now. So real quick, Trump's plan was to leave out of Bagram. It's the biggest base, best base that we could have gone out of. Instead, Biden decided to drop the true population to 650, and then ordered us to defend the embassy. That was in Kabul, and well, you all know the rest. So yeah, we'd love to get into it more later on in another time when you have more than 5 minutes. Otherwise, that's all I got. So peace.
Sure thing. All right. Thanks, new account. A Dragon Rage to you.
Yeah, I wish I could have just gotten down a little bit more on what I was trying to bring up. We kind of got hung up on the fact of not working for an insurance company or, working in insurance, or that. What I was trying to bring up was the simple fact of looking at the federal level. Yes, we do have a net positive for immigrants across the board, but how much do we want the states to suffer individually based upon those actual laws that are affecting them to have to support those in that situation? In the situation regarding the Medicaid, yes, there are certain situations where unfortunately can't bring in all the facts because they're hidden behind various different things. The major carriers actually in Minnesota do 90%+ of all the heavy lifting for all the people that are on medical assistance in the state. So in that situation, you are not going to have truly one definitive thing. This is a Democratic state, unfortunately, where they are very, very willing to push things and tax things out of control. We went from a net surplus to being behind, having a deficiency, whatever. In the terms, I respect what RTP was saying. I'm not Republican. I actually like a lot of the things that he said. I was just trying to go down a line with him, but unfortunately, I'm not up to 100% snuff to kind of do these kind of debates right now. So in this situation, I just kind of stopped at that point because it takes a little bit out of me. So.
Thank you, Dragon Rage. Appreciate having you on again, as always. Mr. Balderson, to you, sir.
Trump doesn't really deport any more than anybody else. Liberal media is most media by far, so they glamorize that by a lot. On a whole, I don't really have anything against immigrants. I understand the entire argument of they should come in here legally, and they should pay their taxes and things like that. But as a people, I mean, I tell you what, I live in Northern California, and even back home on the farm, I haven't ever seen anybody work like some of them kids do. Holy shit. And they're generally very nice people. The funny thing about this entire fight and like the recent riots that we've seen in LA, my biggest point was there's no illegal immigrants there. That's all fucking rich white kids. and second generation, their parents were immigrants, maybe their grandparents were immigrants. There was no immigrants there. The immigrants, they wear farm clothes, they drive farm trucks, they don't drive them big ass hoopties and run around with the fancy clothes. And if a cop shows up, they're like cockroaches when you flick the light on. They're not going to sit there and get up in their faces and pick fights. They disappear. That's how that works. It's that just last week, the girl up top for me, the cop showed up and it wasn't for them even. That entire grow was without workers for 2 days. Like, they just go off in the woods. They come back later like they aren't down there rioting. That was an entire setup. You can find numbers to prove whether the immigrants are beneficial, whether they're detrimental. You can find both. You can make decent arguments either way. Both sides are just nonsense. So whatever.
Thank you, Alderson. Appreciate having you on. We'll have to sort out that debate with you and Chase too.
Yeah, I got I heat stroked, and then I couldn't really talk to it for a couple days. That was not the state of mind. Chase is a smart guy, and that was not the state of mind to dance with him in. And then yesterday.
We'll sort it out in the DMs. I know RTP wants to go, so we'll sort it out in DMs. Hornet, to you, sir.
Okay. Yeah, I think immigration has been an effective fear-mongering way for the Republican Party to essentially push certain policies, such as revoking people's privileges or rights, so that they can pass bills such as the Big Beautiful Bill, so they can essentially remove what you would be normally entitled to for by the sake of saying someone else is taking it. I think that if people looked into these situations a bit more, they would be less willing to give up certain privileges such as Medicaid, Medicare, and all these other situations, because as we look into the numbers, they aren't represented there. So the most of the Americans that are going to be losing coverage is going to be because of this pushing of what I would call false narratives of immigrants. And that's probably where I strongly align into this argument.
Thank you, Hornet. I appreciate that. And RTP, final thoughts from you, sir.
First, just want to thank all my subscribers. We did a sub-only viewing today, so all my subscribers that stayed up all night, I appreciate it. And Sarah, awesome platform you have. This is a really cool thing that you've created. You're an excellent moderator. Your communication was great. I'd love to do it again. Can't say enough about your audience. Even the ones that don't like me, they're engaged. They're talking about shit. I appreciate it. I think you guys are doing great stuff over here. So thanks for having me.
Yeah, no, and it was an absolute pleasure to be able to not only set that up between you and Steven, but to be able to have two new people on the show and, kind of add that into the network. I know a lot of that's the biggest piece for the show over here is we network. It's just spider webs out ridiculously. And this is how new people meet new people, meet new people, meet new people. So Hector sends a Big 10. Last one, Islam ideology along with Sharia law is not compatible with Western culture. They are obligated to convert all to Islam. 100-year plans to infiltrate, become majority, and conquer. It's a death cult. Ooh, the sleeper cells are out tonight. Be careful. Shout out to all of you. And tune in Monday night. We've got Andrew Wilson coming back with our friend Charlie, also known as Chuck now. They're going to have an open dialogue to continue from their last debate. I will be mediating, not moderating. Different story. Outside of that, everyone, appreciate you coming along. And I don't know. I guess fuck off.
Thanks, Sarah. All right, everybody. Thank you so much for joining tonight. I can't turn on the camera, but I appreciate you guys so much. Thanks, Jen, for staying up late. Love all you guys. I hope you enjoyed it, and we'll talk.